Are we live?
Wait, are we live?
That's a good question. It doesn't seem
Oh,
like we are live, but if we are live, then welcome to the most confused beginning of a live stream in the history of the Fivers.
intro.
If you're here, thank you for joining, despite the technical difficulties. It does look like we're live. I'm watching YouTube right now, and I'm here, and you are
Okay,
here.
are we live on YouTube? Okay, sweet. Well, what is good, everybody? Good
Oh, we're live.
morning.
Good, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. This streaming platform of ours is seems to be having some issues because I am not seeing what I should be seeing. Let's see if I can share my screen. If it's possible to share the screen and see if it actually pops up on the screen. I'm gonna change to mine. All right, we got a nice little new background here. I can see as well. Very black. It says join the 10-year celebration. That's right. Fiverr's getting as old as my trading career.
Double figures now. Have you been in the career 10 years? Oh,
Yeah.
what's going
on? You're good. You're good. Think so.
I have no idea what's happened on my side then. Oh no. Okay, no. Now I'm back. Okay, yeah. Fair. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
right,
maybe it's the stream itself on my side.
Well, something's
10 years, man.
Something's happening. Yeah. So I want to. This is so frustrating to me because we're looking at USD/JPY here because this is CAD/JPY. Let's go back to USD/JPY. So this is USD/JPY that we're watching right here, and I've been following this pair for quite a long time. Beginning of last year in January, we talked about a potential top being put in here after reaching that high. We were right about that, and USD/JPY then went down 1,900 pips to the downside, or a full 12% move to the downside. I remember we caught this move live here on the live stream. We held it for several weeks, I believe. I think we entered somewhere here and then sold it at the range GQ, obviously way too early. Now, we then came down and we hit these levels right here. And I want to remind you all of a chart that we pulled up back at that time, which is this one right here. It's a very simple idea. You can see below we got I believe this is the RSI. So you can see how we hit these range lows. The RSI was low, and we were basically the argument was that USD/JPY was entering a new bull cycle within this range. But at the same time, we also had discussions between me, LJ, and Dirk on how USD/JPY should be lower. It should be trading much lower. And I think this is a really good example of where you need to have conviction in your trading ideas, but you need to be able to switch off those convictions very, very quickly. I don't know what that's saying. It probably someone in the comment can help me with this. Basically, the saying goes that have full conviction in the trading ideas, but then get ready to throw those convictions out as soon as they're invalidated. And I was arguing that, saying like, okay, but technically it looks like USD/JPY wants to move higher, but then fundamentally it looks like USD/JPY wants to move lower. And the idea that the markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent basically means that you think, based on fundamental reasons, that USD/JPY should be much, much lower, but it never goes lower. What happened was this. So this was what we talked about in April of last year. And we said, you know what? USD/JPY is probably going to break down from a fundamental perspective, and it's probably going to come down and test this level, because a lot of people talked about that's the fair value of USD/JPY. But it rallied before hitting that high and having this huge move to the downside, which is mostly based on the new prime minister being elected in Japan. It rallied almost 2,000 pips to the upside, or 14% to the upside, before that whole idea of USD JPY moving lower materialized, right? So it took about 40 weeks for that idea to potentially become confirmed. So you start talking about something and you say, well, it's not rational for USD JPY to be trading at these levels. It should be much lower. And what happened is USD JPY rallies 2,000 pips to the upside, and then it starts playing around, along those rules of being priced lower. So just a very good example of macro analysis is really, really good. Fundamental analysis is really, really good to give you a context of the market. I give you that macro backdrop. It can really help you understand, the full range of probabilities. But in my opinion, technicals is really where um, you see what's happening and you can follow the trends and you can react to what's actually happening. And of course, the best type of setups is where you have the macro backdrop and the technicals aligning. But this was actually a case where technicals showed you that USD JPY wanted to move higher. Fundamentals showed us that USD JPY moved lower. But the thing with fundamentals is you never know why. You know that something might be breaking, something might be moving, but you never know why. And this is a great example of that. So that's USD JPY in this long-term analysis that we did following last year. And if we go to the current prices here, what I'm watching is obviously this range here from a weekly perspective. We can see huge volatility coming in over the course of the last few weeks. And this is because of the election in Japan, where you had the new prime minister winning by a landslide, and the market priced in her to be dovish, but it kind of caught everyone by surprise, I believe, when she talked about doing everything in her power to work with the Bank of Japan to stabilize the currency, whatever. Which caused these moves. So I think one of the potential best trades in the next few days or the next few weeks would be playing USD JPY and the Nikkei. So if we go and look at the Nikkei or Japan 225, or use the JP 225, which is the Japanese stock index, I think we have massive, massive opportunities right here. The question is, will the trend continue on this index, which if we look at the weekly, this is the most likely case is for a trend like this to continue. Stock indices tend to move higher. The question is, where do we enter this move? I would like to look for longs on the Nikkei, and then potentially it's a bit problematic with USD JPY because it has already moved so far to the downside. Where do we have the JPY pairs? We have it right here. It's already moved quite far to the downside. So the question is, and I think this is quite oversold, right? I think USD JPY is oversold. And I do suspect that we might have a bullish move to the upside. And you guys know me, I like the local short reload zone. You can see of this move to the downside, we got the short reload zone here. This is also where the top of that move happened. So what we could probably, with some probabilistic conviction, is that we have a trend line here. And if we add the fibs of this down move, we can somewhat see that these fibs align with the trend line right around that area. Right here, around the, let's say, the 25th of February, which is from current date, 52 bars in the 4 hour. On the daily, that's 9 bars. We got nine trading days, I believe, from here to here. And that's one of the trades that I'm looking at, from this support up to the reload zone, hitting that that trend line and the reload zone converging. And if we then look for some type of confirmation, I want to see a break of structure on the lower time frames. And we can see here that we have fairly clean market structure here. I'm just going to write it out, simplified it like this. And you can see the overall higher highs, I mean the lower highs and lower lows. We have a potential higher high, potential higher low right here. So already we are starting to see that rounded bottom formation coming in. That is usually what you see when you create a bottom. It's also worth noting that today we have the US initial jobless claims, and tomorrow we have the US CPI. And following the NFP numbers that we had yesterday, the CPI numbers can actually, add fuel to the fire of the Nikkei and the yen markets. But this is what I'm looking at right here. Now, what I want to see also, perhaps we can go through the RSI here on the daily. The RSI was very oversold on that move. Its price is coming down greatly into this area, but RSI is creating a potential higher low here. So it shows that momentum recovered quite nicely here. On the daily, we can add to the OBV. We still see that the OBV is very, very strong. Lots of buying pressure still here. We have positive divergence between price and OBV, higher highs, higher lows on OBV, lower highs and lower lows on price. On the 4-hour, we are seeing RSI well oversold and recovering right here. I like that. Perfect, exactly like we got right here. And we do have also a potential bullish divergence here on the RSI as well, with higher lows on RSI and lower lows on price. Now, one thing I would like to see here for this to be valid is a break of structure on the OBV. Because as you can see right here, we do have, if you follow the behavior of the OBV here, we have the unbalanced volume creating a range here, breaking out of that range right here. As price is breaking out of that level, starts moving higher on the OBV, price moves higher, OBV forms range, price forms range and it breaks down, price moves down, OBV at the bottom forms a range. The breakout above that level on the OBV could potentially confirm exactly what we see right here. And the fact that this range happens well above this one on the OBV, but price is equal, tells us that there's still a lot of buying pressure and a lot of interest from the bulls here, according to the volume profile of the OBV. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be adding an alert on the OBV. So you can add alerts on the indicators and not just price. So right above that level, or well, actually, I'm going to start with that. I'll be adding an alert right here. Wait, it's going to be, no, I can do that. Okay, so we're going to do that one. I got a warning here. Yeah, let's do that anyway. And then I'm going to be adding a horizontal here as well. Right, so a break above that one, and we then have a possible confirmation. Now, going back into the lower time frames, we have, I like what we're seeing right here. I do like what we're seeing. So if USD/JPY is going to move to the upside, and we're potentially going to hit the targets above here, also I got to make sure that the risk to reward of this is good enough. So that's probably going to look something like this. Got the horizontal level right here, and then TP should be somewhere up here, and we could expect that to take somewhere around nine days. So we got the breakout.
You're looking at that as a potential swing, then that's like your swing trading.
Yeah, well, if you look at if you look at how long did it take for USD/JPY to move from like that breakout level to that high, well, it took 6 days. So some type of swing trade it would be here. but
Yeah,
you never know.
thanks.
It can happen in one day. You never really know. So I'm not trying to like time it, but I'm just trying to set some expectations for how long I should be in this trade. So let's assume that it can take somewhere between 5 and 10 days. This is the move that I'm looking at on USD JPY. I'm going to be adding an alert here on price as well. Now, if we go to the Nikkei, I believe that these two markets are going to move inversely, or at least this trade is going to move inversely to each other. So USD JPY moving higher, the Nikkei potentially moving lower to test a support level. So at the time when I'm planning to exit USD JPY, I'm looking to enter and buy the dip on the Nikkei, which is then we will look at the 1 hour, and we're going to try to project prices forward 5 to 10 days. So what we can do is we can, from that daily candle, 5 days is right here. Let's add a level here, and we're just going to say 5 days. And then we project that forward 10 days. We'll make the same with this one. Right, so we got 5 days and 10 days. And somewhere in between here, I think we should be looking for buy the dip opportunity. And we can see how long has it taken to, or how far down did the Nikkei move in previous corrections from the top. So we already have the top here. We broke down locally. So what we can do is we can add from that one to here. That's 16 bars. Puts me around here. So I think we're going to have a deeper retrace than that one. So if we measure the fibs of this whole move down here, I'm thinking that we might have a move like this. But it's probably not going to move in a straight line. We're probably going to get something like this. Let me do that again. Okay, so from the low and then to the high, we had a rejection up to that high area, and then we might move lower here. I'm thinking something like this is what I'm looking at, and then I would be holding the Nikkei up to potentially the highs. And the risk to reward of this trade, I'm looking at a somewhere between 2 and 3. So those are the two of the setups I'm watching right now. It's the Nikkei and USD JPY. We can actually go back to USD JPY here and overlay the Nikkei to this. And here you can clearly see the inverse correlation between the orange being USD JPY and the blue being the Nikkei, with a convergence between somewhere around this level. So when I take profit on USD JPY, I'm looking to also enter a trade on the Nikkei.
Oh.
Sorry, I had.
I was going to say, what just happened?
I'm like, I got panic. I'm like, I can't do this on camera. I'm going to be recorded.
When it comes to when it comes to managing your swing trading as well, how do you feel when it comes to high impact news? Because I was just looking, we've just had high impact news for the pound, came out about 2 hours ago, so it came about 7 a.m. UK time. But we've also got news coming out at 9:30 p.m. my time, local time, which is 1:30 p.m. GMT. So we've got the unemployment claims. Now, unemployment claims is one of those where it is high impact news, but it's not the biggest mover in the world. You know, it's not it's not a big scary news event, but however, it's still high impact. When it comes to your trading strategy, when it comes to actually swing trading, how do you manage around news?
So it's a good question. Now, what I try to do is I try to mostly trade on the daily time frames and make sure that I have wide enough stops to absorb any type of impact on price from these major news events. The only danger would be if there's anything massively unexpected, some type of geopolitical event, Trump speaking, saying something unexpected, that makes the market move, hundreds of pips or hundred of pips, because I have usually stop losses of somewhere around maybe 50 to 100 pip when I start building a swing trading position. The position that we see here on USD JPY is a very tight stop loss compared to what I usually would do. So what I try to do is I try to determine, okay, what's the primary trend, and we can go out to this chart and we can see that the really there has only been, since the end of 2023, there has only really been, at least from my perspective and the way I trade with the primary trend, there's only been 1, 2, 3 good trades since 2023 on USD/JPY. But those trades, if played well, we're talking about like entry here, stop loss here. Like these trades are quite massive, because here you can clearly see that strong weekly bullish engulfing candle. That would be a strong signal that it's time to go long on this market. And then I could potentially, enter on that wick with a stop loss down here. And then I would probably get stopped out here. But if we assume that never happened, I would probably exit up here. So that's a 5R trade. And if I risk 1% or even 2% on a personal account, we're talking about it's going to take a long time, but it's 26 weeks or so of a hold. If you're talking about a personal, like long-term investment trade, that would make you potentially, with 2% risk, would make 10% profit of that trade alone. And then let's say you take off 1% for swaps and fees and everything, so you get 9 to 8% of profit for a little bit less than 6 months. So if you're able to get on one trade that type of profit for half a year, and then you have 40 other markets that you're watching as well, you only really need a couple of trades like that to get the type of returns that would outperform the S&P as a benchmark, and probably do so with a less risk as well. Now, this is usually how I'm trading, with my personal account and more of my investments. When it comes to prop firms, that's not really a profitable way of doing things, because the swaps are too big. Prop firms doesn't really want you to hold positions for long. They want you to trade intraday. Same with brokers. They want you to trade. The more active you are, the more money they make. And with props, the more active you are, it's a much smaller chance of being profitable if you're trading lower time frames. You need to be much more skilled. You need to have much more psychological resilience to be trading lower time frames. Swing trading is it's like a part-time job. Day trading is a full-time job, right? Swing trading is just, it's relaxing. So back to your question, a trade like this is not being influenced or affected by the schedule economic news releases, because the way I'm moving the stops, all of that liquidity is being absorbed by the wide stop loss. I can show you an example of a trade I'm in right now, which is AUD/NCD. And this is one I've been holding for 2 months now. And you can see here that it's just, oh wait, it's gotta go back to, just give me a second here. It's the wrong chart. Which one is it? That one, and then it's AUD/NCD here. But so this is a two-month hold, and I'm not being, okay, where's the actual drawings? Here it is. The long should be loading. Yeah, okay, so this is, I've entered this one beginning of December, and currently I have my stop loss here. So initial stop loss was obviously down here, and then with that breakout, I'm moving stops here. And if price moves like this, then I'll be moving my stop up here. So it's just about identifying a trend and then just riding that trend and making sure that the stop loss is so wide that the usual spikes in volatility is not taking out my stop losses. So what you can do is you can look at the historic ATR of an asset, and then you can make sure that you always have your stop loss based on the historic ATR. And then what you can do, you can look at all the economic news releases. What has been a typical ATR move, or the max ATR move, around a major news event? And then you make sure to always have your stop loss in a place so that it exceeds the max ATR after a major news event. That way you're secured from any type of volatility. So ATR is great to know because you know the nature of the volatility of an asset. And these are the things that it's just not possible. I mean, maybe not possible is the wrong wording, but it's very, very difficult to use this type of portfolio level risk management on a day trading strategy, because when you're day trading, you're always at risk of massive volatility out of nowhere. You're always at risk of having your stop loss being hit, and that is just the nature of the game, right? If the trade moves against you, that's the cost of playing this game, right? So if you're on the lower time frames, you just have to assume that I have no idea what's going to happen. Anything can happen, and the stop loss can be hit in any moment because I know that I'm trading well within the historic ATR levels of any type of unexpected news. So it's two different mindsets, right? When I'm on the higher time frames, when I'm swing trading, it's all about just following the market, following price, and following the overall direction of the market. But when I'm in the lower time frames, it's all about squeezing out that extra within a day's worth of price action. But there's a lot of risk, obviously, associated with that. I
think when you go on.
Am I out, or is it you? Okay, because I can't see anything here
I can see you and hear you. You
Let's
seem
see
okay
if it's
here.
me or what's going on here.
Can you hear me okay? Jonathan, can you hear me? Okay, so we can hear Jonathan.
Okay, I got to reload.
Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say,
I
we
can't
can hear you and see you. Okay, that's fine. Oh, never mind. I think he's refreshed his page. Okay, I'll tell you what. I think he's lost connection quick, so I'll go ahead and bring my screen up real quick while Jonathan loses connection. Dude, that was a lot of value from Jonathan there. So when it comes to actually trading mindset in the higher time frame and the lower time frame as well, I feel like as intraday traders, especially lower time frame, almost scalp intraday traders, I find that our mindset shifts a little bit more differently to expecting those larger flows with the market. So when we take fundamental and higher time frame into consideration. We can use those as confluence to really push and flow with the market. Whereas on an intraday, almost like a scalping point of view, we're just trying to squeeze every pipette we can. And sometimes, not always, we still can use fundamentals as a confluence. I do think that we should, and I feel like I should a little bit more often or a little bit more. However, the more that I do edge a couple of my more strategies into swing trading or a little bit longer term, I am starting to learn and understand the fundamentals a bit better. Now, however, that being said, when I'm on the lower time frames, I feel like even when I take into consideration the fundamentals, even when I take into consideration all the news that could affect the price at the time, I find that because I'm on a 5-minute time frame, even when news is printed or even when the news comes out, it still has the opportunity to wick me out before moving in the overall trend direction. And that is why I tend not to be in news on my intraday strategies, especially when I'm on the 5-minute. However, when I am on the the higher time frame, I can actually hold through news because therefore I can use confluences with the fundamentals to push and flow with the direction of price. Therefore, if price wants to wick a little bit or move down a little bit or pull back a little bit and then continue in the intended original direction, my stop loss, like Jonathan has just mentioned, is large enough due to the fact that I placed the trade on a higher time frame that I'm able to stay within the trade. So I think I think Jonathan, you hit the nail on the head there, mate, when it comes to the different mentalities between swing trading and day trading, certainly when it comes to fundamentals.
Yeah, and again, like you don't need um, you don't need fundamentals. You to be a trader, you don't necessarily need fundamentals unless you're a fundamental trader and you're trading based on fundamentals. There's a lot of good, very very good traders out there trading based on um, fundamentals. Really really good traders. But there, I've also seen a lot of interviews with like top portfolio managers and hedge funds managers saying that yes, fundamentals matter, but uh, Stan Druckenmiller, I think it's called. He's can't remember with which firm he's with, but he's the legendary investor, right? And he said that usually gets a report with he gets a report with a bunch of charts, and it's usually from the charts, it's from price where he gets the idea. Like the price action tells him what he should be researching. He's very heavy into fundamental research, and most of the investments and the portfolio building at his firm is done via fundamental analysis, right? But it doesn't start with fundamental analysis. It always starts with price action. Because imagine that you're scanning the markets and you see one stock that is like, wait a minute, this is trading very low. It's oversold compared to the benchmark, compared to other stocks in the same sector, and we're starting to see bullish volume coming in. We're starting to see potential accumulation patterns here. At that point, it's time to start researching that stock, right? Now, technical traders, they know that, they see that, and then they just wait for a breakout. But the people combining technicals and fundamentals, they see maybe that, wow, fundamentals are really, really good. Price is preparing for a breakout, and they start accumulating within this zone. And that's how you get the breakouts. That's how you get accumulation zones. That's, because smart money, as we call it, smart money knows all of this, and they start buying that stock because of the fundamentals, right? So fundamentals drive the market, but it's really a combination that creates the professional traders. We have a comment here, by the way. Strong convictions, loosely held. That is exactly what I was looking for earlier in the live stream when we talked about you have to have very strong convictions. Strong convictions, loosely held is a very good saying in trading. Basically, what it means is it means that you should have 100% conviction on your trading idea, but as soon as it's invalidated, you forget about it, like it never happened.
Yeah, I like that. feel like not a lot of traders have that ability. A lot of traders you find will have an idea and then it'll be invalidated, and they won't like the idea that has been invalidated because they're wrong, and no one likes to be told that they're wrong. Now, the ability to accept that you're wrong, move on, and try and find an area where you could be right next time is a skill in itself.
Definitely.
Make this
Definitely.
white. That's better. Just looking at gold at the moment, so trying to see what's going on with that. Gold, I'm waiting for a breakout on this high. Let me have a look at which high it is exactly, and let me get the 5078 level. If we can get a break and close above the 5078 level, we're seeing on the 15 and the 5 really nice price action. The 15 pure consolidation. I want to break above this high. If we can break and close above this high, it's that sort of initial break out of that consolidation, showing disrespect to the stagnant price and showing that it's trying to move into a higher direction. However, on the 5-minute, the order flow is absolutely textbook. We've got this low here. We start moving higher, consolidation, break and close above the consolidation, continuation higher, pull back, failure to break and close below this consolidation here, meaning creating a higher low. However, what we have done, and I've marked out just here so you can see it, is we have got a wick just below this low here, which is super nice because it's failed to break and close under. So what it has done is it's broken under, rejected, and then actually after rejecting, it's pushed price in the opposing direction. Price is pushed up, consolidated, pushed up one more time, come back down, attempted to break below this, rejected it completely, failed to break, broke and closed above this high, waiting for a further break above this high before a pullback and continuation higher. That would be lovely if we can
Yeah.
get that on gold. If we can get that on gold, that would be perfect price action, and I will not hesitate to enter on price on that. Same goes with euro at the moment, actually. To be fair, euro's quite nice. Not as nice due to the fact that we've got a little bit of sort of ambiguous price action here. I'm not too keen on this this price movement. You know, we've got this consolidation here from yesterday. We had this nice big move. This was the news. We've pulled back. Thought that this would be a pullback before continuation down. It wasn't. Instead, we've just sort of slowly dribbled in this channel down. Now, this is the first breakout. In fact, if I actually go ahead and grab I'm not going to get a... Oh, is this a channel line? It is indeed. Let me just grab a channel line. This is the first break of the channel just over here. So this is a nice area here to keep an eye on, as it is a breakout of that trend zone or of that idea of direction. Now, this could be a potential area to be looking at a reversal in trend, or a shift or a continuation in trend, depending on what the higher time frame is doing. What we're also looking at is a break of structure of this high here. Now, if we can break and close above this high, which we seem to be doing on the 15-minute, absolutely beautiful price action, dropping down to the 5-minute, it looks, again, even more textbook. We have got a consolidation here, which you guys know that I love a good consolidation. It's basically Richard Butler's like rally-based, rally-drop-based drop theory, but with a little bit more time involved. So I know that Rich likes his... they're almost like, they're not order blocks, but they're not consolidations. They're like a sort of like a mix of both. Whereas mine are, it's basically the exact same, but over a longer stunt in time, which is a consolidation. Now, this consolidation area here, we've got a break and close above, super, super nice. I want to see a pullback, ideally, if we can. We have got a close on the 5-minute, but, oh, actually, we've got a close on the 15 as well. Okay, that changes the game just a little bit, because that's actually quite nice. I am going to put an alert here. I'm going to put an alert down here. I'm going to see what it does. If we can tap this alert, then I'm going to be potentially looking at getting in on price around this area here, because price is moving quite nicely on euro. I'm going to take a look at the pound, and then I'll take a look at the Dixie. Okay, so down, yeah, ideally it'd be in this box here. We'll see. So let's have a look, quick glance over on the pound. Again, something very similar with the pound. The hourly doesn't look as nice. We can see that we have broken on the hourly candle that we're currently on. We still got another 44 minutes now before this hourly candle closes. However, we got a break and close above this low here. Dropping down to the 15-minute, we can see that we've got consolidation zone here. We've got consolidation zone here. Nice candle push up, so really nice bull candle. Then we again consolidate. We sort of hold price still and steady for a bit, and then again a nice 2-candle push up. Didn't quite, or just about, we managed to close above the wick. If we go down one last time onto the 5-minute, this wick is a little bit iffy. I'm not too keen on the wick being so high in the rejection zone. However, we have got, again, some really textbook price when it comes to the pound dollar. So we've got consolidation, breakout, break and close, potential pullback area coming. Again, a break and close above this high as well. Oh, look at that. Freehand straight line. God, don't get that too often. Not only that, if we look over to the left, we can see potential areas that we can take out as TP zones. We've got this high here, which we can look at chasing up to. We've also got this high here, which was just before the news yesterday, which we can also look at targeting up to. And then we've got this last high from yesterday morning as well. There we go.
You said something about a straight line. You said you don't see that often. What was that?
Oh, I drew a straight line freehand.
All right, I thought it was some type of TA thing.
No, there's nothing technical about it. I was just impressed with myself for drawing a straight line.
Yeah, I like
gold.
I really like gold. Gold, it looks like it wants to break out for sure.
Yeah. If we can get a nice little pullback now, I think I'd be curious to enter on that. The only issue is we haven't quite broken above the 50-70 yet. I keep an eye on it. I'm gonna keep an eye, see how it goes. Pound dollar, I'm not too interested in right now. I'd rather enter into euro dollar, which seems to be moving rather nicely at the moment. And then Dixie should be relatively bearish, if my analysis seems correct, which it is. It is rather bearish. Well, I say that, it's not actually rather bearish. It's actually technically consolidating whilst attempting to move into higher highs. But if we can break and close below this low, then it will be rather bearish. Now, however, if we look at the candlestick characteristics, we've got short, choppy, there it is. We've got short, choppy candles moving up, and then we've got big candles moving down. Short, choppy candles moving up, big candle moving down. That is the easiest way to identify strength and trend, in my opinion. And I've just had an alert hit on euro. So therefore I'm going to keep this on trading view right now. I'm not going to move on to another pair. I'm going to keep an eye on euro and decide where I enter in from. I think it's got a little bit lower to go first, but I'm going to be really interested in entering very soon. It's going to be a good day when we'll draw a straight line on MT5 freehand on the first try. That is very true. That's very true. MGN is not on MT5 yet. I will move over onto MT5 in a bit if euro can do what I want it to do. And then we will find out if it's going to be a good day. Let's have a bit of a catch up with chat as well, by the way, guys. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. We are just super busy diving deep into the analytics of the markets. So good day, Craig. How you doing, my friend? Good morning, Utulric. I'm sorry if I butchered that. I'm rubbish with names. How are you doing? Good morning to you. MGN, greetings. Well, hello, sir. Good day, good day, good day. What is good? Shane Joyce, how you doing? And welcome to the Fivers live trading room. So glad that you are all here from the guys in the background as well. Henry, good evening to you too. How are you doing, my friend? Please like the stream as you join us reach more traders. Absolutely, it does help us reach more traders indeed. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the channel because, guys, I'm 90% sure. Double check for me, guys. Let me know. Put it in chat as well what number we're on exactly. But I'm 90% sure we have now hit 98k. That is absolutely insane. Smash that like button as well, guys, for us. Let's try and interact with the stream and push it out in front of more like-minded traders. And if you are new here, guys, please subscribe to the channel and share the channel. It does mean a huge amount because not only have we got the 10-year anniversary coming up next week, which you can indeed sign up for and join us on our celebrations, link in the description below. However, also, we do have some awesome stuff potentially in the pipeline when we get to 100,000 subscribers. So yeah, let's try and get as quick as we can and as close as we can to that. Raphael, good morning, guys. What is good, Raphael? How you doing, brother? We've got Stumza saying good morning. Yo, what is happening? Also, here's the link to the 10-year celebration. So it is also in the description below. But if not, it is also in chat now. So you have zero excuse. There is going to be massive giveaways. Over $2 million worth of giveaways in this celebration as well. So make sure you get yourself in it because if you're not in there, you will not receive any of these prizes and awards in the giveaway. So make sure you get in it to win it. Louis, good morning, team. Yo, Louis, what is happening, my friend? How you doing? Shane saying, yeah, you're live. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, we had a bit of technical difficulties this morning, but glad that that's all sorted now. Good morning, all. Yo, what's good? Darth Linux.
I gotta restart here. There's something with my connection or PC or something. Everything I can't see you or anything, so I need to. I'm gonna have to restart the PC. Fine. I'll be back soon. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sweet, John. No problems. And then there was one. I'll tell you what, you know, while Jonathan's not here, let's get some music going. Let's have some chill vibes. There we go. Awesome stuff. So let's continue to say hello to absolutely everybody in chat. Make sure that you come in and say good morning to us. Make sure that you let us know what you're trading today. And if you want me to take a look at any other pairs whilst I wait for Euro USD to set up, then please do drop it in chat as well. And if you want to flex, if you want to brag about how much you earned this week, if you want to flex and brag about how your trade analysis played out, then absolutely do so, and we shall indeed brag together. But in the meantime, we have got Jen Rodder saying yes, what is good? Theola saying good morning, Jonathan and William. Good morning, everyone. What is good, Theola? How are you doing, brother? CC Cat Lady, Will is so grumpy today. I don't think I'm grumpy. I think I'm pretty happy today. But apparently she thinks I'm grumpy. Craig's still alive. Yes, absolutely, my man. Yeah, you are live. Good morning from Ghana. Yo, what is good, man? Good morning to you as well, coming from Hong Kong. We're diving deep into today's market analysis. Hit the like and subscribe to support the stream. Guys, yes, please do that. It does mean a huge amount to us, so please definitely do that. Strong convictions, loosely held, Jonathan. Yes, indeed, that is a fantastic saying. Good morning, Unbiased Trader. How you doing, my man? John saying a wise man always changes his mind. That sounds controversial. That sounds like it shouldn't be true. Like, should a strong man really change his mind? But at the same time, say, yeah, you know what? A strong man, a wise man. A wise man should be able to change his mind and not stick to his old ways. Indeed, it takes a lot to change your mind and accept that you're wrong. So a wise man definitely will happily change his mind. I like to say, be so open-minded that your brain will fall out. Luckily, I'm so open-minded, but I don't have a brain to worry about it falling out. Hence why I am a trader. Hence why I'm an intraday trader. Good morning, beautiful people. Best trading session for gold and US 100 and US 30. Well, that's a really interesting question. It depends on what you're looking at. Cartoons at works. That's a cool name. Yeah, so it depends what you're looking at. So US 100, which is the NASDAQ, or US Tech, whatever you want to look at it as. US 30, which is the Dow Jones, and gold, which is XAU USD gold. So the first two, or technically the last two in order of the comment, being the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones, obviously is going to be the New York session because they are US stocks, they're US indices. So if you're going to be trading US indices, then the New York session is going to be the most volatile or the most volumetric time to be trading those. That's going to be the best session. However, don't forget as well, depending on how you trade, if you're a London trader, if you're coming from the UK, or if you're in Asia like I am at the moment, then maybe it's not viable to be trading New York, or maybe you're going to be super tired because it's going to be super early in the morning, like sort of 12 a.m. to like 2 a.m. Then just be very careful. Maybe it's actually better off to be trading in the London session. But if time's not an issue, then it's probably most optimal to be trading US session. However, for gold, any session, absolutely any session, or they all trade gold, and it's very volumetric and high volume in all sorts of sessions. US 30 is going up. Let's have a look at the US 30. US 30 is going up. It does seem to be pretty bullish at the moment. Let's see if we can get some more moves, because we say it's going up on the 15-minute. It seems to be consolidating quite a little bit over here, and we haven't yet broken these highs. So jump down to the 5-minute again, guys. The candlestick characteristics here, it's a little bit stumpy with a lot of wickage. So I wouldn't want to be trading that right now. However, if we jump up onto the 4-hour, you can see really nice price. Yes, it is going up as far as trend is concerned, but as far as intraday is concerned, then it's a little bit slow for my liking. But yes, going up nonetheless. I would like to see a break and close above this previous high first, though. You might be interested in looking for a long on Swiss yen. Okay, let's have a look at CHFJPY. Let's have a look on Oanda. You said a long, I believe. Henry's looking at going long, my friend. Okay. Let's start on the 1 hour. Where would we be looking? Okay, so we got this consolidation here on the 1 hour with Swiss yen. However, we've got this consolidation. We've got this lower high here. Oh, look at that, another freehand straight line. However, we've also broken and closed below this area here, which is telling me that we've actually put in a lower low and we're pulling back. So this is going to be a lower or equal low continuing trend direction to the downside unless we can break and close above that and continue something a little bit like this. So super interesting, Henry. I like the look of that, especially on the lower time frames. If we're going down to the lower time frame, the micro order flow, I want to call it, because again, it's not the higher time frame order flow, it is the lower time frame in like sort of internal structure, should we call it, does look really nice for some potential long ideas. We've got this consolidation zone here. We have closed below it, mind, but let's just pretend we're not at the charts right now, so we didn't see this, and we saw it move above, and we eventually got the break and close above here. We got a consolidation which actually wicked these highs. Yeah, I couldn't have done it. Yeah, I'm trying to persuade myself to see a long. And as far as the direction, basic order flow trend is shaping up. Yes, I like the idea of a long. And I'd probably be looking at longing from here. And I probably would have been tapped in by this wick here as well. However, as far as my strategy and my discretion is concerned, I wouldn't have been able to trade this. However, nonetheless, if we can break and close above this high here, then yes, I think that we will be looking at potentially validating some long ideas. Wait for 1 hour body candle to close above the Asia high. Yes, indeed, my friend. I think we got to wait for some more or some better validation first. The DAX 40 closed gap. Wow, that's an asset I haven't heard in some time. Let's go into the DAX. DAX, the beautiful mighty DAX. Let's have a look. Has it closed the gap? Not quite. Nearly. It's nearly closed the gap. It's okay, fractionally mind on the 4 hour, which I haven't said that on the. We drop down to the 5. Okay, yeah, it's only fractional, but it hasn't quite closed it yet. However, this bullish price action is beautiful. Look at that for consolidation. Look at that for a breakout. Perfect breakout on the consolidation. We broke above these highs as well, and we pulled back perfectly what looks like the 50 fill of this move here. Yeah, so that's the 6-1, so that's going to be around about the 50 fill. That looks delicious for some long opportunities. So if anyone actually caught the DAX, please let me know. Like, I want to know if anyone actually caught some long opportunities in the DAX recently over the past couple of days. There's been some really nice moves in the DAX. Sam, the Sniper VWAP, saying high fivers. Yo, what's good, man? How you doing, Sam? Good to see you in, bro. Joel Trades, absolute top-notch analysis. Absolutely, John Tan is an absolute legend with his analysis, and I'm just going to pretend that you're also complimenting me, so thank you very much. But yeah, absolutely, you don't get it anywhere else, guys. This, there's a massive amount of massive wealth of knowledge and experience in the Fivers community. So make sure you do stick around, because it's not just myself and Jonathan. In about 20-ish minutes time, we've got a couple other guys coming through, and then in a couple hours time again, we've got some more guys coming on, and vice versa, and it keeps on going and going and going, because we've got so many guests on bringing their value to and their experience to the stream. Doing some live trading and some live analysis, all types of analysis as well, guys. Like we got LJ and Dirk with the macro. We got myself and Rich with the technicals. We've also got Jonathan, which is like a bit of a hybrid of both, and we've got all sorts of other fantastic traders in the background waiting to come on a little bit later on. We even had the CEO on yesterday, so if you did miss that, go over and check out yesterday's live stream where we had Sol, the CEO, talking and trading live with you guys. Hi all, yo, what is good? Caesar, how you doing, my friend? Edgeman saying, are you planning on checking out the Euro USD? You have just reminded me to check the Euro USD because I wanted to be trading it. So let's go back and have a look, shall we? Yes, okay, it's looking really nice. Still waiting, my friend. I'm still waiting, but it is looking rather nice at the moment. Where do I don't know where I want to see it pull back to, though. That's the issue. I think I want to see it pull back into this area here. If we can pull back into that area, then I think I'll be looking at longing. But we'll see. We'll see. AUD USD longs, your views. Well, let's have a look, my friend. AUD USD. Odd dollar. AUD USD. Let's jump up to the 1 hour. I like jumping onto the 1 hour. I feel like the 4 hours is very specific. I feel like if you're going to be on the 4 hour time frame, I feel like you're going to be either a swing trader or looking for something a little bit more specific. I feel like the 1 hour is that perfect sort of, you can get to understand what's happening on the lowers and the higher time frame all at once in one time frame. I feel like that's the hourly. Okay, let's have a look. So, I mean, at the moment, I'm not looking at much. Had we have seen it from here, I'd be saying, okay, yeah, nice. There's going to be some potential moves for some upside movement here. But we haven't really seen much here. And then we went ahead and broke and closed under here. So honestly, I'm not seeing much. Not much of a close. So if anything, a double wick above. Break and close below. And we've just failed to create higher highs since. We are consolidating, however, here. It's like a downwards consolidation trend. You know, we are technically putting in lower lows-ish, but it's more of a consolidation in my eyes. I'm not seeing anything. It's a little bit heavier towards the downside or towards the to the bear moves due to the fact that we have broken and closed under this. However, we have got this low here, which I think I'd rather see break and close about below before I start selling off on this. However, if I wanted to buy, I'd want to be above this zone here. So there'd be my two zones that I'd be looking at. I don't think I'd want to see much until one of these two have been broken. I suppose if you're trading intraday structure, like really like micro structure, you could wait for a breakout of this consolidation, which would be this high here. Break out of that high, break and close above, and then a continuation. That, yeah, there's potential that could happen. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I'm not. I don't know. I don't really like AUD USD. It's not the nicest in my eyes.
All right.
Well, hello. He's back.
Yeah. All right. Looks better now.
Awesome stuff. Unbiased trader saying, for me, fundamentals or technicals don't matter. It's all about risk and mind management. I like this because I kind of agree with you, because I have got a saying that every strategy works. Now, some strategies are more probable, some strategies are more profitable, some strategies have a higher win rate, others have a lower win rate. Of course, there's such a large variety of different types of strategies. However, they all work. Almost guaranteed, every single strategy works to some nth degree. However, what will stop a strategy from working is mind management and risk management. What will create a strategy to work is mind management and risk management. You can have the most profitable strategy in the world and fail as a trader, and then someone with the worst strategy in the world can be a better trader than you and more profitable than you if he's got a fantastic risk management model. So I do fully agree with you there, unbiased trader. I will give you that one.
Yes, I do like that comment as well. I think. Wait a second. I just have a message I need to answer.
Dim problem, not problemo. Dude, I've just seen this going here. We are less than 1,800 subscribers away from 100,000 subs. Like, share, and subscribe. Guys, less than 1,800 away from 100k. Bro, that's insane. Guys, first things first, those who have subscribed, you're all absolute bloody legends. And we're super grateful for you guys to be in, and we love you all. So thank you very much for joining us. Those who haven't already, come join the best, the biggest, and the fastest growing community on planet Earth when it comes to trading.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's very cool to see almost 100,000 subscribers. That's quite amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing feat. Is the feet? Do you say feet? I think about feet. My foot, feet, but it's also feet, a feet, to actually get to 100k, right? You're the English person here. FEAT.
FEAT.
Really? Really?
Feet.
Okay.
Feet.
Time for some English lesson. FEAT. What's a feat? A feat is an achievement that requires great courage, skill, or strength. That's a feat. FEAT. Now, if you're like, Will,
I don't think
you're
I've ever heard that used in a sentence.
if you're like, Will, you're probably thinking about FEET, and that is the lower extremity of the leg below the ankle, or on which a person stands or walks. Yeah, it can also be a projecting of a part on which a furniture stands. Depends on the biological nature of the thing. But going to 100k subscriber has nothing to do with people standing or walking, even though I am standing sometimes. This is a feat because it requires great courage, strength, and skills.
Dude, I've never heard that in a sentence. A feat.
Yep. Oh wow. Well, maybe it's American.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair. I mean, you've got defeat, which is to lose. So I mean, I suppose it'd just be the opposite.
Actually, no. It's it says that feat is neither exclusive American or British. It's a standard English word.
Wow, fair. So it's just so feat is just the opposite of defeat.
No. So defeat is failure, and then the opposite of defeat would be success, or it could be feat as well. But to be
that's what I mean.
is but to be defeated is you actually being defeated by someone else or something external, right? A feat is like you climb Mount Everest. That's a feat, but you can't be defeated by Mount Everest. You can, but not like in that sense.
I've just googled feat in a sentence. It was no mean feat. Bro, I've never heard of this word.
That is a bit weird. That's a bit weird. I think you're supposed to know that. I think it's like standard English things.
Yeah, it was the first time such a feat had been accomplished. It was no mean feat to get her to agree to come. She had 3 books. She bestselling this. What a remarkable feat. What? Mate, I mean, look, you learn something new every day, and that's why you got to be grateful for each lesson that comes. But man, I've never heard of that word in my entire life. Feat.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's go back to trading. Maybe that's where we should what we should be focused on.
Let's speak a language that apparently I can speak.
Yeah, the feet are the things I walk on. Yes, that is true. Got that right. Interesting markets for sure. We have some nice movements. Indices are definitely moving heavily lately. The futures traders, the indice traders are probably loving these markets.
Yeah, I
UK
feel like
100
euros.
looks strong.
I think I have the UK 100 here. No, I don't. I've got the HK50. I don't have the UK 100. Never mind. Oh. I think it's gonna be another day, or certainly another morning with no trades for me.
I'm gonna switch over to my screen and I'm gonna be
Yeah,
looking at
yeah.
gold. I do have this one that we talked about on Tuesday when I was. Oh, okay,
Jonathan,
that's just
I was gonna
me.
say, you have...
Well, look at that. So what we see right here is the eyes are almost perfectly in a horizontal trend line with the ears kind of showing some type of support and a very straight hairline where we can kind of create some type of potentially a breakout above the eyebrows into the resistance of the head
the
and
beard line.
potentially rejections at the head of a move down to the shoulders, creating a traditional head and shoulders pattern. I like that he's like, there's no screen. Yeah, I was doing Anastasiia.
Yeah.
All right.
I like this from Louis as well. He's Welsh, Jonathan. Yeah, that's fair. I'm Welsh. I'm not English.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Okay.
Okay.
So we got USD JPY here. No. This is gold. This is XAU USD. So last Tuesday was the 10th, and that was here when we had our last live stream. And I kind of view this as it looks very much like a breakout, but I'm going to be adding a horizontal line right there, and we see that it's not really a breakout. It's kind of hitting the... It's really inside this resistance zone, but it's obviously very close. I think that would be a good way measuring that, I believe. A little smaller, maybe like that. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of like that ascending triangle I'm watching. We got the measured move of this one up around the 5,500 level, the previous all-time high. Quite like this. I would love to see a break above this level. Range, yes, this is yeah, it's a little bit not very clear here because we do form a range here, but the thing with price action patterns is that they're never going to be perfect. I mean, we know what a perfect ascending triangle looks like. First of all, we have the entry from below, and then the perfect ascending triangle just looks like this, and then you have the breakout here. But price action is
Jonathan,
never...
again, or have I gone this time?
I'm here. You're here. We're here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Oh no. Have I gone as he
Oh,
gone?
the joy. Now we can talk about Will because he can't hear us. Or can you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
all
okay.
I heard was, now we can talk about Will.
Okay, you can hear me. Well, what I was saying is, you know, there's no loss in trading price action. The only law, the only rule is that there's certain guidelines, there's certain standards and benchmark when it comes to measuring moves and finding patterns, but you have the perfect pattern, but the price can just move all over the place within that pattern. And what's important is the context and the overall idea of price moving within the pattern. So even if we do have you know, this price moving within the range here and then breaking out, we still have the general idea of a ascending triangle, because it's important to understand the psychology behind the pattern and what it means. So right here we obviously have a huge sell-off. First of all, this is not a traditional ascending pattern, ascending triangle, because it needs to be entered from below, but it doesn't really matter because we know the context. We know that it's super bullish anyway. So comes into the pattern here, and buyers are defending this level, comes up into resistance, price move down to resistance, and buyers are defending this level, which is higher than that level, which means buyers are now stepping in and starting to defend prices higher than before, which means there's more conviction in buyers, which might mean that the people who bought here are not selling here, and the people coming in here are new buyers, right? So we already have buyers here, and now we got new buyers coming in, because if these people sold here, then we probably had, you know, bigger move to downside. So the psychology here is that buyers are becoming more confident, but sellers are firm in their beliefs of price being expensive up here, but the buyers have conviction in their ideas. So we got early buyers here pushing price higher, new buyers pushing price higher, and now price can't get down here because the buyers have conviction that gold should be trading here, and now we're starting to see a range, and that is the, you know, the equilibrium between the buyers and the sellers. And then if you have that breakout, that means that the buyers who have pushed price higher are now obviously are dominating the sellers and outperforming the sellers and kind of taking over the markets, and that's how you have that ascending triangle forming, and that's the psychology behind it. And if you understand the psychology behind it, you also understand that it doesn't have to follow the perfect rules of the patterns. It only needs to show that you have buyers slowly but surely taking control of the market within the pattern, and then when it breaks, buyers have confirmed the takeover. So it's all about psychology, really. So that's why I'm interested in gold here. The fact that it has not come down and hit that trend line doesn't tell me that the pattern is invalidated. It only tells me that there's more strength within the within this pattern. Okay. By the way, thank you for this comment. I love you, Donline e-commerce. That's such an original name. Your parents must really love you to name you Donline e-commerce. That's like, what should we name our kid? Name it after the business, you know, our e-commerce business. I know this is not your name. Your name is Kim, because you're very clearly adding that to all your comments. Thanks for that comment, Kim. Really appreciate it. Jonah Essence. Here's another one. What should we name our kid? Let's call it Essence. But that's actually a pretty cool last name, though. Jonah Essence. That is pretty badass if that's your real name. It's probably not, though. 5087. I'm in buy targeting 5087. But that's kind of like where we are, isn't it? 5. Okay, 5. Oh, so you're on like the lower time frames. 5.8. That's gonna be here. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it depends on where your stop loss is. But if you're, I would assume that you probably, maybe you bought the breakout here, or the breakout here. So I would say good trade here. Like if this is your setup, then I think that makes a lot of sense. I think 5087, which is your target here, is it's actually a really good level. If you want to be really conservative, I would probably put it at 5085, but 5087 is good as well. Now, why I think that's why I think that's important is the most recent price action is always the most important. Let's clean up the chart a little bit. I'm just going to remove the 4-hour stuff here.
Jonathan has got a fan. You are hilarious, Jonathan. Kim.
Thank you.
The real Rudy saying, is that gold? Yes, it is, my friend. It is indeed gold.
That is gold. Let's let me make the watermark a bit more visible so you can see.
507242 was the entry buy.
7242. Okay, what's the stop loss? Oh, okay, that's a good one. Do you have a stop loss? It should have a stop loss. Okay, so with that entry, I would actually look at another TP. So one thing that's very important with trading price action like this is to understand that the most recent price action is the most important price action. So what we're seeing right now is we do see price reacting to this level, and if we fall below this level, that might be a bad sign. We have a good level below here as well. But you know, if price goes down to your entry again, then I would close this trade. But then we're looking above, like where are the next resistance area? And what I like to look for is an area where you have a level that has recently been used as support and resistance. So here we have an interesting area, because within that zone, if we zoom in here, you can see that I think this was the last time really. Well, first you have the first one is actually this one. You can see that this is an untested level. If you ignore that wick, this is an untested level where you have price using it as resistance, support, and then breaking down. The next test of that level is going to be the first test. And you see that it did test that level perfectly right here on that wick. So that level, that intraday target, that has already been hit. So if you're looking for higher targets, you need to look for the next level above. So if we go and we look at this level again, what we see is then here's a level that's been used as resistance. And then we draw it to the left, you see support. So you see support, breakdown with initial resistance, and then breakdown. And what's important is that you want to TP on the first retest of a level like that. And we're going to draw it to the right here. We're going to see if there's have been any retest of that level. And as you can see, there's been no retest of this level yet. The first level has been hit. But if we break that high, the next logical level should be that level above. And therefore, I think the best target for this trade is going to be 50.84 instead of 50.87, because if you put your target at 50.87, you need to go through several more resistance area. And you can also see why you want to take, if you're trading the 1 minute, right, you don't want to wait for several levels above to get broken. And this is a perfect example of why that should have been your initial TP. So let's assume you get a stop loss down here, which makes sense on the 1 minute. If you would have hit TP here, that's a 2R. 2R on the 1 minute is extremely good, because if you're trading on the 1 minute, you're going to find hundreds of setups on a daily basis. And if you have an average risk to reward of 2, a lot of times on the 1 minute, you're going to have quite high win rate. So you can be happy with sometimes even negative risk to reward. But this is a perfect trade. If you enter down here, you maybe have your stop loss here, then that should have been your TP, because that's the first initial target. Okay, the very, very welcome stop loss is 50.56. 50.56. That obviously changes things, right? Because if you have that stop loss down here, then you have more room for error.
Discretionary stop loss, I believe. Or is that a hard stop loss? Like, are you looking at that thinking, yeah, if it comes down to that, it's like a just in case, like it's there as a safety precaution, and
I
then
would
you're actually
say
going to take out.
I would say that this is a really bad stop loss because it's at support. You never want stop loss on support, because if you just add a level here, you see that's a support level. If you go up to the 5-minute, you basically, what you're doing now is you're buying the range highs, right? You're buying the range highs, and then you're closing the trade at range lows. I mean, to me, this is a short. If you're gonna be trading within this range, then obviously price moving down to your stop loss, that makes no sense, because you're basically trading within the range right here. Okay, so but now you see price bouncing on that entry. This gives you a whole nother perspective, but I would say it's from my perspective at least, it's a bit not really what I'm looking for in my trading. We got another we got a couple of comments I want to go through here. We got Sam saying, for gold, I'm waiting to touch 4-hour trend line that Jonathan showed to once more. Okay, 4-hour trend line. Let's go back. It's a lot of levels here. We have to remove these. Okay, so we go back to the 4-hour. I think a touch of that trend line. Yeah, I mean, a touch of the trend line would just confirm that we're in this within the pattern. But I'm looking for a breakout. I'm looking for that confirmed breakout to take a position on this. Anything else is a little bit risky to me. I mean, yeah, I would probably like to buy that trend line, but there's nothing. Just because we have that trend line doesn't mean the trend line is going to stop price. Trend lines are actually, I'm not going to say actually, because there's a lot of people out there trading trend lines, but trend lines are most likely, at least from my experience and from talking to a lot of traders, the least reliable way of adding levels in a market. Horizontal support and resistance is...
Yeah, I like trend lines just as an identification on what it is. You know, it does what it says on the tin. You know, its name is trend line, to identify and help locate a trend. That's all I use it for.
Right, and like if you compare, if you add a trend line, and price hits that trend line and then reverses in the way that you're expecting price to hit to do when you're hitting a trend line, I promise you, in 99% of the cases, you will see that that's a horizontal level. Okay, just because it's hitting a trend line doesn't mean that it's a trend line creating the effect, because you're gonna find most likely a good horizontal level right there.
I actually did a live example of that earlier on with the trend line channel, like the channel lines that I drew out earlier, and I said, wow, actually it's breaking out of the top side of this channel, and then I looked over and it was a perfect horizontal area of interest, which actually then broke above, which was actually a higher high, which actually created a further higher high. You know, so it wasn't actually due to the fact that it's a trend line move. It was due to the fact that there was order flow and price action due to what was going on in the naked charts. It was just also potentially confluencing with a trend line. Also, I got this question from Technofeet. The other type of feet, not the victory feet. It's the two dangly bits.
This is an actual foot. This is not the feet like you do something. This is an actual. This is feet.
Actual. This is like the things that your feet, that your toes are attached to.
Exactly.
Hey, what is your trading strategy? I'm struggling. I'm not able to build a strategy that is profitable. It will be helpful to know your strategy. I'll tell you what, I'll do you a deal, as you've got a cool name, Technofeet. If you subscribe to the channel and smash a like on this video, then and stick around until 12, which is midday UK time, so about 2 hours time. You stick around, I'll be back on in about 2 hours time, and I will go into depth on my strategies and not only my strategy, but how I'm actually able to make it a profitable strategy, not just the mechanical side of it. So that's the deal that I'm going to make with you, my friend. You know, stick around for 2 hours and make sure that you subscribe to the channel and you do like this video, and then I will give you the super golden goose egg.
All right, gold looking good. Surprised we got gold. Looks like it wants to break out here. We got the USD JPY idea. What else are we looking at here? Let me see if we can find something interesting here, but it's going through quickly the chart. Right, got use. Oh my god, what am I saying? My voice, man. Dude, I'm like mentally handicapped today. Okay, USD CHF, USD CAD. Oh, that's low. It's low. Yeah, I got stopped out on the EG short, but I'm still looking at this as a potential trade. All right, Ashleigh, what's up? Welcome.
Hello, Ashleigh, how are we doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Sorry, I was just lurking in the background there.
Yeah, I saw you in there.
Just lingering about.
I think LJ's coming on as well. I think his internet's just been a bit funny.
I feel like everyone's having a bit of issue.
Mine seems to be lagging a little bit, so I've changed rooms in the house, but I might have to go back near the router to get a better signal.
Yeah, well, John and I went for a quick walk like 3 times during our session. So.
Sounds about right. How are you both getting on? Okay.
Yeah,
good,
unfortunately, no trades today for me. Hopefully, I'll get some later on, but price just didn't move how I wanted it to.
What do you trade? I don't think we've been on together before. What do you trade?
I don't think so, no. I trade predominantly EU, GU, and gold.
Oh, right, okay. I'm EU as well. So
Oh,
I had a nice trade this morning. So I predominantly trade from about 7 a.m. till about 10 a.m. So just try and do it just before work and what have you. Where are you from?
I'm from Wales.
I thought you were, yeah.
Yeah.
I hoped you were going to say I'm from Hong Kong because you're in Hong Kong. Then we could make a joke about this. Can't you see? But that's might be not great. Okay, move on.
I nearly did. I nearly thought, you know what, like, how much of my humour do I expose right now?
You could have done. I was like, I'm sure he's Welsh.
Yeah, I am Welsh.
How long have you lived in Hong Kong then?
I'm in Hong Kong at the moment. I moved here in Jan.
Okay, lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, let me ask you something. It's something that we've been talking about here in the stream. We're thinking about a lot. Do you know the word? We're not talking about the thing that you stand on. The word feat, when you accomplish something. Do you know that word?
Not as in when you accomplish something. No.
Really?
Yeah.
And we're both British, Welsh, English.
Feat is feat.
Okay, so if you accomplish something, it's like, oh, that was a great feat. That was a great feat to accomplish that.
No.
That's not a thing?
No.
You've got feet as in the unit of measurement.
Yeah, and you got feet as in...
And you've got feet as in the tickly things at the bottom of your legs.
Yeah.
That your toes are attached to.
All right.
That's about it.
It must be an American thing then, right?
I was going to say, I've never heard that saying at all.
If someone said to me, bro, that's one hell of a feat, I'd look at you like you've just spoken Japanese to me. I'd be like, huh?
I'm not quite there.
I'm like, yeah, I have no idea what you're on about.
Well, okay. Okay, back to trading. So we have Euro USD here. Now this is interesting. I wanted to sell this first yesterday. Not yesterday. We talked about this on Tuesday. So what I did was I bought this breakout. Obviously got stopped out, but then I was looking for shorts, down to this level right here, which I think this was based on the NFP numbers coming out. but unfortunately didn't
quite reach.
Didn't short it, but that was a good level. So now what I'm thinking is, if we look at USD on the daily, we have, this is just a beautiful break and retest, and then we go into the 4-hour, beautiful break and retest of that level. I think USD is looking pretty strong here. I think might see more upside.
Have you seen that comment? I agree, but still.
I was like, wow, okay.
Jesus Christ, I've not even done anything.
Damn, Joe, damn.
Brutal.
Oh, yes, the common folk shan't know that word. Peasants.
Common folk only make money, so I'm alright.
Commoners.
Jonathan, do you know what that term means?
Common?
Yeah.
Yeah, like your lesser folks.
Yeah, we've just been called that.
Yeah, well, you know, I gotta kind of like agree though, because feet, I really thought that was a major, like, I need to ask some more British people. If you two are the only ones who have no idea about this, then I gotta kind of, you know, gotta think about it.
You agree with the common folk.
Well, I'm not gonna say you're common. Well, because I think that's rude. But he does.
But if the shoe fits, ironically,
I will have to ask Abe from our beautiful community manager, and I will also tag Mike as well.
I'm really not happy.
Have you guys heard the term feat as in an accomplishment? Accomplishment.
He's laughing.
Do I spell that? Yep. Okay. Have you guys heard the term feat as an accomplishment? Now, what happens, guys, if they are very clear on the meaning of this word and they are, you know, 100% in line with that, what this means?
I'm happy being common. I don't mind that.
We'll see.
I mean,
I know my place.
Yeah, my parents call me common all the time. Apparently, I got bad language. I'm a commoner, so.
Oh,
yeah.
Your parents call you common?
Oh yeah, all the time. Cause like I've got quite bad language sometimes. It's quite blue, and they're like, "Oh, William, you're so common." I'm like, "Oh my god, wow, all right, damn." Woof.
So I tagged Abe and Mike, and Victor says yes.
I'm making that comment. I'm making money from a council estate, and I know the word fee. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm from a council estate, but I still don't know the word.
Louis, you're not from the UK. Wait, are you from the UK? You're from the UK. And you know the word.
Everyone's just Googled this word and put the actual like internet version.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. People are googling this in shock.
Great skill.
Don't know what feet is.
Okay.
Commoners.
Oh, it's an age issue.
LJ, we've got.
Hello, LJ. Welcome to the show. We are now talking about the English language, and would like to know your input on the word feat. Not feat as in the thing we stand, run, and jump on, but the word meaning a great accomplishment that requires great skill, strength, and dexterity. Have you heard the word feat?
Yeah, of course. Like F.
No,
Do you know what it means?
Haven't.
Lies.
Yeah, it's like you have feet of strength in like World of Warcraft.
Liar.
Oh, so we've been called common,
easy.
and that we've got education issues.
Yeah, wait, do you guys not know what feet is?
No.
Yeah.
No, never heard of it. Feet.
What the heck? How?
Yeah, we started a
How do you not know
conversation
that?
you started a conversation with Will, and he's like, "I've never heard that before." And it's like, "Well, it gotta be you, you know." And then Ashleigh comes on, and she
Honestly, I
doesn't.
thought I was gonna make myself look like an idiot on stream. I thought like I'm gonna make myself look like an absolute uneducated fool.
I don't
on
care.
Stream. But I'm glad that Ashleigh's not heard of it either. So at least like we both look like fools if everyone else has. You know, I'm not alone.
I'm happy.
I have
in my
no
little
idea how
small
you guys
world,
haven't heard that.
Not knowing these words, it's fine.
That's crazy.
Somebody said it was an age thing and it was under verses. So I'm quite happy that somebody said that.
Oh, well, there you go. There we go.
Yeah, it's an achievement when like a feat, like you're
LJ, shut up.
making the distance.
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
there's a lot of words that I don't know. I can tell you that. There's a lot of words that I don't know.
Like
A lot of British
unprofitable.
words.
Never heard of it.
Unprofitable.
Blowing in the
Stop
cloud.
loss.
I've never heard of it.
No, but there's a lot of British words that I've never heard before. Like, what was it? Like, some weird word that I heard for the first day the other day.
Discombobulate.
I don't know.
He's
Whatever.
thinking. His brain's thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can smell it. It's cooking.
All right, LJ. I wanna ask you for some input on an idea
Anyway, I'll
that
tell you what,
I've.
Just before
Yeah,
you do
tell
that,
me what.
I'm going to shoot off. Guys, I shall see you at 12 GMT, so in about 2
Yeah.
hours' time, or well, hour 45. So, guys, thank you very much. Make sure you're going to smash the like button.
Nice to meet you,
A
Will.
couple of you guys were asking as well where you can sign up to the 10-year anniversary and check out all the fantastic giveaways. $2 million worth of prizes and awards. Link is in the description below, and Remy has also dropped it in the chat as well. So 2 places you can get it. Sign up to the link. You cannot get access to any of these potential prizes without getting into that link. So make sure you go in and sign up, and we shall see you then. But in the meantime, guys, I'll see you in about 2 hours' time.
Will, it was a great pleasure and great feat to be able to do this.
We'll do
Take
a
care.
session for the uneducated soon. We'll do a session soon.
It's okay, Will. We're all retarded here. We'll see you next time. Take care.
Sounds amazing. If we do that. Okay, see you later, guys.
Bye. Jesus
Will's got to
Christ.
go to school.
Okay, so now that Will is gone, we know what we need to buy for him, right? We need to buy an English dictionary, and we need to send it to him, and we need to really circle the word feet, or just take the page out with that word and then just post it to him. That would be hilarious. Let's do that. Okay.
This reminds me of the 50 Cent Floyd Mayweather thing. You know, when he tried to get Floyd to like read a page of like a children's book, because Floyd Mayweather can't read.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Good memories.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's this
Okay.
Euro trade? Is that what you're going on
No.
about?
I want to talk about USD/JPY. So first of all, we talked about in the beginning of the live stream. We looked at this, right? And I remember we talked about USD/JPY when me, you, and Dirk, we talked about USD/JPY when we were trading down here, and we basically all said USD/JPY should be lower. Right? It should be lower from a fundamental point of view. It should be lower, and we started talking about like 128, 130, something like that. And I still think that whole fundamental reason for USD/JPY to be lower held true through this whole move to the upside. But then it kind of seems now with the election in Japan and everything, it's kind of accumulating here, and maybe we've seen the top, right? But we talked about that idea that you should be, the idea of having strong convictions loosely held, right? And this is such a good example of that, because I was really hesitant in going long here, because looking at the fundamentals, we shouldn't be higher. But the whole idea that, the markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent, I think this is just a perfect example of that. But now that we've come to the high of this move, I'm looking at a potential idea of first going long on USD/JPY and then expecting USD/JPY to move a little bit higher in the next few days and the Nikkei move lower. So when I'm exiting the USD/JPY trade, I might potentially look at entering the Nikkei lower. So I'm going to show you the idea here. So this is basically, there's nothing on here. Where's all my drawings?
Oh no.
This is a different one? Yeah.
Oh no, you saw it loaded. It's just slow.
I feel like the whole
Trading's-
internet is glitching today.
Yeah, right? It's super
Everything's
slow.
so slow. Everyone that I've spoke to this morning, so slow.
Yeah. I've had heaps of
God
websites
damn.
and stuff going out and can't log
Yeah,
into things.
same.
Really?
Something's going on in the world.
It's Cloudflare.
Yeah, maybe.
Ah, you know what?
I
Today they
thought it
have
was just-
scheduled. They actually have scheduled maintenance currently in progress at Cloudflare.
Okay. I thought it might just be me because like we've got heaps of rain and stuff here. It's not storming yet, but we're meant to have massive rain over the weekend. So.
All right. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm looking
fair.
at USD/JPY here, and I think it's oversold. First, what I'm seeing here is potential bullish divergence, at least showing some signs of momentum kind of picking up down here. So that's on the RSI. We got the OBV down here. I like how it has formed the range here at that low, and then we have equal lows on price, but the range here on OBV is much higher, showing that even though we have a big drop in price, it was not massive drop on the OBV. So I'm thinking, a breakout in the OBV range here might confirm a potential breakout on price. And then I do have a nice area here up around 156. So we got that reload zone. We also have the trend line here. So that's what I'm looking at on USD/JPY. And then of course, if we add the Nikkei here, we will see that it's pretty much inversely correlated right now on at least this move right here. And I think we might see that inverse correlation play out with USD/JPY to the upside and Nikkei potentially to the downside, because it looks like it wants to move lower if we look at the breakout. So if we go to this one, it kind of looked like it's topping out here. And we do have a strong, impulsive move here and the potential of coming down here. And I'm thinking, going long on USD/JPY when we have that low time frame breakout. And when I'm closing USD/JPY, if the Nikkei is here, I'm thinking about taking that position and moving it into the index. What do you think?
Yeah, so first of all, I was definitely going to say, obviously you already picked up on it. The correlations have gone inverse, right? So normally sort of move together. So they've inverted each other. I do see the move higher on dollar yen from here as well. We've sort of had that sort of narrative, come through. It's been adopted. Like we did have the run back up to 157, pretty quickly back to 152 now. But I think basically what I was saying to Dirk the other day was I think it will be a lot slower than people reckon to actually get down. So to get beyond that 140 or even down to it, like closing that gap that we had, I think that will take actual intervention. So that's probably only going to come, obviously, if we get further upside pressure or it's the right time in general per the government, plans, financing, depending what the bond market does. So yes, I do like that. The Nikkei, I'm less convinced on entirely. Though I could see like a further slight dip in terms of, basically the election thing being out of the way. The Nikkei right now for me is a little bit more dubious, but I like the dollar yen. Put it that way.
Okay, so looking at the Nikkei, so I haven't looked into all the details right now, but it does seem like people were pricing in the new PM to be dovish, but there seems to have been some surprises there, right? And that's why we got this strong move to the upside on the index. And you're thinking maybe that is not sustained. That's not something we're going to be a move that we're going to be seeing continue.
Yeah, so they've got the whole fiscal dominance thing going on, so a lot more government spending, hence, good for Japan, hence it's pushing up inflationary pressures, the bond market, that kind of thing. But yeah, basically what I was saying, similar to what you just echoed, is that I think near term, that might pause, right? So we've kind of had that story very well digested. I don't think dollar yen is going to have a full run back up to like 157, 158 again, but definitely near term, 200 points, 300 points back to 155 or something. very much possible. I think it would be the dollar yen mainly driving the Nikkei for the next little while. So if dollar yen does run back up, then yes, Nikkei could pull back off. And Nikkei's just in a weird cross pull with US stocks in general as well. That's the only portion that I don't like, as far as trying to project.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out more. I'm trying to understand the correlation between the two, but I think either way, if the Nikkei goes down here and kind of starts forming a bottom, I'll probably look at that as a good buying opportunity. And if that coincides with the USD trade, then kind of makes sense. And if you go back to the USD trade, the fact that we have hit these highs, it might be time for that that carry trade to unwind, as happened back in that happened back in 2024. I do believe that's what happened here, right? In the summer of 2024, we had the carry trade unwinding, and that caused that huge move to the downside.
Yeah, so that was when they first had some of the intervention back then, and same with some of the really big bars to the left of that, just before we fell off. Some of those wicks were, because of that intervention. But then it did get bought back in, which is why then eventually they had to hammer it much harder. And they did say they've got like 1.4 trillion ready to deploy to intervene. So it's quite a decent sort of sized war chest. The market's definitely believing them right now. So then it just becomes like a timing thing of, probably just shorting tops. The trouble is, like, the more that the dollar yen actually comes down, the intervention talk starts to go away, which then helps lift it back up again. That's where it becomes difficult.
Yeah,
I do like shorting from about 155 to 156 right now. If we
from a weekly perspective, if this weekly candle is going to close here, I have a very hard time seeing the USD making new highs here in current environments. So I think it's just a matter of maybe seeing a range forming here. But guys, I gotta jump out. I will leave you guys to it.
Alrighty. Cheers, man.
All right.
Bye.
Catch you, Jonathan. See you again, brother. Ciao.
Yep, see you soon.
I'm not going to pretend like I understood anything that you both just said then.
I'd have to do a little bit more further catch up on a couple pieces with the Nikkei in particular, an update on the fiscal spending plans.
Did you catch the nice EU trade this morning?
I had from last night, but not this morning. So that was the one. Yeah, mapped that out last night. Obviously, we got the payroll coming through, snapped down, then back up.
Yeah.
Because even though the payroll number was better, when you look at the internals, it's not actually that great as far as the jobs picture. So hence we've seen dollar come back off a bit.
Yeah.
Most of the hiring is basically just healthcare and education, which no surprise, especially healthcare. Like, you got aging population, that's going to naturally come up. The rest of the job sector is getting sort of whacked a little bit, or just no hiring, no firing, a bit sluggish. So nothing bad, but just sluggish. So
very sluggish. Do you want to flip it onto my screen now? Show them my little breakdown from this morning.
Yeah, sure. If my internet drops out,
mine might as well.
Yeah, mine, it keeps.
I'll just answer people's questions.
Like, I had to reset it before, but it kept keeps like stuttering.
So this was a nice one this morning. So I waited for it to reach this level, like it did. It swept Asia, reached the level that I wanted to, and then I just got it on the retrace. So like I said previously, I catch a smaller amount on my funded. It's just obviously with all the rules and what have you else, and you've got consistency rules and what have you. And then my personal, I always go to a certain level or to the high of Asia. And then the same of yesterday, no trades due to news, stayed out, wasn't even gonna look at it. Every time you can see the consolidation that usually happens in the morning when there's that type of news that we had yesterday, so there was no point. And then Monday, Tuesday was the same, so we swept Asia at a point that I wanted, so I wanted it to bounce off these levels, which it did. And then I got in on the and so then I took what I needed on my funded, and then just dropped to bottom of Asia for my personal. And then I don't think we had a trade on the Monday. Monday wasn't great, so I'm having a good run at the moment, which is quite nice.
That is good, yeah.
It's quite nice. Last week was good. My little payout paid for my honeymoon, which is now all booked, so we're all right. So no, it's going okay. It's like I said last week though, I think it's because I'm just concentrating on loads of other stuff. I'm just getting in, doing what I need to do, and then leaving. Whereas as people who've watched me for a while will realise that I don't go into as much detail as you and Jonathan go into. So I don't look at if something is happening over here, how it'll affect here, or I just know my trading strategy. I have a little bit of bias, and that's what I do each day. So I just want to drill home to you all that common people can still trade, that you don't need to know absolutely everything like LJ and Jonathan do in regards to the economic side of it. You can still have a basic, simple strategy, and it can still make you money. So you'll see my eyes glaze over a lot of the time when LJ and Jonathan talk. I don't need to know that. It's all right. It's okay. But no, it was it's just coming down to certain levels, isn't it? Looking at it where it's going to retrace. And it does what it does. The EU's always been quite good at that.
Yeah, EU is definitely really good for that. Nicely structured. Same with NASDAQ quite often as well.
I think somebody just spoke about NASDAQ, and should we answer a few questions? I feel like there might have been a few.
Yeah,
How
sure.
for the storm in DAX to close the daily gap? Feel like I won the Grand Prix. Do you want to pull DAX on your screen?
Yeah, dude.
You've probably got some markings down on DAX anyway. Do you trade DAX?
No.
Do you not?
No. I don't trade DAX. We always look at it when Akram brings it up because he loves trading the DAX. So
let's have a look for you.
But no, we've got that gap close now, man. Brilliant.
Well done.
Right there.
Lovely trade.
Nice.
Lovely trade.
Because what's where did NASDAQ go earlier?
Oh, so I don't look at it anymore. I don't even.
I haven't ran up too much on that. Yeah, I like that DAX trade, Akram.
Have you got any trades that you're looking at right now?
Good job holding onto it.
I'm trying to see if there's any other questions where people have asked us to look for stuff. Let me scroll up.
Yeah, I don't know what's with the net today.
It's horrendous.
Very annoying. Like my connection's fine, and then it keeps stuttering whenever you speak, Ashleigh. So I'm getting like every other word occasionally.
I'm not speaking. It's fine.
Other trades though.
Go on.
So this was the euro-dollar trade. Just held that down to TB2. We did end up hitting 3 later in the day. And then, like we're talking about as well, the next question, let's hide that, is basically if we're going to bounce off of there, run right up. We have had the run up, and now it's a question of we're going to.
Where will you look to get in again on that? Will you wait for the pullback and then do the sell, or?
So I mean, euro's difficult right now, like because I can see countervailing pieces across the board as far as the dollar and such. Mm-hmm. There's definitely sort of a slight propensity for us to go higher. Technically, fundamentally, euro dollar should be higher, but some of the positioning is getting sort of stretched, and so hence as well, it's been very sluggish through here. And similarly, when we have got above 120, we come off pretty swiftly. Now, same deal with how I was just talking to Jonathan about dollar yen. we potentially see the move up through here now.
Yeah.
Right? So at some point, we're going to get one of those just general retracement type moves because everything's sort of in the price, at least for the time being. And then, we've now got this sort of forming through here, and we got that slightly higher low there. Sorry, higher high. So when you tend to see that kind of like fanning type thing, you tend to get...
You're going to see a push, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I don't like regarding euro dollar.
At the buy then?
Sorry?
Would you go and look at the buy then to try and get in at the buy when it does push out?
On dollar yen, yeah.
Yeah.
Like if we get above the highs here about 115.11 once again and actually sustain above that, and we're taking a run for the higher up area, like the spike highs from earlier, then I'd possibly join that.
Look to buy, yeah.
But yeah, I would prefer to sell rallies on dollar yen, to be honest. So that's the only thing. If I did take a long through here, it would be very much short term. I'd be very quick on the trigger figure to just jump out.
Yeah.
Euro dollar, I do see tiny more upside through here, given how... Let's just get rid of all this junk, actually. We're done with this.
I love how many scribbles you have on yours, and yeah. I have none.
So, basically, we're playing around with the underside of that higher range just there. I would like to see if we can get another little push with like kind of a blow off kind of top, and then for us to come off like that. That's something I'd be looking for on euro dollar.
Euro dollar, yeah.
We've got week on week claims tonight, I believe.
Yeah, later on. Yeah, we have.
Yeah, and then it's CPI tomorrow. So, and a bit of the digestion from NFP, which was interesting one. I think the market's trying to decide exactly what to do with that. So, for instance, we saw the NASDAQ, run off. We're now a little bit higher. We didn't go too far overall as far as the NFP. People are trying to evaluate now like how much that's going to rebalance the forward rate trajectory and everything, right? So NASDAQ I don't really like at the minute. These were two trades I was mapping out yesterday, so that's not actually
okay.
Yeah, this was seeing if we broke out through here, or else
Are you looking at that trade right now, or is that just
yeah, probably not.
Okay.
Probably not for the NAS today. Options levels are 25215. That's just a touch lower than where we are. I don't really particularly like the NASDAQ where we are. Like, we're just not quite picked up. I'd prefer to see this come back off. Let me hide this stuff, actually. A bit of a retracement and then some kind of retire. Better as obviously clear break of these tops. But where we are right now, it's just a very muddy kind of space.
Not nice. Not nice space.
Yeah. The other big one is Aussie dollar. So that was my big favorite for the year, running higher, and we've absolutely gone bonkers. So you guys can see here on the little seasonal trends as well, like we just ripped higher at the start of this year, So I think we're up like 6.5%, almost 7% just this year so far. So next levels are about 71.58, then there's a round number at 72. Okay. Right now it looks as though we're pretty steady to head on from there. I will probably be, just given we're coming to end of week CPI tomorrow, I'd prefer to find a lower entry. I didn't get in on the low from the NFP dip last night. So I already sort of wrapped up my trading, and I wasn't wanting to trade NFP last night because it was going to be a bit of a strange one. So, what else was there? Ashleigh's disappeared. Pound's pretty similar. I think pound has a better upside short than the euro, but same deal. There's a bunch of there's some of the geopolitical, well, not geopolitical, but political risk rather, in the UK going on right now as well. Welcome back.
I don't know what happened then. You dropped off and then I dropped off.
Oh, really? For me, it was just you. I don't know.
No.
I don't know what's going on. It's really irritating.
What's happening in the world? Be careful of the charts because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff, Akram. Honestly, you're smashing it now with the DAX. Can become your I don't know, your main go-to. All right, gold.
I may just have to
is
dip out the room. My phone's been going crazy. 1 second.
That's all right. Gold is pretty much the same as what we were talking about yesterday and the day before. It's just stuck in this like just god-awful kind of sideways nothingness, right? So the volatility has dropped immensely. We can see on here as well, XAU USD as far as the options, it's kind of down now back to just typical trading vol, right? Silver's still quite elevated, but in this sort of 20 to 28 range is typically where gold and silver sort of sit. Gold here was up to, I forget what it peaked at, like we were consistently each day around 60 and then sort of peaked at about 80. And silver was, I think it was like 160 or something ridiculous, almost 200 or whatever it was at one point. But yeah, so gold's snoozy now compared to where we've been. So look, I probably just wouldn't even be trading gold unless you're trading very short term, like, 5-minute range, 15 minutes, something like that. Then, I mean, just play like peak to trough, what of the day or the past couple of hours, the recent trading session is. Because yeah, right now we're not going anywhere. So I'd prefer personally to come back to gold once we've actually had some kind of decisive drop lower, or some kind of breakout above that top side. So what I would kind of be looking at though is basically this channel that we've got here. So I'd be watching either a breakthrough the bottom side or potentially look to lean on the bottom side for longs to see, get that move up and basically just play it end to end right now. So that's pretty much all that's happening on gold. Silver's basically the same deal. I guess this was yesterday talking about it. See whether we actually get a break and follow through here up into that top side resistance. Right now, we're just trading sideways as well after those big falls. So ideally, I'd like to see that, maybe a deeper, like long-term move into 50s, mid 50s, if you wanted to actually pick up some for like a longer-term hold. And you guys actually see my chart fine? Just let me know as well, because for me it's making it really difficult. It's all stuttery and laggy. What else do we have? Pound INR. Gosh, you want to convert to pound. Interesting. Okay. I see. Let me have a look. Interesting. So I assume this, where we would have pulled back there, one, we did have some of the stuff going on with the pound itself, with obviously, what's it called, Bank of England, the other week. And then also we did have Trump reducing some of the tariff bits and pieces for India as well. So I assume that's why we would have had that drop through there. But I mean, look, I don't know. It's hard to say that the roof is going to actually, pull much harder. Hey, I'd still be looking at, this looks pretty well established, just heading to the upside still. I don't think the situational story for India is going to change anytime soon, not materially, right? There's still a lot of progress, a lot of things to be done. You've still got the pressure of the tariffs and everything that haven't been fully lifted or pulled away. So I'd say pound rupee basically just goes further to the upside from here. So yeah, if you want to convert, probably not a bad idea, to be honest. All right, good. Thank you, Sniper. You can see it all right. Okay. Since last night, net is lagging. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It makes it very weird for me here, like talking and stuff, because I feel like I'm getting like feedback as well, because I keep checking the actual YouTube stream, and it's all stuttery for me, so I can't tell if it actually is for you guys or if it's just my actual stream doing it as well. But yeah, hit me with anything else you guys want me to look at. I've not taken too many trades today at all after last night. Sort of waiting for next moves. The NASDAQ is pretty dead. Don't really see too much there. Let's zoom in a bit so that the options level stuff is a bit more out the way. I would prefer to see another touchdown here and then ultimately another dip for like longer term confidence. That or else the upside breakout. Current trading range is pretty boring. Oil is actually something that has been interesting somewhat of recent with the further drive we did have regarding the Iran situation when that was sort of popping off. Obviously, we then had things come back off as well, but this was the long hold sort of carry trade mapped out last year, ages ago now, in October. So that's gaining some nice swaps here. It's been very nice. Hey LJ, what is your trading strategy? I am not able to build a strategy that is profitable. It will be helpful to know your strat. Sure thing, man. Let's go to slightly more naked chart and we'll run through some stuff. So I have many sort of strategies or approaches that I take to market depending on the kind of current regime that we're in. If we're just trading a bit more technical, if we're trading heavily with the fundamental / central bank / news release headline driven type catalysts. I often do a lot of macro stuff in the background as well, which always inform like sort of confidence levels, whether I'm going sort of with that narrative, that trend, the momentum there coming from that angle, or if I'm trading against it. Because sometimes there might be a technical setup that looks really good, but it's going against that sort of narrative. So let's see where we can start. So I guess we'll start here. So in terms of my general day-to-day stuff, I'll do things sort of intraday. It's normally like session by session. So my average hold time probably ends up being somewhere between, I think it averages out to like 4 hours, 4.5 hours. But then that'll be some trades that are on, 15, 20 minutes to 40 minutes to an hour and a half. And then I've got other trades that I might hang on to for 8 hours, 9 hours, or even overnight. right? So it's sort of a blend of the two. What I'll typically do is I'm trying to think how I can condense it all into one thing. Look, we'll start with the standard deviation channel sort of approach that often map out with Dirk. We've been talking about this quite a bit. So standard deviation channel, you can look it up here on TradingView. I just use the past 120 bars as a look back period, and basically what we get here is this channel that's produced. This is the midpoint. That's +1, +2, -1, -2 standard deviations, and pretty much what we're looking for is standard deviation basically gives you bell curve, which is going to encapsulate about 95% of all price in those two bands between the +2 and the -2 standard deviation of all price. So generally speaking, when you see price move outside of that area, you're now at an extreme of price, and you can look to trade it back into one of the relevant lower bands, right? So that can be a really good... hey, Ashleigh. Welcome back. That can be really good strat... hang on. What's this doing?
What have you done? What have I missed?
I'm gonna have to reset. I don't know what's doing with my screen here.
Is your internet gone?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I can't tell if I'm actually... I can hear you, but I can't tell, like, none of the screen is moving.
Okay.
Can you
Yeah, it's fine.
run through some of your stuff first,
Yeah,
just while I try? Yeah, thank you. Sorry, guys. I'll be back.
The internet is really not doing well today.
No, it is not.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Are you all right?
I'm good, and you?
I'm good. It's not raining yet today, so it's a good day. It is a good day.
Oh, fans fancy you wanting it to rain. I want it to rain as well. I'm boiling.
I don't want it to rain, but it's rained every single day in the UK since the 1st of January, so I'm rather it didn't rain.
Well, I want it to rain. I'm boiling.
You can have our rain. I have my wedding in 2 weeks.
Please.
And it's gonna rain, so you can have that rain.
Oh no, it's like I don't know. It's like 38 or something here at the moment. 38 degrees Celsius. So I'm sweating. I am sweating.
Where are you based again?
South Africa.
Ah, beautiful place of the world.
It is. It is indeed.
I was there last January. Beautiful.
Oh, nice. Where did you go? Cape Town?
Just to Cape Town, yes, and then went up to what's the vineyard area, Stellenbosch.
Stellenbosch, yeah.
We went shark diving around the other side of the coast. That was beautiful.
Mossel Bay.
I don't know what the area is. And then we did all your basic stuff, your Penguin Beach and your standard.
Yeah.
We went up and did like a 2-day safari, which was so beautiful and so cheap. I can't believe how cheap it is out there.
It is the exchange rate. It really is.
We ate so much food and so much good food, and the price was just out of this world. It was
ridiculous,
incredible.
huh? Yeah, so I don't know if this is like a shameful plug or whatnot, but anybody that wants to come to South Africa for a holiday, it's cheap, yo.
It is really cheap, honestly, and you get in we went to like one of the top 50 restaurants in the world, and we paid about £120 each, and that's you wouldn't ever get that in the UK ever.
And that's not like for a 3-course meal?
No, that was like your 10-course tasting. And we did.
It was the tasting ones.
Oh,
yeah.
It was beautiful. And we did one in Cape Town as well. That was on the front, like the sister company, and that was like with wine pairings. I think that was like 150 each. And that compared to the ones like your Michelin stars over here, it's not happening.
Yeah, no, it's the thing is it's the local produce that we have. Like the Cape region is wine region, so we have like world class whiskeys, wines and whatnot, just world class there, and we obviously get it cheap. So
the wine we did like the wine tours, like we did the vineyards, and we paid for like an Uber like just to get us around, and then it was like £5 for 4 glasses of wine at each one.
Yeah.
Like, and these are the best wines I've ever tasted in my life, and You can't even pay £5 for a glass of wine over here anymore.
Yeah. No, so I'm saying if you're going to do the exchange rate, you'll realize that it's just like, wow, it's cheap.
Get over to Cape Town, kids.
Yeah. So anybody that wants to come and join us, just I'll personally take you through Cape Town.
I'm definitely coming. I'm definitely going to come back.
Yeah.
Definitely going to come back. So what's people been asking? Got so many friends I promised to meet there. Let's do a meet up there. Let's all go to South Africa.
So we've got South Africa that I think is if you're in the right time of year, pristine, beautiful. Yeah. I still want to go to go and visit LJ. So would love to go and see what Australia is all about. Maybe when it's not like dead of summer, you know.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah, no. I'll give it some time to kind of like just dwindle down a little bit, and then I would love to go to like South Korea.
Oh, amazing! Yeah.
Oh, I would love to go there.
We've got that booked for next year.
What is that? The honeymoon?
No, so our honeymoon is next month, and we're going to Jordan. So we're going to do Jordan and then fly over to Athens. So we're in the middle of selling up all our properties, and from September traveling for a couple of years. So this house just gone up for sale. My partner's places have gone up for sale, and then we're going to base out of his parents. The dog will stay there, and then we'll go to a country for 2 months, come back for a bit, go again, and keep going. I
mean, like, South Africa's cheap. You can like just move down here.
I would. My other half didn't like it as much as I like it, but no, I would. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to travel around so we can work out where we want to settle.
That sounds lovely. So are you going to change your moniker from being the traveling trader to the traveling trader?
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to have to fight Wolf for that one.
Yes. That's what I'm doing. So that's what I've spent the last year or so, just like putting down my strategy, making sure that I'm getting regular payouts. And we've got the money already sat there for the travelling side of things, so it's not like I need to be earning money while I'm away as well, which takes the pressure off. So I think we'll just, when I am getting extra money from trading while I'm away as well, it's just
that's smart. That's smart, especially the fact that you don't have to be reliant on trading. So,
and I think that's why trading works for me at the moment, because I don't have to pay my mortgage from it. I still have my full-time job. I still have to do that, but trading fits in very nicely. So like, I don't look, after my win this morning, I will not look at the chart all day. And when I look tomorrow, I don't really look what it did the rest of yesterday. I just literally look at my moment in time of where I need to get in, and then I don't care what happens the rest of the day, which is it's good for me mentally, because I'm not staring at the charts all day. I'm not thinking, right, should I get in here, should I not? I've got my one strategy. It works for me.
So I think that that is a very, very smart way of approaching trading. Give yourself a time slot.
Yeah.
Give yourself a certain amount of screen time.
Yeah.
Don't get overly invested.
You can have like fear of missing out, and then you'll see trades that don't actually exist, and you'll think that and then you can easily go in a downward spiral that way. Whereas this way, I have my win or my loss for the day, and then I move on to the next day. It's just done. I'm not trying to revenge trade. I'm not trying to re-get in. It's just I'm done for the day.
Yeah, no, I like that approach. I don't have a particularly like set one. I have segments that I have a look at. So I have a look at London session for a few hours, 2 to 3 hours, and then I have a New York session that I look for 2 to 3 hours. But then I'm done as well. There's more than enough admin work in the background that can keep me busy for the rest of the stuff. But specifically, that's okay. There's my focus time. Okay, maybe I can get a trade, maybe not. I haven't had a trade today yet.
You've not? Okay. Is there anything you're looking at in particular?
No, I'm literally opening up the trading view now for the first time today. It's literally the first time. I've been in meetings this morning and whatnot. So this is the first one. I see that Fourier is asking, hey Richard, your opinion on US JPY and Pound JPY. Let me first and foremost get USD JPY up. I will share my screen. All right, so this is US JPY. Let's start on the 4 hourly. Let me just have a very quick gander what was going on Oh, we seem to be in a lovely little area of interest right here, right now. Let's see what is going on here. Sorry, like I said, I have not looked at the market at all, not even once. Does it look like we're going bearish? It does. It does seem as though we've had a bit of a reaction from this area over here, which coincides with this one. Okay, so it seems as though on USJPY, we have come into this area here at the top as a little bit of a resistance point. So price has struggled to push above that. And we've reacted a little bit more volumetrically over, what was this, last week, Monday? January the 23rd, so that was 2 weeks ago. We had this volumetric push lower, and then an attempt to push higher, and then it seems as though we've wanted to push lower. First and foremost, I think we need to break through this area where we are right now, so 153.27 to 152.18. I think this area needs to be either disrespected, and when I'm talking about disrespect, I'm talking about, where's my drawing tool? It pushes through, retests, and continues lower. If it respects this level, then we would potentially see something to this regard where we might be stuck between these 2 points. So we might be consolidative a little bit. We do have a slightly longer term area of consolidation down here, which is from 148.50 to about 146. So if we do break lower than this boxed area where we are now on the daily, I can see us potentially start pushing lower to get to this area down here. And then on top of that, I see a very, very strong area of support all the way down over here.
Oh, yeah, complete. That's a lovely one.
Multiple reactions off of it. Let's see if there's any basis here of which it reacted off of. Strong. So we can take this whole four day 4 day push down as an area. So this is 141.85 to 138.066. Now, take into consideration that from where we are right now to get down to this level, it is 1,120 pips. So it's a lot. That is a lot. That's a 7% drop. Sorry, 11,000. Yeah, it's a 7% drop to get to that point, which we could get. Now, if that were to fail, let's say we do not push lower, which I think is the higher likelihood, is that we're going to potentially start pushing lower. Do we have anything on the left? No, this is all-time highs.
No.
So we have this area over here, but I will zoom in to find a slightly better...
Richard, I might have to let you carry on talking, so I just need to jump off.
No problem. You can jump up.
Right. I'll see you all next week.
All right. Thanks, Ashley, for joining us.
See you later. Bye.
Ashley. All right. Okay, so we do have this area up over here. If I just scroll all the way towards the right. So that is 160.26 to 161.95. If we do respect this area where we are right now, and on top of that, we do break above this area over here. Granted, we've already had a first reaction and a second reaction off of this one. If we do break through, then this is the all-time highs that we're going to come and test. But I'm inclined to think that we're probably going to be a little bit more bearish, I think. At least until we get down to this point over here. I would love to see that get tested. Because the thing is, this area up over here was the highest point. We came down to this area of interest, which we'd already had a singular reaction off of. We went all the way back up again. We could not reach the all-time highs. We came back to that area of support. We once again came back up to the same area that we had reacted on previously. So I can see price definitely make its way all the way down to this level again, at least. I think that is definitely an area that we can test. So that is UJ. So that's the longer term. Let's look a little bit closer on the daily, not the daily time frame, but like closer in the day. It is slowing, but we do have, when is this? This was from Monday. So from Monday, we've had this descent. Very nice channel pushing lower. You can almost think as this bottom section as the bottom end of the channel. Yes, we've had news wick there. We've had price push a little bit lower, small little lower here. Just missed this bottom portion. Once again, I think the way that price is going right now, we could potentially see a little bit of an uptick, ever so slightly. We would probably be testing this order block over here. So price could potentially, from where we are now, push into that and then either disrespect this downward channel. I didn't mean to do that. We can either disrespect this channel, push a little bit and rejoin to try and push lower, or alternatively, if price pushes through, this channel can be used as a support to try and attempt to push price higher, to try and retest this area up over here. I think that is, on the daily, I think is a little bit more probable. And it's purely for this reason. We have the Tokyo high over here. We have a lower low, and if this is the high, that's the high. We've already re-established a higher high and a higher low over here, and it seems as though we're gaining a little bit of momentum to try and push price up. So multiple areas to test for. First and foremost, this area over here, 153.47 to 153.7-ish. And then we have this area over here, which is a bit of a support/resistance point. So we've had one reaction, we've broken through and attempted to push higher, and price had already tested it here. Now, take in consideration, this very long wick here was news of yesterday, so don't always take into consideration news when I mark out levels. But in this case, if this area over here gets disrespected, this is a potential area that can be tested today. So 153.83 to 154.05. So that's what I'm seeing on UJ. Overall, I see some bearish order flow on the higher time frame. And on the lower time frame, it does seem as though we will have like a little bit of a bullish structure, at least for now, unless this movement here is just trying to get back to the channel to try and gather up a little bit of orders to try and push price lower. Time will tell. And what was the other one? GJ. GJ on the daily looks, or on the lower time frame, looks very much the same. What happened here? So this area of consolidation was tapped yesterday with the news. So we had this area of consolidation there. We tapped into it and started pushing lower. Our initial reaction over here, as well as the news reaction, was based off of, let me go into the 4 hour, was based off of this area of interest over here, which was a base, but on top of that, it was also an area of resistance initially. So it is acting as support, even though we've already reacted much lower than this area. Let's see, is there anything else? I'm going to go over to the daily just to see a little bit more of a deeper pullback after a very slowed ascent. Well, it had a fast ascent, but then it kind of lost its momentum. What I would like to see is a bit of a retracement and then a continuation lower. even though we are still quite bullish overall. So you have this channel. It's a very crude channel, let's say. Oh, but now if I look at it like this channel was broken here, retested there, and then volumetrically pushed. Yeah, I would love to see GJ continue lower. Will it happen? I don't know. And that's just purely because we've had this multiple higher wicks and consolidative section that we've just broken through now. Maybe come and retest it and then continue lower. Yeah, so GJ, higher time frame, I want to see bearish action. On the lower time frame, it does seem as though we've slowed down significantly. With the potential test points, there's a order block over here that we can come and test. So potentially test here with an order block, so daily movement coming up into that, gather up a little bit of selling momentum, and then continue lower, or have a much deeper retracement, like I said, potentially all the way up over here, gather up some momentum to start pushing price lower. So both UJ and GJ, I'm seeing roughly the same idea. Higher time frame, there is a potential for bearish momentum. On the lower time frame, we're seeing a little bit of slowed momentum, potentially with the idea of retracing a little bit bullishly to pick up some orders to push bearishly. Oh, I see we've got Anastasiia in the background. You ready to jump in?
Always ready, always ready. Hey,
Awesome.
Richard, how are you doing?
I'm
Just
good, and you,
didn't want to
Anastasiia?
jump just in between your explanations.
Oh no, that's fine. You could have just jumped in any time and just kind of like sat there, if you wanted to.
I was waiting until you finish the sentence.
Oh, if nobody stops me, I won't stop talking. So you have to stop me.
I'll take this. I'll take it in the account for the future.
Yeah.
I will be just right in between. Your
just jump in and say,
I'll be just
Richard.
like hello.
Yeah, just jump in and say, Richard, shut up. I want to say hello to everybody, and then I'll be like, okay, no problem. I'll shut up. How's the week been? We haven't seen you in a minute. Are you doing well?
It's been interesting.
It's been an interesting week. You can go ahead and divulge as much as you want, but if you don't want to, you can keep it secret.
I prefer not.
Okay, so it's been one of those interesting weekends.
Yeah, it's been one of those.
Seeing as it's been a very interesting week for you, have you had any trades to speak of, or was it that kind of like interesting weekend where you couldn't even have time to be in front of the charts?
It was a second. So, but however, I'm in a trade right now, which is, I suppose, can be quite interesting. So this is something that I'm going to share because it's literally something that I got in right before jumping on the live stream.
Okay.
So one thing that I'm looking for, two eventually, but one of them is doubtful, let's call it this way. But the other one is pound. I heard you talking about the UJ as well, and I've been looking at the GU since the morning. We did have the NFP yesterday, quite lots of manipulation as well, lots of volume. Interesting times. We have 81% probability of the second shutdown starting on Saturday. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
I was not aware. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
You're very welcome. We have 81% probability of the second shutdown of the US government because they cannot come to the agreement on the current policies. So on this Saturday already, 80% chance that we're going to have the second shutdown in 1 year of a period of time, which is absolutely crazy, right? So I really do hope it's not going to happen because the period of the shutdown was horrible for me to trade. I know different people experienced it differently because, lots less volatility, for example, less news release. So for some people, it was actually quite comfortable to trade. For me, it was disaster. Honestly, it was horrible because for my way of trading, I need volume. I need movement. I need the price to move somewhere. I don't even care if it's dropping or going up. I need the movement and I need a trend. And even if it's manipulation, on the news, for example, in FP or something, it's still better than nothing. So when it's just that completely based on the shutdown, and then accidentally Trump says things left and right, and it jumps God knows where and for what reason, that's not exactly the way I prefer to trade, you know? So I really hope, fingers crossed, that we're not going to experience the second shutdown, because it would be very unfortunate to trade. We live in a very interesting periods of time to trade, but to be quite honest with you, the not interesting times earlier I liked much more. So, but it is what it is.
I agree with you. I agree with you. The idea that the lockdown basically of the government's going to happen again does not fill me with joy. I'm inclined to agree with you that my trading was a little bit better when it was open. So it does not bode well for my trading style to have it locked down. But unfortunately, that's the way that the cookie crumbles. Unfortunately, we don't always have.
I've never heard this expression before. That the way the cookie crumbles. I love that.
Who was it? What was the film's name? It was Jim Carrey that played in it. The Truman Show. I think. No, was it the Truman Show?
I know the movie. No.
Or it was Bruce Almighty. Now I can't remember. It was one of the Jim Carrey films where he was talking about, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. I think it might be Bruce Almighty.
I can totally see Jim Carrey saying this line. To be honest.
But yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Unfortunately, it's gonna happen whether you want it or not.
Unfortunately, yes. That's not up to us. That's the way it is. So the trade that I'm talking about is actually the sell on GU. I've been in a short yesterday. I closed it with a little bit of profit just to be safe, because I could have closed it with much bigger profit, to be quite honest with you. I just didn't hold it because after NFP it was dropping all the sides. Now the reason I'm looking for short is because if we look for the high, well, that's actually 5 minutes. So let me just jump on a 30-minute time frame first, and adjust this for 1 second. Sorry. It's gonna be 800. There we go. So if you look at the higher time frame, and I'm gonna switch off a couple of things so you can actually see the chart. We've had this double top yesterday. We had the manipulation. So that's one of the first signs that I'm waiting. The reason I'm waiting for the trend reversal is when we experience this kind of manipulation as well. So we had a top, we had a second top. The price tried to go down. Yesterday on the NFP, we had manipulation back to the upside. We took the highs. So the price took the previous highs, as we can see here, went higher. It usually is for the stop loss taken. So the people who were short here, for the swing traders, for example, longer period of time, they did they usually place their stop losses above the previous highs. This one's right here. So this was a stop loss taken. Then we had a drop. Now here yesterday I could have taken another short, which I didn't, to be quite honest with you. What hour was it? Yeah, completely I wasn't able to be at the charts. So I was taking another short here yesterday, here. And I closed it with a little bit of profit in this area. However, we see that it went further down. The reason I'm taking short again is because the price came back to the same area one more time. This is the point of control of the week and point of control of the current month. So this area is for me interesting for shorting pound. So I'm looking for short from the current levels until basically at least this here, this consolidation, which we tapped into yesterday on the point of control. But I'm seeing if we can reach the previous lows. And because we tested it we tested it second time. On the third time, I would expect this level to be broken, tap into the value area 35.98, or perhaps I'm even expecting the price to possibly go here 35.30, 35.22. Again, this is a futures quote, so I'm gonna share the other chart in a second. But I can totally see this attempt to continue the trend. Now, the other reason I'm also entered short is because of the big volume here. We can barely see it, but this red circle here is more than 800 contracts that were traded in this area, in this one candle. So if I'm gonna zoom in, we will see that this was 415 sells as well, then another 250 sells entering the market. So I'm seeing if the candle is able to close back below this level in 1 hour of time. So 1 hour candle, so 40 minutes. And in 40 minutes we close below this level here, I'm still gonna keep my shorts opened. So let me just quickly switch to your screen and then back to my trading view, because on trading view it's also going to be a little bit different with thanks a lot. It's trying to find your screen.
That exact same areas I've had up for a while as well. So the one that you mentioned of yesterday, last night tipping in at the top, started pushing lower from there. We do have that initial reaction on this consolidative section on the left, which also coincides with a much further back area of interest that I had as well. So we've wicked into that now as well. I've also got that exact same area that you had down here, as well as the much larger point of interest, which was 135.36 to 135.14-ish. Exact same area. And then way further below than that, 134.52 to 134 flat. I've got an area of interest as well. Should all of these fail, should all of these areas fail to garner a bullish response off of.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we bring up your screen again, yeah?
I'm going to bring up my screen. That's pound. So the level that I'm looking for the price to close is basically, it's going to load, this point of control. So I want to see quite a big wick. I didn't necessarily expect the price to go so high, to be quite honest with you. I would prefer the price to stay below this zone and not push back higher the way it is. So if it closes with a wick, I'm going to keep holding it. If it closes above this level, I'm going to close this trade, because and then eventually if later in the day it closes back below it, I'm going to open it again. So basically everything that's going to be below 36,400 for me, I'm going to try to sell pound. So again, even if it goes there somewhere later during the day, I'm going to still try to sell it later on again. So I'm going to re-enter the same trade. And then with the targets that I'm aiming for, once again, is this lows here that we didn't take yet. And then eventually we look at the 4-hour time frame, what we will see is that we've been quite, dropping since the previous highs here. So we've been creating consistently and steadily lower highs. So I am expecting to take over the previous lower low as well and maybe create a new lower low, which would make total sense for me based on the volume, because if I place the volume profile over this whole consolidation here, well, the channel consolidation, however we want to call it, we're going to see that we have our value area right here, value area high, which also wasn't tested yet. So I would expect the 35.00 to be tested. Maybe 34,300, but not necessarily something I'm expecting for immediately. So I'd say that everything that is below, I'm going to be selling with the targets at 35,900 and then 35,000 here. There's two levels.
Yeah, I think I'm 100% in agreement with you in that one. That is now bar the fact that the news today and tomorrow just completely disrupts everything that we thought we knew about the dollar, and it just goes way against us. But in terms of direction, I think those are really good areas to test, definitely. So the ones that makes the most sense.
Unfortunately, with the news with the US, that they are recalculating the US labor market again data for the previous year.
I heard that one, and the funny thing is that the reaction that we had yesterday was so far away from what was expected that I actually think that we're going to go closer to what was expected with the recount. I just have a sneaking suspicion. What was the rate? Was 130,000 non-farm yesterday. Where the expectancy was 66 versus 48K, which was the previous one. I mean, from the previous one to the new one was 4x, so 4 times more than expect. Well, not 4 times more, twice more than expected, but 4 times more than the previous month. So I think the recount is well well worth it.
Yeah, yeah, and you know that they are calculating for 800,000 job places.
Yes,
potentially.
So not just that handful that may have been been used. Yeah. So is GU the only one that you were interested in, or are there any other ones that you are just as
Good
equally?
question. So normally I was in a sell for silver as well. I literally just closed it a second ago because I was selling from yesterday. If you look at the high time frame as well, I'm not necessarily looking for any bullish continuation here for the current moment. I don't see, the strengths. We see that we had a V-shaped recovery, but afterwards, the further we go, the more choppy the market becomes. So usually this sign of choppy behavior for me is a sign of sell-off. So I would be expecting the price to drop once again for silver. I was in a sell because if you look at the smaller time frame, smaller, I mean 15 minutes right here, we do have the previous volume, which is normally it should be the weekly one, but it's calculated as a daily. 1 second. I have my settings messing up with me lately. Where's my weekly volume now? Okay, the weekly one is below, but yeah.
Have you also been struggling with your internet today?
No, I'm struggling with my trading view for some reason.
Okay, so it's not just us then. So we're having some teething issues, let's call them, with both our streaming platform as well as TradingView, and then WhatsApp as well. Just the messages are taking forever to go through. It seems as though there's just a little bit of I don't know, gremlins or something in the system that's just making everything slow. That's why LJ disappeared and LJ hasn't been back.
Yesterday in parts of the country, they took off WhatsApp and Telegram and YouTube. So they stopped working completely, all three platforms.
Oh no.
So it might be some kind of connection between those. But TradingView has been constantly giving me the issues with the indicator. So I save the settings and it goes back. I save the settings and it's like reset back.
So I've had exactly the same issue. So I have templates that I draw up, and when I close everything at night, come in the next morning, restart everything, none of the templates are available. It's like they never saved. And it's just like, okay, thank you for that. And then I have to go and find each one, reintroduce them, make sure that all of the information is as it should be, done and dusted. Very annoying.
Wow. Yeah, I'm having exactly the same issues with this. Literally exactly the same issues with TradingView. It's just crazy. But yeah, what I wanted to show is basically this volume here. So this is the previous daily volume. So yesterday's one. This is Wednesday. Let's call it Wednesday. And volume, right? And this is the Thursday volume. So the volume that we've been trading through the Asia already. And part of our London session too. So as we can see, the majority of the volume is just on tops, and the price every time it pushes back into this zone between yesterday's volume and today, it pushes back down. So as long as we stay below this zone, I'm quite expecting pound or silver to continue downwards. I would not be surprised if we go back to the same volume from this week, as the weekly volume is at 81,145 for the futures, or basically you can refer it as this level of this week here for the CFDs too. So I am expecting it to go here. I do think that we're most likely going to consolidate until the news on the New York session during New York. So I'm not really expecting it to go immediately. I did close my sells. I was holding it from this level here. So if we go backwards and if it gives me another confirmation, I might just take another sell from the same level. It's not usually something that the way I trade, but I found out that I miss out on a lot of good opportunities just because I do not trade the tops and the bottoms of the range when it ranges. when I know it's most likely going to continue to range due to the news releases that are upcoming, for example, and the past one. So after NFP, between the NFP and the next news release, the price tends to consolidate. So why would I skip out on this?
Exactly.
So I'm not going to take a buy, for example, because my overall bias is short. But if you go back to the same level here, I'm going to potentially take another short towards my targets. Maybe if it's going to again consolidate and slow down, I'm going to close it again, at least partially. So this is something I'm looking for. So this, let's say this is for the silver, and that is futures, but on the spot, it looks exactly the same way, or more or less exactly the same way. So again, we have this level here. This is the weekly point of control. And this is yesterday's volume, so it's a little bit moved, but pretty much similar. So this is yesterday's, this is this one. So here on the CFDs, it's rejecting basically yesterday's point of control perfectly between yesterday's and today's via range. And so once again, if you go back to the same highs, I might take another short towards the daily or to the weekly point of control. So this is something that I was in already before and did close off by now. And then in terms of gold, the reason I close silver short as well is because usually when they are consolidating, they're consolidating more or less simultaneously too. And gold in the meantime reached the point of control of the week, and it's trying to reject back to the top of this consolidation. So I also think that gold is going to continue in the same range until the New York session.
Yeah.
But I just don't necessarily like the price action. I think the price action of gold is quite nasty, to be quite honest with you right now. However, if you look at the higher time frame, like for example, hourly or higher, I'm also expecting more shorts, because I don't really see how after this we go higher. Like this type of price action, I don't think I've ever seen. I would say that this volume has been holding the price. This is the monthly volume. This is the weekly one. We've been having a V-shaped recovery and then the drop. V-shaped recovery and then the slowdown. So I'm normally also expecting sell-off. Not sure how big of a sell-off would it be. Potentially here maybe, and then the continuation, or all the way back, also possible. So longer period of time, I'm expecting the price to continue higher, but not yet. My main focus, I would say, is on the next sell-off stuff.
Gold is in a very strange place for me at the moment. I agree 100% with you. We had this lower high round about 5,091, which was touched and broken through yesterday, and then just came back down and just bounced back onto it. So not the reaction that I thought we were going to see. A little, like you say, definitely more consolidative. And I'm like you in that regard, Anastasiia. I don't like consolidative markets. I don't trade the bottom into the top or the top into the bottom. I like ranging markets. Not ranging, I like trending markets. So
same.
I still well clear of gold right now. And on top of that, I want to buy gold. I don't want to sell gold. So when gold is in a seller's market, or if it's consolidative, I look at it and go like, no.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I totally feel it. I have exactly the same thing. For me, it was so perfect when gold was going up in autumn, and in the beginning of the year too. It was just so perfect, honestly. I wish we could continue this way. Hey, Rich.
What's up, Rich?
Hey, how we doing?
Good and you?
Did I just hear right that you like only consolidated markets? You don't like directional moves?
No. You heard the exact opposite of what we said. We only love trending markets. We despise consolidative ones.
Okay, sorry. Then I'm on the direct opposite of that. When the market moves, I have nothing for it. I don't know what to do. When it sits in a consolidation, this is where I typically can play my edge stronger. When I get like reversals, never been a good breakout trader. I always find that I buy the high of a move that just reverses on me. So for me, I was always looking for where's that reversal point, as opposed to how to follow in with a momentum. But it's fine.
So do I have an asset for you look at gold on the 15 or the 5 minute, and
Look at this.
you'd be happy. So, fill your boots, mate. Fill your boots.
But pretty much, to be quite honest with you, lots of like all the metals are in the same stage, more or less. But also, I don't know if you looked at the Bitcoin, Rich, but Bitcoin has been also playing along with your H to be honest with you. It's been just stuck there for days so far.
I stopped looking at Bitcoin when it dropped below 90k. So you could tell me it's at 100k. You could tell me it's at 50k. I actually stopped watching it a little while ago. I was holding a little bit of Bitcoin, and I noticed every day it was part of my routine. I'd look at it and go, right, when are we at 150? When are we at 160? And it just stopped climbing. And I was so close to my exit as a combined portfolio. And I'm now one of them bag holders thinking, why didn't I get out at this level? But I've got a plan. I'm sticking to it. If it takes 2 or 3 years to play through, it is what it is, right?
It's interesting because I just started looking at it when we dipped below 70k, because that's when I started buying it back. Because so I actually didn't look at it at all when it was above 100. I was like, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Forget about it. But when it dipped below 70, I was like, this one I'm not missing anymore. Not this one. I've been here since 2016 on crypto, and I've missed way too many opportunities like this. And this one, I don't care how long it takes, the end of the year, 2 years, 3 years, I'm not missing this one.
And what if it so happens that this is the one that absolutely bankrupts you? This is like, I'm going to get in on it.
I am assuming the possibility, and I'm okay with that.
Excellent. So just decided, you know what? I'm not missing it. Even if this train is heading for a wall, I don't care. I'm in it.
But you always have, realistically in life, you always have 50-50 chance. However much you're gonna calculate this, there are things that are not under your control. So in my control, I would just decide, am I gonna miss this opportunity now or not? Am I gonna take the risk or not? And then if it goes and it disappears tomorrow, then it is what it is. It's fine.
You don't want to be that person that 5 years down the line and says, I shoulda.
Yeah, it's like, what am I gonna regret more? And am I gonna regret more later on, saying that I knew I could have tried and it could have worked out, but I didn't take my shot? Or I'm gonna regret more trying and failing and missing out, and then it is what it is. So I'm gonna regret more not trying than making a mistake, failing, and losing it. So this is a decision that I made.
Do you know what we're talking about here? We're talking about a much higher time frame version of what we experience on intraday trades. So if you think about what we were talking about a minute ago, where I said, look, I had a plan, price didn't reach that level, and now I'm a bag holder. It's like my trade pushed 2 hours into profit, just missed the TP, and now it's pulled back to break even. And at these moments, or even worse, it pulls back into drawdown. And I've been on this cycle several times in the past. On my first cycle in buying into crypto, I made the commitment that Anastasiia did. I'm like, this is me, I'm going to buy. And it kept dropping. And I'm like, excellent, I'm going to buy more. And it dropped. And I bought more and more and more. And it got to a point where I'm like, I'm so committed into this. And it's not showing a opportunity to turn around. And I bailed on the plan. This was about 4 years ago, and I didn't continue to buy it all the way through. Then when it recovered, I never got to a point of realizing that. And I think one of the things that's super important for us is to stick to our edge no matter what. So if you've made a decision on this is super important to see this all the way through. I'm not sure that I would be so boom and bust on it. For me, I'd be like, okay, I've got, let's say, $1,000. I'm going to put $200 into this and drip feed it in. So if it does go completely wrong, I'm not completely. But I think your level of aggression or commitment and conviction into your trades is probably a little bit, probably more bullish perhaps than mine. But the whole idea with the crypto thing is to hold on to it and let the plan play through. And what I get to see every day on an intraday cycle, if we don't do this as traders, we're constantly going to fear not jump into the next trade, or we'll close trades early because what if it runs into profit, or as it goes into a drawdown, we'll add into it just randomly or move our stop loss. These are the kind of behavior patterns that keep traders typically stuck over a bigger sample. So if a trader has a plan, stick to it. The amount of times I would be in a trade and I would say, right, we're going up 1 hour in profit, and it would pull back to break even, and I would get such a sense of fear. I would want to close this trade at break even. And all I was doing was I was trading my emotions. But what I started to notice is that my strategy's results, if I just held to TP or stop loss, it would produce way more than if I followed my emotions of going, oh, we went into profit, now we're back to break even. And I noticed the same was true when trades went close to stop loss and then turned back around to break even. I would go on that reverse journey. I would go fear, oh, I'm going to lose this money, I'm going to lose $1,000. And then it would come back to break even, and closing that trade at break even used to feel like the biggest win. But my data used to tell me, if you let your trade hit that stop loss or that TP because you have a plan and you have an analysis, you will earn more than letting your emotions take over. And it was just a similarity I wanted to draw, because we were talking about having a plan in holding portfolios long term. But if we bail halfway through, there's a huge difference between the end result that traders can achieve. And I've seen that in my own journey. And the only way I was able to conquer it, so if you're struggling with this, chat, if you're struggling with this in your journey at the moment, is you give yourself so much information around your edge that you would be silly not to believe it. So you literally show yourself, if I followed my strategy, this would be my result. And this is the actual result I'm getting. And then what you get is this thing that I call the gap. It's the gap between where you could have been and where you actually are. And nothing makes a trader more miserable than knowing you have a great analysis, you just can't follow it. That's the quickest way to kick your psychology into gear and say, I'm going to fix the me issues within trading. But we've got to be able to measure it. We've got to be able to see the difference between good results and the difference between obviously the results that we actually get. That's I've just done a webinar or a session on it, so it's something that I'm quite excited to talk about within this course. But 80% of traders, when I still ask them, do you have your data in order? 80% of traders are like, data? Like, yeah, I've got my MT5 history, but like, and they're still recording good days based on profit and bad days based on losing. And it's like, that's the cycle that we're trying to break here, is building a connection that a good day could still be a day that you executed your plan and not finished in the green with your P&L. And it's until I made that connection in my own trading, I was always chasing a green day for P&L, and I would always make decisions based on fear and based on greed. And that was the difference between me breaking through and starting to become profitable and not. So it's I'm going to shut up about that because there's a lot of stuff that I could talk on that for a long time. Maybe we'll chat about it a bit later on in the session.
No, we're all happy to hear you talk about that, Rich, because you'll notice that people stick around when you start talking. I don't know if it's because of the timbre of your voice, because it's so soothing, I don't know, or if it's because of the sheer value that you bring when you do talk about these things. So please, if you wish to continue, do continue.
Okay, how do we build on from
that? The spot there. It's like I've had the thing in my mind I wanted to say, and I said it. Now I have to think of another thing. Richard, you asshole, why?
No, it's okay. So something I want to touch on is what we call the theory gap. And the theory gap is where you know the theory, but you still have to put it into action. So everybody you see on the stream, okay, it's so easy to see these people and go, well, these people must have everything figured out. We still go through the exact same emotions and ups and downs and turbulences that every other trader goes through. The only difference is when you learn the theory, when you understand, okay, this is what good looks like, you can then have something good to aim for. Until that point, it's just going round and round in circles. So it's good to talk about the theory and understand what good practices look like? It's chalked up as risk management, have a trading plan, have a strategy, go and back test it. But when we really dive into it, the reason why we do these things is because if you don't surround yourself with a feedback loop that tells you you actually have edge when you do this, then we get stuck in the behavior of, oh, I feel like doing this today. You know what? The fear's there. I'm going to size down. Or actually, I feel confident today because I just had 4 winning days in a row. And the one thing that I've found in the market is I cannot out trade the randomness of the market by trying to guess when I increase my risk, when I decrease my risk, when I skip a trade, when I double down on a trade. So for me, it's, is this a valid trade that's in line with my plan? And what I do is say, if this went to stop loss, would this be a valid trade? If this went to TP, would this be a valid trade? And I have to look for agreement on all levels. If I say, yep, if you take this and it still doesn't work out, you know this is a part of your plan. So I give myself permission to commit to that trade before I even take it. And what that helps me to do is accept the loss if it does go to stop loss. So when I take a trade, and it's a probabilities thing, it could be 60% win rate of 1-to-1. If that trade goes to stop loss, I've already accepted it. So it's not a shock and it doesn't turn into this big emotional event. And when it's not a big emotional event, I don't feel threatened. So that means I'm less likely to behave like an idiot afterwards. And I'm talking about myself being an idiot, not anyone else. But I would take a loss. I would risk too much on it. Then I would become emotional, maybe because I moved my stop loss. And then I felt I needed to get this money back. And then I felt the market owed me money. But the problem was, it was me. I had an expectation that the market was going to deliver because I had a coin that was weighted. I had a strategy that's profitable. So I had an expectation. But the problem is the market doesn't pay us when we want to be paid. It's a probabilities game. So the real issue in trading is, if I could pick the next winning trade, I wouldn't have to use risk management. But none of us can pick the exact next winning trade. It's a probability that maybe the odds are in your favor, and therefore we have to use risk management. And if we don't adhere to that risk management, your emotions are designed to keep you alive. So they're doing their job by giving you this feedback loop of this fear, this panic, this frustration, this excitement. Like we're biologically wired to physically feel these things, then react on them. So trading is always going to bring these emotions to us. What we've got to do is understand that actually, because I'm feeling this thing, providing I followed consistently where I know my edge to be, with consistent risk management, thank you for the warning, but these emotions aren't relevant in this moment. And we need to just separate the two between understanding that this is where my emotions help me in real life, and in the charts, this is typically where if we lean into them emotions, they just lead traders astray. And that results to a huge portion of why traders do not find profitability, because they don't learn how to separate and build a process around their emotions. And it starts by identifying what a good trade is and accepting that result, win or loss. And it doesn't help in many ways when we have big targets or payout milestones and things that we go, when I reach this, I'm about to suddenly pay off my debt, or I'm about to buy a car. I mean, we have trading accounts big enough that you can pull 5-figure payouts. And we see that on the Fivers YouTube channel. If you check out some of the videos, you'll see some traders that have made payouts above $10,000. So we have the opportunity to align ourselves with significant returns. The problem is, the brain, the emotions, it's the problem, but it's also the solution as well, which is why I would always encourage emotional awareness and understanding, what does good practices in trading look like? And then you've got the real part of the journey, which is actually navigating your journey whilst you know this stuff and not succumbing to these emotions. And for me, I've shared the story about the cold shower. It's about working with the emotions, not trying to suppress and control the emotions. Typically, when I try and suppress and control the emotions, they come back, with more emotions. They come back with all their friends. So for me, I would rather just say, right, I feel this emotion, which is why you heard me earlier say, thank you for this emotion, but it's not relevant right now. And I genuinely treat my chimp brain and my emotions like a separate entity. And I say, look, I trust you to keep me alive. You gotta trust me to make good analysis. So when we take a good analysis and we agree it's a good analysis, I need you just not to freak out, okay? Just lean in and just trust me. And to be honest, that was my little hack. That was my breakthrough moment where I was able to have a plan and follow the plan and allow that P&L to return into the account perfectly in line with my strategy. And then that closed that gap that we were talking about earlier. Hey, LJ, how we doing, mate?
Doing all right. Very spotty internet today.
All of us, mate. All of us.
I don't know what's going on. So if I drop out again, I don't know what to do about it. It keeps coming in, coming out. Cam was saying they got storms over on the Gold Coast. We did before. It was just rain though. It wasn't too heavy yet. But I don't know. I don't know if it's something further down the line that's gotten hit. I have no idea. Everyone else is saying they have internet problems everywhere though. So
yeah, I've been having issues with WhatsApp as well. WhatsApp is just, I don't know, it's either slowed or the messages take forever to go through. And then every now and then TradingView just doesn't want to participate. Then there's moments where it's participating and then it leaves me high and dry. So it's everywhere.
That's what I mean. I don't know if it's like a server issue, somewhere else, like a cloud server or something, or no idea. But so yeah, apologies if I randomly drop out again. Just that's probably exactly why. So
dude, it's okay.
How you guys been then?
I wanted to mention something now based on what Rich was saying. It's the your analogy of like having it as a separate entity, your emotion, and then so it's the brain, the thinking part, the control of the body that's talking to the heart, and the heart is in a different country, in a different room or whatever. And it's like, hey, listen, I know you're having a bit of a moment, but I need you to chill out because I'm about to make this important decision, and you're distracting me. But when it comes to emotions, I think I have mentioned this before. I have this very it's called a very, very visual way of looking at emotions. I refer to emotions as boxes. And these boxes, you can choose to open up this box right now and have whatever is stuck inside that box just absolutely overflow. And your whole room is going to be full of confetti and, it's just this little present. So if you open it up now, it's pressurized, it's going to explode. But if you acknowledge, listen, I see there is a present, I'm just going to let this present kind of like, this box just kind of like sit on its own for just a little bit. I'm going to deal with this thing over here first. The problem that I had with that is that I would, instead of just keeping the present, the box in the room, I would go and store it. I would go and put that emotional box in a room. It's a dark, dank room. And I'm, just open up the door and shove it in and close the door again. I don't want to see what's going on in there. But what happens is that over time, some of these presents that you received may have been, perishable goods. And they start rotting and they start, fermenting or whatever. But it's never the first box that you put into this cupboard that starts that fermenting process. It's the very first one you put in there a very, very, very long time ago and you kind of forgot about it. And what happens is that you keep piling boxes upon boxes upon boxes, but the emotional one that's causing all of the crap in your life is way there at the back. And you have to open up this door, you get overwhelmed by all of these boxes falling on you, and then you have to take the box and one by one, and this was a one-time thing, I don't have to worry about, this is a much deeper thing, I need to deal with this one. And that process of going back into that emotional state and trying to understand what you felt back then becomes really difficult. So I 100% agree with you with the idea of if you have an emotional experience, it's true to just acknowledge its existence and say, you know what, it's okay to feel this thing that I'm feeling right now, whether it's FOMO, whether it is fear with, just like regular, fear of loss, even the fear of success, like fearing that, that imposter syndrome and stuff like that. Whatever those emotions are, it's okay to acknowledge and then at the same time to say, you know what, I'm not going to let this define who I am as a trader, and then I'm not going to let this thing define who I am as a person. And slowly but surely getting comfortable with, yeah, I know you're there. I accept you're there, but I'm not going to listen to you right now. I'm busy with this thing over here first. And then as you get time, kind of start dealing with those, like, let's call them the more deeper seated feelings. Like, for argument's sake, what was the one, imposter syndrome, when you know, just the fear of success, almost, like I don't deserve the thing that's coming towards me, that kind of like thing, which can be detrimental in the long run to people's success as traders. And it's kind of like trying to rip apart your being, who you are, and completely ignoring one part of yourself, and it's so difficult. So I'm really looking forward to the coaching module that, Rich, you're working on, because I would love to see how your approach is being detailed, and how myself as a trader who has emotions, who would like to kind of find a platform from which I can maybe test those theories that you have and see whether or not they work for me. So I'm very, 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 very interested to see what it is that you've cooked.
Well, just a quick sneaky peek behind the curtains. We actually have an entire module based around the trader as an individual and their emotions attached to it. So if you want to get a sneaky peek to this, you can actually go onto the Fivers website. You can look at the 10-year anniversary and you can see the launch date on there. I'm not going to go ahead and give it to you now, but you can actually see when you should have access to this as a Fivers trader as well. So not only do you get the coaching workshops within the community, you also have a repeatable resource, which is your resource to use to basically transfer through these milestones as a trader. Interesting, you said about imposter syndrome. Limiting beliefs is a massive hurdle for traders. A lot of traders, they think that, you know, we get the compound calculator out and we think, you know what, 1% on a 1K account, LJ's smiling, you've done this. I'm sure we've all done this, right? You go, but hang on, 1% on 100K. So if I could make 10% a month, and then month 1, I'm on this, and month 5 and month 10, and before you know it, the numbers start looking like phone numbers. They become ridiculously big. So the blueprint, it's logical, it's mathematical, it makes sense. The problem comes where the capital can grow quicker than the mindset of the trader who's applying it. And so we've got a very specific video about dealing with scaling up. Like, how do we physically scale up? How do we go from trading a $500 personal account to suddenly trading a $100,000 prop firm account? The numbers on the screen are so much larger, and we can get access to this capital relatively easy. So it's about, well, how do we grow mentally as the physical capital goes? So we've got a full blueprint in how traders can actually scale their emotional capital along with their physical capital as well. That's just limiting beliefs when it comes to scaling up. And this is a lot of the reasons why, you know, traders hold themselves back by closing trades early, by skipping on analysis. And then we've got all the individual emotions. I see we've got this comment here. I want to bring it up quickly. It says, I think emotions are indicators that you may be lacking knowledge or process in your trading. It's your best friend in troubleshooting your trades. I love that, because the emotions are there to tell us something. We've just got to understand what it is they're telling us. Now, if you take a losing trade and your emotions fire, but that was a valid trade, now we're getting mixed signals. We're going, well, this was a trade in line with my plan, but my best friend, my troubleshooting is telling me there's a problem in the code. So this is why it's super important as traders to be consistent, because if we revenge trade, adjust our risk, skip trades, trade someone else's plan, in a 2 months from now, 3 months, what you've got is an equity curve that you could never repeat, because you just followed random emotions as they come up. When you won a few trades, you felt great and you increased your risk. When you lost a few trades, you skipped the next few trades. When you took a loss, you revenge traded. The problem is with this is if we do this, we're introducing randomness within our results. So The trader who breaks this circle, the blueprint looks like this. I follow my plan regardless of what my emotions tell me. I identify valid trades and I trade them with consistent risk. I do this over a long enough sample size to look at that equity curve and say either I'm aligned with the market and I should continue, or my edge no longer operates as intended and I need to adjust something. Now, until we bring that level of insight to our trading, we're constantly stuck in a loop of, yeah, boy, made money on this trade. Let me double down on the next. Oh, this one looks good. Let me hop in here. And we're trading our emotions at this point. And this is why a lot of traders don't break that cycle, because they come to me and say, Rich, what's wrong with my trading? And they'll show me an equity curve, but I'll look at their behavior pattern and talk to them about it. And there is no consistency. So the first thing that I can help a trader with is say, identify a very clean technical setup and consistently and relentlessly execute on that setup, measuring both the result you should have got and the result you did get. When you get that insight, you can see if the problem is you or the problem is your strategy. Until you do that, we're just going round in circles, reacting to these fabricated numbers moving up and down in an account. And the problem is that the numbers, yes, they pay you, but they won't repeatedly pay you if you are not consistent in your process and aligning yourself with an edge that's relevant in the market. So in summary to what you said, I love the idea of acknowledging the emotions, but it's also understanding when the emotions are actually aligned or just firing off randomly, and then saying, look, thank you for your warning. Actually, yes, I've been silly today. I revenge traded. I should be feeling this heightened sense of emotion, or actually I've just followed my plan and this is one good loss. Framing trading that way takes away a lot of the sting, and then our data becomes useful insights because we can see whether or not it's working or whether or not it's not, and we need to adjust. So yeah, I love your analogy of the rotten fruit, because it's that same trigger emotions actions. The action is I revenge trade. Why did you revenge trade? Well, because I felt an emotion. Why did you feel the emotion? Probably because it's sitting rotting and there's an underlying trigger. So again, we've got a full video on how to track down triggers, emotions, and actions, and it's a lot of deep work, right? And Rich, I know we've spoken about this, and you're very familiar with this. You've done a lot of this work, and it is uncomfortable. Who wants to open that cupboard where we've shoved away all that dirty laundry and look at them, that stinking pair of socks that has been buried from our childhood of trauma? Like, no one enjoys doing that. But if we don't really cut the issue off at its root cause, we're going to be stuck feeling a lot of emotions that some of them are completely unnecessary. One example, over risking. If you're over risking on your trades, you're triggering yourself. So a lot of the time our behavior actually produces a trigger, then the emotions fire because we've over risked. If you said, Rich, go risk 4% on your account or trade without a stop loss, my emotions are going to be 5 times higher because I know what I'm doing doesn't have longevity to it. So in that case, I need to listen to my emotions and say, okay, you're right, I'm being a bit silly again. But if I'm trading with 1% risk and I'm following my plan and my emotions still fire, well, then maybe there's a trigger that actually needs addressing because I've done the correct process. So yeah, I love what you said with that. That's a really good analogy.
Yeah. Why do I want to keep punishing myself by repeating the same process over and over and over again, knowing that it's not good for me and knowing that it doesn't net good results? So some tough questions that people have to ask themselves. Gentleman and lady, I'm going to have to jump off now. But before I jump off, I just want to do a shameless plug. We do have the 10-year anniversary event next week, Tuesday. Next week, Tuesday is going to be a regular streaming day, just like now. Same time in the morning, we're going to start half past 8 GMT, our normal regular stream. And then the afternoon, just after the stream ends, we're going to have the 10-year anniversary stream. An awesome stream. We have $2 million worth of giveaways to do. So that's accounts. That's going to be free. You're going to enter a raffle via the live stream. And from there on, you're going to get an account. We're going to have some giveaways to some community members that we have, some awards, people that the Fivers have recognized for their impeccable taste, for picking the fivers, among other things. And then we're going to have some very, very interesting announcements on the day specifically. So we're going to announce a new program. We're going to announce some, I don't know, maybe some giveaways. And then we're going to say thanks from the fivers to you, the community, for being with us for the last 10 years and helping us grow. But before we do any of that, we would like you to subscribe. We would like for you to like this content. And we would love for you to share it with your... Will's got a whole speech, you know, your mother, your uncle, your brother, your sister, your dog, your cat, your next door neighbor, all of that stuff. I'm not a rapper, so I'm not going to do that thing. But I would really appreciate it if you guys could help push us to 100,000 subscribers, which is a goal of ours for a while. And we're tantalizingly close to that. So, all right, gentlemen and lady, I'm going to jump off, and then I will see you guys next week, Monday, for a fresh new week here with the Fivers live stream. All right, guys. Cheers.
Thank you so much. See you.
Well, you know what they say, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Say hello to your window, everybody.
You just sound like a burglar, just breaking and entering. Typical Will. Very UK of
Break
you.
in, break out, you know, all sorts of strategies going on over here.
Whatever works.
Whatever earns me money, man. What's news, guys? What have I missed?
Basically, my internet just being rubbish
was
all day, pretty much.
What?
What were you saying, Rich? Sorry. Go
I
on.
missed all of that.
Yeah, you go, Rich.
Sorry, I was just saying, Will, that transition was absolute fire. Richard dropped out. You came in with this absolute banger, this one-liner. It was really good. I was just acknowledging
Thank
it,
you.
mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. How's everything in the life of Richard Wells? Rich, I feel like we haven't spoken in a while. I feel like I've been so busy out in moving to Hong Kong. You've been so busy with your things. Haven't even sent you a personal message, man. How's things?
Things are good. Things are good. We were just talking about kind of emotions in trading and how some of the emotions were relevant and other emotions are slightly less relevant. And all of these skills we were talking about, emotional awareness, they transition into life, family life. Just not just trading, but just kind of when the day-to-day stuff comes up, you know, maybe you get in an argument, a road rage. I mean, I'm sounding like I'm a proper bad one here. I don't get in arguments. I don't get in road rage.
Giving away your real personality here, Rich.
Pretty much, mate. But we were talking about like these emotions that come up, and one of the comments I just wanted to circle back to was this: I have a problem that I cannot lose. We were talking about triggers, right? Now, this is something that we all go through. I had a massive problem with this within my trading. I really had a problem with losing, and it was because I had a belief that profitable traders don't lose. So every time I lost, it would trigger me that I felt I just had to keep winning. I was like, well, if I lose, that shows me I'm not profitable. And again, we reframe that to profitable traders lose well, and they make a bit more than they lose. So this comment here, I want to just dial in on this just a sec. So if you have a problem with losing within your trading, take a moment and sit with this question throughout the day. Just give yourself 5 minutes and write it down and just say, what do I really fear? Because we can box up losing as this bad thing. No one wants to lose. It's terrible. Why should we want to lose? But actually challenge it and say, what am I really afraid of? And I sat with this question for a while, and this is what we call shadow work. We let answers come up from the subconscious. And I kept saying, Rich, what are you really afraid of? What are you, like, if you send a voice note to Will and he doesn't respond to you, what are you really afraid of? So there was part of me that would just sit with this question, you know, if you have a losing trade, what are you really afraid of? And what I found was every time I took a loss, I felt that I was further away from my goals. That's what my underlying belief was. That was my trigger. So every time I lost, I got triggered, felt loads of emotions, because I felt I'm never going to be a profitable trader. I'm now even further away from passing this challenge account, or I'm even further away from getting paid. Now, I wouldn't have realized that if I didn't spend a little bit of time and just asking that question. What am I really afraid of? And it will be unique for everyone. You'll have your own different ideas. And if nothing comes, don't try and force it. Don't try and answer it logically, because a lot of the times we like to fill in the gaps with something that sounds smart or clever. The whole point, when you feel something, the whole point is to say, what am I really afraid of? And you just sit with that feeling and you see what comes up. And it can give you a little bit of a clue of actually what your trigger really is. Now, that trigger brings on those emotions. And for me, every time I lost, my trigger would say, you're never going to be profitable. You're just moving further away from your goals. So what I had to do is reframe the way I looked at losing. I understood that all profitable traders that I've ever met, they lose and they lose well. So I had to understand, for me to be a profitable trader, I had to make peace with losing, because losing is a normal part of trading. So if I looked at losses as threatening, like I'll never become profitable if I lose, well, in the same way with that comment that, I didn't lose, but I only won a few coins, I was never going to make significant gains if I wasn't willing to lose well. I needed to have an analysis, put my stop loss in a place where I'm wrong, and back that with sensible risk management. So that was my own journey of a trading. I just redone that loss and looked at it as a way of saying, right, okay, how can I look at a loss as something that's healthy? Because in the real world, typically losses aren't good. We're taught from a very young age, no one wants to be a loser. Often second place, third place doesn't get celebrated. So I was like, well, how can I look at losing as healthy? And that's where I reframed it as long as I lose on good losses that are technically valid trades, that I traded perfectly with consistent risk management, then I know that I'm not moving one step away from my goal, because my goal isn't to get this single account paid out. My goal is to become the best trader I can be. And by following my edge is the highest chance that I have of getting funded, scaling my funding, and building massive allocation. I have to follow my edge. So good losses, good wins, and that's how I reframed it. And then when I would take a loss, I would go, that's just a good loss. And all of a sudden, them powerful emotions, they just stopped showing up, because I had changed the belief system around the energy. I de-energized the old belief system and reinstalled a new belief system that good losses are okay to take. So my emotions, they stopped firing up, they stopped going crazy, and I was able to follow my plan, which ultimately made me a better trader. So rather than trying to fight and wrestle with all these emotions every day and trying to never lose, now I lose like an absolute legend, and I smile and go, that's a good loss. And that's the only way that I've been able to sustain a trading career, because I'm able to frame losses as something that is helpful, something that is going to bring me closer to the trader I want to be. So it's just something I wanted to pick up on that comment.
Dude, that's absolutely awesome, man. What an absolute value bomb as well. I just seen Unbiased Trader. No, was it? It wasn't Unbiased Trader. It was. Let me just bring the YouTube back up, because I'm not seeing chat on the streaming side. Sam, the Sniper VWAP, saying, Will, you missed wisdom of Richard W. Dude, I'm glad that you have reshared that wisdom with me, because that's absolutely awesome. Actually, as well, it brings me on to a fantastic point, talking about wisdom, talking about psychology, and talking about emotions in trading. What a fantastic topic to talk about. I'm speaking in Dubai in April. I've been invited to speak in Dubai. Really excited for that. Now, I haven't picked my topic to talk about yet. It's going to be psychology and money. It's going to be psychology and trading. It's going to be, psychology and life around trading. It's going to be something along the ideas of what you can do as a person to put in the best practices. A little bit probably along the lines of what Richard was talking about today. Now, my idea was to come on today. Well, it wasn't actually until now. I'm lying to you. My idea now, after listening to the absolute fantastic value that Rich has just shared, and hopefully got you guys in the mood for a bit of psychology and a bit of emotion and trading, and a bit of sort of self-improvement in not only potentially your trading, but your life and how it can sort of cross interject with each other. Now, an idea that I have is for you guys in chat to suggest a topic to me that would resonate best with you guys. Like, I'm a profitable trader. I've been a profitable trader for some time now. I can quite easily go up onto stage and just tell you what it's like to be a profitable trader. I can tell you, I can try and motivate you. I can try and talk about what you need to do psychologically, what works for me to actually try and become profitable. But what would you guys want to listen to? What do you guys feel would be most optimally beneficial for you guys to listen to if you were to sit down and listen to someone talk about how to become profitable? What side of the trading would you want to hear? And I'm not talking strategies, because I don't talk strategy. I'm talking how to be the best version of yourself, a little bit like what Rich was just touching on just now. What would be optimal for you guys to improve? Give me a bit of inspiration. Otherwise, I'm just gonna dive into the absolute massive filing cabinet of knowledge that I have and pick a fantastic topic that I probably have already spoken before in London. So
everyone.
Also, Pedro, what's good, man? How you doing?
Hey, Pedro. How you doing?
I'm good. That's a good suggestion to hear from the chat. You can maybe ask us on Discord, maybe make a poll on Discord, maybe.
Maybe I'll check I'll have a word with Abe, and then I'll see if we can put some together.
Yeah, I could recommend maybe 5 topics, and whatever topics the most voted, then you can choose that one.
Yeah,
that's maybe a good idea.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. I'm ears, guys. I always like to listen on the background when Rich is here, so I'm just listening. His voice is calm as well, kind of it relaxes me, so it's it's really nice. But yeah, guys, if you do have any questions or more questions to Rich in particular, since he's here to share his wisdom as well with us, feel free to do so. And that's an important topic: how to learn how to lose. It's such an important topic. There was always. Maybe Richard is here. Maybe I can make that questions. So you guys know that image that when someone is playing a video game, when he's relaxing, as soon as he loses, he kind of leans forward to play. Do you guys recognize that image? Everyone recognize that image or not? Do you recognize it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
For example, so we have in there we have a difference, right? So we kind of start. Basically, the translation of the image is that we are relaxing until we are not losing. When you are losing, you kind of become more serious or try to eventually start recover or win the game. That at this point we are behind. And I was wondering. If I was kind of approaching trading also in that way, and that can be a little bit a touch point on the situation where, for example, if you win a trade, you kind of slow down a little bit. It maybe sometimes when you are losing, that's the moment that actually you start being more focused as well and try to recover the loss that you had and eventually start being profitable. So there's a little bit of those two dynamics. On the opposite side, we have maybe someone that actually just literally focus on winning every single day. Maybe you can put a Cristiano Ronaldo on that example of the extreme, that no matter what, like is 100% every single day, and regardless of what he's doing. Someone else is maybe he needs to start losing to actually start paying more attention and to focus. And that can go a little bit, for example, when you are in a drawdown, okay, maybe now it's going back to my process, to my discipline, to eventually go back into recovery. And then I was also trying, first of all, if you, in which aspect actually maybe both of you kind of relate, or maybe constantly discipline, constantly focus all the time, or maybe a little bit more relaxed, and when you are losing, kind of, okay, let me actually start focusing on what I'm doing and try to recover and to win again. So one of those two. And then I was wondering, just a continuation of my story, I was wondering if, because sometimes I do relate with the second scenario where I'm comfortably kind of okay in a break-even situation or a little bit of a win. But when I'm losing, I get more focused. Like I hate losing. This is maybe a little bit of the question. Do you love winning or do you hate losing? Like which aspect maybe you are actually into here? Because if you hate losing, you are kind of more into the second one. You don't want to lose. But if you love winning, maybe you're going to get started straight away. And then on the other point, I was wondering, because I don't like to lose, okay, I hate losing, But as I was asking more questions about this situation, it's not exactly that I hate losing. It will be more even about the situation where I hate kind of like not making progress, or in the situation where actually the game finishes. And because trading never finishes, right? So because trading never finishes, I know that there is the day tomorrow that I can recover or improve or learn from my mistakes and something like that. So I start realizing that yes, if I'm actually continue to do this, I'm kind of in a okay situation. Okay, so if I actually start focusing on, of course, I don't like to lose, but since trading there is not an end game, there is not a final minute where the game finishes. I actually kind of feel comfortable if I'm losing for the day, but as long as I keep learning from the lessons that I'm going through to the day, and that I actually then apply my best for the next day. And kind of become a little bit of a relation between, do I actually hate losing, or kind of is this just constantly improving and lesson? For example, I just lost a paddle game last weekend, which I was really pissed about. And I just want to play again against these guys again. I just want to recover. I don't want to have this negative score against these guys. Okay, so, and I think like if I do then recover, then I don't mind. I don't like to have a negative score against anyone. I want to be basically on top of the situation in here. But Richard, you hear me talking. What is your take a little bit on this situation? There's not exactly a question here, but what is your thoughts on this?
So this is a really interesting dynamic, and I love that you brought this up, because this is a subtle behavior pattern that we actually all have a bias to that most of us don't realize. I was listening to a coach talk about exactly this a long time ago, and he explained the story through a student that he was coaching, and the student had what he called underdog syndrome, where basically the guy didn't really bother trying until he was behind on the scorecard. So it was after he a loss, suddenly his brain would go, right, I need to make this back. That's when he used to apply his best game. And I remember listening to this thinking, yeah, isn't that true? Now, I used to play pool and snooker with my friends. And I was kind of good enough to get a kind of an okay victory most of the time. But I would never bother trying until I was like 3-0 down, 4-0 down.
Yeah.
And it was just like a light switch in my brain, much like that game you were talking about. After you suddenly start on the back foot, it's like, I know I can close this gap. It becomes like this personal challenge. Myself, I noticed this in my trading. And some traders will only trade well when they're winning. Now, that's difficult, because if you have to do well to suddenly then show up the next day, the problem is the market doesn't always reward that. We're going to get losing days. We're going to get losing weeks, sometimes losing months, even if you traded really well. So my default that I've learned to recognize in myself is when I'm behind, when the cards are stacked, when everything is looking like, oh dear, this is game over. That's when I come out with my best processes. The amount of times I will trade, and I don't mind admitting this, I'll lose $50, I'll lose $100, or I'll be in floating drawdown, and I literally say, okay, I'm going to have to really try now. And it's like my brain suddenly comes online and says, what is your best process? What is the right thing you need to do in this moment? So to kind of touch on this, I think if a trader doesn't recognize what their default is, when we come into trading, there's the difference between being slightly behind, where you're just learning and you're trying to fill a gap in knowledge, or actually losing the game before it ever starts. And this is the danger in trading. So many traders will come into a trading environment, they will lose so much more than they ever intended, and they will quit because they can't see that they could ever win. And I went through a similar cycle. In the first 2 years, I lost a silly amount of money, personal money, outside of prop firms. And I remember looking at this thinking, I can't win from where I am now. And I didn't just feel behind, I felt defeated. The problem is I put myself in that position before I learned the rules of the game. And I think this is a really important opportunity for us all as traders to recognize, if you're not quite at that point where you're starting to make a little bit more than you lose, this is the time to keep the lessons as cheap as possible, because it's like a journey of being in the desert and only having so much juice to get you through. It's more important that we come to the end line, and I know there isn't an end line in trading, but there is a line where we start to become profitable. And our job is to survive that journey until we get to that point. So I love that you've brought this up, because some traders will have to physically keep winning to turn up the next day. And I feel personally that's quite dangerous and unsustainable. Other traders will have to kind of have a few setbacks and go, okay, let's see how we could use these to our advantage and push. And you're absolutely right that you didn't just want a win, you wanted to win against that exact team that beat you. And it was like, I do this in assets. I'm like, right, if I lose on gold, I don't want to go and win my money back on GU. Gold owes me the money. I want to go and trade gold and get my money back. But the problem is with this is like, then I'm starting to put my biases into it. So it's a super interesting thing. And there is no, although it wasn't like a direct question, there isn't, in the same respect, there isn't no perfect answer. There's just awareness of how do you react, and is that reaction actually helpful for what it is you plan on doing next. If you want a revenge game against this, against this team, and then play terribly just to try and get a win, it's recognizing, actually, you know what, I'm a little bit too compromised. My best practice is just to use this motivation. I'm behind, but I'm not down and I'm not out, and I'm just going to turn up and play my best game. And then reflecting on, why did you lose last time? Is there something that you can do? So was there something in that loss that you can take from and go, you know what, I kind of have to take ownership on that?
I agree. And sometimes actually the loss comes from, for example, the lack of fully focused or the following the routine or whatever it may be. Sometimes we actually get complacent, and after we are losing, or in the moment that we're now behind, that's the moment, okay, let's switch on, let's actually totally focus. And even this question or this conversation, it's quite visible as well in sports, or when the team finally is an advantage, and all of a sudden they start just playing defensive. Like why like 5 minutes ago you were just fully on, kind of trying to score a goal. As soon as you get it, you just kind of push your lines back, and now you are defending and you're not attacking anymore. You see a lot this in football and in many sports, right? Why is that psychological kind of blockage in that moment? Of course, we are playing against another team that maybe they now wants to score. There's not maybe behind, but you see that a lot. Like, why are not just literally consistent doing every single thing that you can to continue to be upfront? It's an interesting topic. I don't know, Anastasiia, if you guys also behave like that, or what is your thought process, or how do you do it? If you want to share.
I actually had a question to reach, in a moment connected to everything that you guys spoke about before, because what you said is very interesting. It's like some people perform better under pressure, some people perform better in a winning situation, so as a continuation of winning, and some people perform better when the situation is really tough, and then you activate all what you got. Now, do you think how people deal with losing in trading is similar to their behavior patterns with, like, when dealing with losses in life and difficulties in life, failures? Or do you think trading is something completely separate and it doesn't have a connection with your own experience or experience of your, students or people,
That's okay. I'm gonna have to shoot in a minute, but I definitely want to touch on this before we go. From what I've observed, trading is very different, and it's what I've observed within traders, for the simple reason that most people in the real world can function relatively well. Can we say the same that most traders in the charts can function relatively well after a loss? So it's what we observe is that typically emotions flare up so quickly because we have such strong beliefs around money, we have such emotional connections to winning, that when this happens within the chart, and I saw a beautiful comment in chat earlier, that our identity gets tied up directly in the next outcome of the next trade. And this is just natural, it's normal. And I think the markets takes the most emotional things that we care about so much, the sense of being right, the sense of earning money, the potential to retire yourself within a very small period of time. So it has all the ingredients for this absolute dreadful cocktail of emotions to come out when just one simple thing doesn't align. So I think typically we're less conditioned to perform well in the markets, but in day-to-day life, we've got a whole life experience of getting up, getting dressed, going to work, doing a job, getting paid the same amount, texting a friend, getting a message back, like that social acceptance. So we're kind of, a lot of our behavior patterns and beliefs, I believe, are reinstalled on a regular basis throughout years of repetition. Most of us, we don't have that same exposure in the markets. And what we see in traders is so many of us have to unlearn that typical idea of, I feel this way towards losing, or I feel this way towards being right. And it should just be use risk management and follow a strategy. Press the button when it says, like if you had a gate, right? You're a gatekeeper and you had a big yard that you were like the foreman of, and your job is to sit in a little tower and the cars come in, they sit, level with that gate. And when a car comes, you've just got to press a button. And it comes up, the car goes in, and then it goes down. Most of us could do that on a day-to-day basis without too many issues. Technically, trading could be exactly the same. I identify when my edge is present and I press a button. But we humanize it and it then becomes this big emotional event. And I think typically it's because of all the things that we care about and biases, being right, social acceptance. No one really wants to go to their friends and go, hey, guess what? I've been trading for 2 years and I've lost X amount of money and I'm questioning my career choices. So what the better story is, hey, guess what? I've just passed a challenge and I've just got funded and this is why when we have coaching sessions in the Discord, I encourage traders to share their equity curves, specifically the ones that don't go up. Because if we know that the failure rate in trading is well above 50%, that means that well over 50% of equity curves are lower than where they started. So we focus on normalizing what traders are experiencing. Then we go into the reason why. Why do you experience this stuff? It was a really, really good question. Sorry that we just kind of glazed over it. And again, the disclaimer is everything that we share here is just from our own interpretation, our own experiences, and what we observe in other traders. There will be some traders out there, LJ is a perfect example, that is a complete outlier, the opposite, and has different experiences. So there is no fundamental right way and wrong way in trading that you can bring yourself towards profitability. But there are ways that you can get it completely and utterly wrong in the short term, lose too much money, and then not have the opportunity to finish that race and get to the point of being profitable. Hopefully that covered some of the stuff. I appreciate I had to glaze over a bit of it.
No, thank you so much for answering. It was very interesting to hear your perspective on that as well. So, you need to go, right? You will need to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fly off, but just a quick reminder: we've got in 3 hours from now, we've got a Discord session where we do a coaching workshop. So if there's anything specifically that you want to dive into in a bit more detail, if you're a Fivers trader and you have a trading account, you feel free to join the Discord. You'll see in 3 hours from now we go live, and then we just have a chance to connect with all the questions that we chat about and go into a little bit more detail, pull up the charts and actually explain stuff. But remember, everything we spoke about, nothing changes if nothing changes. So if you connect with anything that we've shared and you've got a wealth of experience on this stream, not just what's come before, but what you're going to be left with Anastasiia, with Will, with Pedro, lean into their experience. And again, ask yourself, how can I use this to elevate my trading? Sadly, we can only shine a light on our own experiences. We can't do the work for you. And all of us here, to be the traders we are today, we've had to go and do that work. And it sucks. It's hard work. It's painstaking. There's a lot of emotions involved. There's a lot of unlearning and relearning. But I think we can all argue that it is well worth it, not just for the P&L, but for the benefits of growing as an individual as well. I'm going to have to shoot. I'll catch you all shortly. Cheers.
Awesome stuff, Rich. Absolute legend. Have a great day, mate.
I personally, following up on what Richard said, I found it a little different from my side. So looking at myself, observing myself, but also observing other people, other traders throughout the years, I found that there are some similarities in how people deal with losses in life and failures in life, and how they deal with failures and losses in trading. I do feel like it's more even exaggerated, and stronger, because it's more often, obviously, that you deal with losses in trading than normal people deal with losses in life, and the topic of money obviously pushes emotions also to maximum for lots of people. But I do find the similarities. There are different patterns of people existing. Like, for example, also the way that some people perform better under pressure when the account is in drawdown is the same way that people perform better under pressure in life when the situation is worse, and when the situation is better, people relax, procrastinate, and so on. So the same counts also the other way around. Some people perform better in the stable growth, when the situation in life is stable and positive, and the same with their trading account, then they can make better decisions. So I think it's quite interesting to. The reason I ask this question is because I think if you study yourself and you understand your behavioral patterns and your weaknesses in life, how you deal with stressful situations, how you deal with losses, and if you can work on that, this can also empower your trading. So if you understand yourself, if you understand your weak points, if you understand also your strong sides, and you learn how to minimize the effect of first ones and maximize the effect of second ones, I think it also can have a powerful effect in trading after all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the uniqueness to trading is something that so many people just completely wipe over and ignore. Like you just mentioned, the fact that people deal with stress differently. My brother is bonkers for this. So he's an A-star student, and some of his exams, like his A-level exams, especially before he went to uni, he got 100% in. And right now, you're probably thinking, okay, yeah, you're just bragging. What's your point? He revised a week before this exam. Okay, yeah, of course he studied it in college or in A levels, studied it with a teacher, but he didn't revise at all, and he just crammed all week. He was caning coffee powder by no water because he didn't like the taste of coffee. He was just caning coffee for caffeine and then just cramming as much information as possible. He went and got 100% on this exam. On his A levels as well. They weren't exactly, okay, yeah, they're not PhD level university exams, but they're not exams that you can just easily pass, So people deal with stress a lot differently. Me personally, I couldn't just cram. I'd cram it all in and then I'd forget it all in a day or two's time. The minute I move on to the next topic, the last topic's already gone out the other ear. So it's about learning what works for you, and about understanding how your brain works and what type of learner you are, how you deal with stress, what your relationship with money is. And this is a juicy topic because it's a bag of worms. It really is like a tin of worms, sorry. It really is like opening up a tin of worms. It's an awful topic for 90% of families to talk about, is money. 90% of these aren't statistics that I can give you, by the way. These are just exaggerated statistics. But 90% of relationships will fail because of money. So many bad breakdowns will happen due to psychology around money. And then it goes for the same when it comes to the saying, the root of all evil is money. So money is the root of all evil. And that's when it comes to trading, your entire life becomes about money. And it's a really, really almost toxic relationship that you start developing at the very beginning of your trading career. And especially if you've got a previous with money relations, whether it's positive or negative, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because this is about to teach you a whole different type of hunger for money. And what you start realizing as you go through your stages as a full-time or as a profitable to be trader, you start realizing the effect that money will have on you, the effect that money will have on your outlook of people around you, and you've got to then try and understand what you want out of trading. What is it, money or is it freedom? And you got to really try and get in that early, nip that in the bud really early, because otherwise trading will absolutely tear you apart. Like my brother actually posted a reel, semi-motivational. I want to call it a motivational reel, but it was rather depressing. He said, "There is no such thing as rock bottom, bro. It will get worse." That was his quote. That was, and it was a video of him in the gym, and I was like, "Oh, Ewan, man, like this is something fair." I mean, facts, true. No one wants to hear that, but it's
You
so
know
true.
how they say, never say it cannot be worse, because the moment you say it can't be worse, it always gets worse.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, so the only way from rock bottom is up. No, you'll dig deeper.
You'll find a second bottom under the first
Yeah,
one.
you'll find a way. So, and to nip that in the bud early is the best thing you can do when it comes to trading, is learn about yourself and learn about your true reason to trade in. And once you actually start understanding who you are as a person, your relationship to money, your relationship to the want to become a trader, for example, financial freedom, you will have a healthier relationship with your potentially future career in trading. And it will help you a lot when it comes to dealing with losses.
Yeah, that's that's a good one. Yeah, man, there are so many unlimited self-beliefs that can impact everyone's journey in trading. Money is definitely one of them, and in terms even of the getting to the bottom, right? We never know. We like when we watch the movies, like when we watch Rocky or something like that. Usually those moments in the movie, they take 5 minutes, and we like it when like he's literally beaten up. He goes, resumes his routine. He's running on the streets at 5 a.m. in the morning, and everything. And that usually just takes kind of 5 minutes. Maybe within the movie it represents 3 months, but in real life that can represent maybe a year, 2 years, 3 years. Like you never really know when you're going to actually overcome or achieve the next level, and for how long we're going to be kind of at the bottom, or kind of just in this grind process of trying to achieve whatever we're trying to do, which ends up being actually the beauty of life, because we never know. Like we see maybe other stories, people achieving stuff, but when we are actually in the process, we never really know, even if we're going to be able to get there. It can be trading, can be business, can be any topic in general in life. Yeah, it's just it just makes life what it is, and it's a journey above all. And we need just to appreciate that. Like we need to be able to find ways to appreciate where we are, and to find it entertaining, or at least not so depressing, even if by any chance some things around us they're not as we would like them to be, or as pretty as we would like them to be. Yeah, but all of us have been there, I believe so, and maybe are still sometimes even with the mentality. Maybe already are not in that position, but maybe in terms of our mind, maybe are still a little bit, or still kind of bring some residues from that situation. Yeah, it's achieving something in life. It's not easy, and trading is one of them. Is one of them.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. Like I bragged, and I put like quite a flex sort of post on Instagram a couple of weeks ago, I think, or maybe a couple of months ago now, just before I moved to Hong Kong, and I was talking about basically how I am incredibly wealthy. And it was almost like a bit of a trigger. It was almost rage baiting, I will admit. I'm incredibly wealthy, and someone goes, "Oh, how can you be wealthy? How can you be No, I think I said balling. I am balling, and they were like, "How can you be balling if you're driving a decade-old M4?" I was like, "Dude, like this is only a couple of years old. I bought it brand new." I was like, "Ease up a bit." I was like, "But that's not what I was like." And then I was like, "That's not what I'm talking about, though." I was like, "I'm wealthy because I've got my health." Touch wood. I've got my family, touch wood. And do you know the luxury? Okay, maybe not now because I'm in Hong Kong, but the luxury that I had, and this was the biggest unconditional wealth that I will forever be grateful for. And it's the idea that I could go out for coffee or lunch or a beer or dinner with my family whenever the hell I wanted. Now that was better than any Lamborghini, any private jet or super yacht. I mean, if it's gonna come my way, I ain't gonna turn it down. Like, let's be honest. I'm happy to be rich as well as wealthy, you know. So I'm gonna invite that into my life. However, I would much prefer to be wealthy, as far as grateful for the life that I have. And it took me a while to understand this, because at first I was chasing the sort of the materialistics. I wanted a Rolex, I wanted a Lamborghini, I wanted all this superficial stuff. And then I started realizing, a bit like you said, Pedro, we've been through that struggle. And once I started realizing that I was going through a bit of a struggling time, I was getting really stressed to the point where I had to go back to a job at one point. And then I started losing a bit of family time. I started being so busy trying to be a profitable trader, trying to stay afloat financially due to the fact that I had to hold up a job as well. And I was like, wow, by over chasing, trying to reach higher materialistic, expensive things. Now, not saying it's not possible, not saying I'm not on my way, and I'm not saying that I haven't got a roadmap to make it. However, that was my main focus. The minute I shifted that focus from that to the idea of being free, and what I mean by being free is I don't want to be bored, because my family also have careers. My brother has a career, they have stuff going on, but it's the ability to say, you know what, no, this afternoon, me and my partner are going out for coffee, and then we'll meet my family then later on for some lunch. Bosh, that's now my life. And that made me feel more wealthy than any Lamborghini or Ferrari ever could. And it was a lot cheaper. It was a lot cheaper, because it's about working out what your living costs are, what your living standards are, and what you need to survive, and a little bit extra. And like so many people I grew up with now will say, oh, well, you must be a multi-millionaire. I was like, nah, I probably make just a little bit more than you. Some of them I probably make the same as, if not less than. And they're like, oh yeah, but you don't though, because you're a trader. I was like, yeah, I'm a trader. It's just a career. I treat it like a career. I treat it with respect that it deserves. It pays me. I just have more free time than you. That's all you need to be jealous of, is that I've got more time than you. Haven't got more money. Money isn't everything.
I've been since I started trading. I basically have this I had the thing that I needed to work through for many times is an ability accepting that I'm not where I want to be yet. Throughout years and so on. And life is like up and down. And if you look at the bigger picture, there is a really nice exercise in psychology that you draw the straight line of your life from like 0 to whatever, to like the end of life, and you just color the periods of time of growth, stability, and eventually crisis. When the time is going down, you will notice that the life is just waves. It just waves. Sometimes it's going up, sometimes it's going down, and it gives a really nice perspective that whatever is happening is not gonna last forever. It's just gonna be a moment of time. But what you said, Will, I think it requires, and I found myself that it requires a lot of strength within yourself to be able to focus not on the outcome of this one particular area of your life, but to be able to recognize and acknowledge all the other areas of your life and what you actually have there, because it's very easy getting lost in your own head, in your own expectations, disappointment in those expectations, and forgetting all the other blessings that we have in life. That someone else, I really love this comment, because someone else always trade places with you no matter where you are. We forget all the journey that we've passed already and where we could have been and where are many people, and that someone doesn't even have a, place to live, or someone doesn't have food to eat. And of course it doesn't, there is a difference between comparing yourself to someone in a worse position and saying, I don't need to do anything because I'm fine already,
but there is also the difference in comparing yourself and knowing how blessed you are. I am, how blessed we are to be in the position that we are, because even if we would lose everything, we still have the ability to think on how to get out of it and create something from zero as many times as it needs to be done. And I think it's priceless. Not even saying about the family and health, and those are the things that we trust, about. And people who are there to support us and to believe in us, even if it's one person, in the whole world, is just priceless. And if you are able to focus on these things, failures in trading become less effective, and it's easier to get over them, take your lesson, and move on. Whereas if you see trading as the only main area of your life that it's make it or break it kind of thing, then of course it's going to affect you emotionally a lot, and it's going to be difficult to pass through the periods of the drawdown. And I had this really funny thread. I've seen it some time ago that I'm on traders, that traders are really bad life partners, like bad husbands, for example. And someone said, no, losing traders are. Because of emotional instability, not the money topic, but emotions that we bring sometimes, especially in the beginning. I feel like we all go through this, or majority of us go through this, where we experience failure in trading, and then we are like, everything is bad. You bring emotions to your family and to your loved ones, and it takes some time to be able to separate that this is not everything, this does not define me as a person. Failure in trading does not define me for who I am. And in general, in life as well, failures do not define me as a bad person. And the moment I close my laptop, this is my work part, but there is all other life out there which I do not want to mask just because this one is not going the way I want. And I think it's really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, literally. I'm gonna build on this point even further. You said about unprofitable traders are the worst husbands. Do you know what the best husbands are?
What?
Profitable traders. Or profitable traders are the best husbands, wives, life partners, whatever that be the case. Do you know why? Because they've gone through so much psychological hammerings from the market. They're now psychologically untouchable. So if they lose money, if they end up going through financial struggle, not a problem. They're still your rock. They're still your partner, because they can leave their work at the door, and finances aren't even a slight problem because they've probably had worse.
Yeah, if you lose everything, the traders are still going to be with you because they've lost it so many times.
Yeah.
And besides this, I think it's just very interesting. I'm going to build also upon what you said, is that to be able to get to the point where you are a profitable trading, you need such a huge amount of self-reflection, understanding yourself, being able to deal with your emotions. And it also teaches you how to understand others. So you actually learn how to become a better partner, better version of yourself throughout becoming a better trader, because it's also gonna eventually kill your ego along the way, ground you many times, and being able to help you to also understand yourself better, your emotions, how to deal with yourself, your weak and strong points, and you will be able to bring it to the table in the relationship as well afterwards.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's a good one.
We're just great, we are just amazing guys.
Just awesome. Data trader. Come on. We're the best.
We are the best.
Oh,
that is so lucky.
Welcome to the Fibers relationship advice, guys.
I actually already a good recommendation. I already recommended this, I think, but maybe on the Portuguese channel. Unfortunately, my partner doesn't want to do that. A great podcast that someone could create, it would be actually focus on the partners of the traders. Okay, so if a partner of a trader actually started a podcast just to invite their partners and to listen to their stories and the frustrations that they had to kind of go through just to support their boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, whatever it may be, I think that would be kind of a full, quite interesting just to hear the stories. Okay? Maybe crying in the room, breaking PCs, whatever, like how the meltdown that everyone goes through. I think that would be quite an interesting podcast if someone wants to create that. And this is kind of for the partners, for the traders. That's a good one.
Dude, that would actually be something. Like, everyone talks about the influencer and they're like, oh my god, like this person is such an amazing trader. Dude, go speak to like her husband or go speak to his wife. Like, let's see the backstory behind it. Let's see what the influencer hasn't told you, like the real internal struggle that they've probably put up with. And man, that would be nuts.
Yeah, that would be nice. And the way they actually kind of live that situation as well, right? Because maybe you are biased, like we just literally just focus on. I think one characteristic as well, like, as Anastasiia actually mentioned, that sometimes you get lost in their own goals and ambitions and trying to just chase that. We end up being constantly just living in the future, like are constantly just living and trying to achieve our goals, and we kind of lack the ability to live in the moment and what's going on actually in the real life. And I own that to my partner, to try to bring me to the moment, to now, because my mind is always on tomorrow, on the next trade, whatever I have to do next, and I can get lost in that journey. And kind of a little bit, as Anastasiia mentioned, that can be also quite demanding and frustration, because again, if you're still not getting where you want, that can be quite stressful, and then our behavior and reaction to the now can be not that great, because it's reflecting where our mind is. So the ability to actually be grateful and to be more present, and to actually again continue with everything that you guys said, the ability just to be happy with where we are, and surrounded with the things that we have achieved so far, the family that you are building, or that you have, or whatever it may be. That's really important as well. Just to be, again, similar to the comment that you mentioned, there is always someone actually would like to change our lives. And it's actually a question that sometimes I like to ask myself, is even like, when you're trying to compare with someone, a good question to ask is, would you like to kind of to swap your problems with their problems? Like, maybe sometimes actually you are comparing yourself with someone that's maybe more wealthier than you, but you have no idea what kind of problems they are dealing with. So would you actually like to swap the things that you are dealing with what they are dealing with? Because we don't know. And sometimes the answer is no. I actually prefer just to continue with my life and kind of to try to overcome and to continue to grow on my own journey, instead of just swapping completely, because you have no idea what you don't know, if the person is even alcohol, if has drug problems, if whatever, if how is the relationship with their families. Like, you have no idea the behind the scenes of many people. So yeah, many times I actually prefer to actually stay and live my life and not. It's basically kind of a blockage straight away to when my mind starts comparing with others. Because it's quite interesting. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
100%. They say the better the devil you know than the devil you don't. And sometimes the devil is your own self. Sometimes you are your own devil, and we make situations up in our head. We make situations up externally as well. I'm personally a massive overthinker. It keeps me up at night. I'll create situations in my head that don't exist. They're ridiculous. And, these types of people are their own devil, and me and my brother are awful for it. Luckily we're so close as brothers. We're our own therapists, and we just whinge at each other. We're like, why do we do this? And we're like, we have no idea. And we know that we are our own devils. And, however, sometimes I'd just rather know the devil I do than the devil I don't. I'd rather try and deal with my own issues and understand that, truth be told, I would never want to give anyone my issues, because I wouldn't wish this on anyone. However, no offense to those other people, I certainly don't want their issues because I don't know them. Like, I don't know their issues. They're going to be battling all sorts of demons in their heads. So let's not pretend that no one is dealing with any. Let's not pretend that no one's dealing with any issues. We're all dealing with something. You know, we're all got our own little problems going on, and they could be absolutely massive scale for some, or they could be minuscule for others. You know, but point being is you deal with your issues because that could be absolutely catastrophical for someone, or it could be absolutely nothing for someone else, you know. So just try and focus on your own demons and realize that actually, having said that, it could be worse, you know. A bit like Anastasiia said earlier, you will find a second bottom. You know, it could be worse.
On the turning into the positive side, before I'm gonna need to run soon, but turning to the positive side, I started to say to myself that, you know, there is something that I've been saying and something that I started to say, you know, there is no way out, only out of grave eventually. So the rest can be solved. There is only one situation which cannot be solved anymore. But however bad it seems, if you look back, was there any situation in life that you haven't dealt with? You haven't dealt with losses before. You got over them. You did. So, you know, everything that happened your way, you already hold on through, and you work through, and you are where you are. So, which means that in 3 years, 5 years from now, whatever situation it is, or whatever losses you experience now in your trading, probably won't make a difference. You're gonna look back, you're not gonna remember about them if you do things right, you know, and you're gonna be able to become a profitable trader. You're gonna be able to achieve what you want to achieve, and in a couple of years it's not gonna matter. So if it's not gonna matter then why would you give it too much thought right now? Just try to learn something, move on, and go to the next, you know, because it's definitely not helping to think over it. I know what overthinking is well because I'm the one myself, but I also try to remind myself that it's not helping. You know, I'm not going to think my way out of it if I'm going to think about this 10,000 times. So it's the same trading, I think. I feel like.
Yeah, and to know that, you know, by talking about this, guys, you know, it goes to show that even as profitable traders, we still have our own inner demons. You know, so it goes to show you are bulletproof. You know, it's not going to kill you. You know, taking a loss isn't going to end everything. You know, everything can be worked through. There is always going to be light at the end of the tunnel. The only tunnel that doesn't come with light is the one that comes in a wooden box. Now, that's a long way away, guys. And that is, unfortunately, the one battle we'll never win. Everything else can be won and will be won with the right mindset, determination, and discipline. And guys, trading is just another hurdle we've got to jump over. And when you start actually putting into perspective what you have dealt with as individuals, I can guarantee almost every single one of you will have dealt with something significantly harder than taking a loss in trading, significantly harder than blowing an account in trading, or significantly harder than trading in general. You know, trading, yes, it's a very, very difficult career to get into, but I guarantee you guys have gone over bigger, harder, more psychologically demanding hurdles in your lifetime. I can almost guarantee it. So trading is just another hurdle you've got to learn to deal with.
Yeah. Somehow it turned into a really nice motivational session. Well, I think you got lots of inspiration towards your speech. Where are you speaking in April? Dubai?
Yes, Dubai.
Okay.
Yeah.
Send me information. Maybe I'm gonna pass by.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah. I'll send you the link to it.
Looking forward, guys. I'm gonna have to jump off, and I'll see you next week. Thank you so much. It was really a pleasure. It was really interesting to hear your perspective, and thanks for the boost of energy. Gotta go. With this, I'll do the rest of my errands today.
Have a great day, Anastasiia.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day. See you soon.
Bye.
Brilliant.
Pedro.
Where are you speaking? Which event is going to be in April?
It's the Dubai Prop Expo, I believe. I got a photo of it here. It was I was speaking at their event in London in September.
Okay, it's the
called
same. Okay, it's the same one. Okay.
Yeah. Same event, just in Dubai. It's
Dubai.
the first time it's in Dubai as well. So I'm speaking at a seminar, and then I'm on a panel, and then I am hosting a traders lunch networking table. So it'd be the first time doing this, the third one, but I've done everything else before. But I've never done a traders working lunch networking table before. that'll be new. Trying to find
enjoying a meal with other traders and talking about trading. It's going to be good.
Yeah, dude, that sounds
yeah, that's great that you're going. Yeah, those events, those forums are interesting. It's always a great way to network with other people, with other traders, and to see, well, to meet people in presence, because we are always here online, and it's always great to actually be face to face with someone and to feel the energy.
Absolutely. In fact, I actually met a few of you guys in chat in London. That was really cool. And some of you actually managed to meet my partner as well. So I keep her very much like in the background, in secret. She loves being like my secret sort of quiet cheerleader. In the, she actually came to her first event with me this year. So a couple of you got to meet her. So that was pretty cool. And I think she was bored, I will admit, but I think she enjoyed it. I don't know if she's coming to Dubai with me. It's either her or my brother. So I think depends on how bored she was in the last one will depend on whether she comes or not.
Yeah, we'll see. That's interesting. Guys, what are you guys looking at? I can see a few people mentioning pound dollar. Looking at the dollar as well. We have Ratid mentioning any shorts on, if anyone caught any shorts on silver. Nope, I didn't catch anything on silver. There you go. It's a beautiful, beautiful wheel. No, that's great, man.
Yeah.
That's
so
really
regarding the markets, I'm not seeing anything. I was looking at euro dollar and pound dollar, but it just started looking really invalid. No, I didn't like it on the 15 minute. 15 minute looked ugly. This was, we were failing to break higher highs. And then we came up, created this lower high, but it was a higher high than the microstructure on the 5. And then we wicked this bit here and then moved back up. And I thought, okay, that could be nice. And then we just completely wicked around and showed indecision all throughout here. And I was like, yeah, that just looks like garbage. And then it just tanked. So yeah, same on euro as well. It just tanked. So I'm now done. We got news in 24 minutes. That's me done for the day. No trading day yesterday and today now.
Yeah. When you do look at the world time frame like you're looking right now, yeah, there's maybe something in there. When I'm looking maybe at if I just bring my chart, am I sharing anything? Yes, I'm sharing. Yeah, if I'm looking a bit more into a slightly higher time frame, it's interesting. So this was a high on the pound that I've been always looking for, and price actually reacted from it just before yesterday's NFP. And it did manage to break some structure here, even though it's still reacting from a valid kind of demand zone. But reality that it managed to break this low, and it already managed to break another low in here as well. And maybe this could be a little bit of a continuation to the downside. So I'm still not 100% sure about this. I think if we do break below this structure, then I think we can definitely go. But for now, I think price could go down. I think maybe price could go down. It did manage. So sometimes when you do look at this type of behavior, like we had NFP, it was aggressive move down. The price tried to retest a little bit, but it didn't even manage to go kind of to the supply of the move with it. With the NFP, and they start moving to downside. If price had kind of gone a little bit higher than where the big sell started, maybe that could go a little bit more higher, but it didn't actually manage to stay below it, and maybe this is just now new price action until maybe price continues to go down. We'll see. We'll see. My main bias was to look for sells around this level. I didn't really catch this short, unfortunately. That was something that I was looking for it, but I was not really paying attention at this time on the charts when price went there. My bad, I should have pressed an alert. I didn't press an alert above this highs, and then I didn't really realize when price was around that level. Looking at the dollar, just to have a little bit of a perspective as well. What we have, I don't know if this move was something that we talked in the English or it was on the Portuguese channel. It was a good reaction to the upside. We mentioned that there was a probability that price could kind of react from around this level on the dollar index, and one of the targets would be just to retest this previous structure here. That's exactly where price reacted during the NFP. I'm still not 100% sure as well on the dollar if price just wants to continue to go higher or eventually wants to continue to go lower. Higher time frame, I would even like to see dollar going a little bit lower below this low, but for now, around this structure, that was always the level that I was interested to see if price would hold and show bullishness to continue now to go higher, or eventually this level will be broken and price will then eventually take these lows and then we'll go into a new bearish structure somewhere. So, but yes, around this lows in here, which is basically where price is trading somehow since yesterday. These are a little bit the levels that I'm looking for. The price does go a little bit lower again if there's no new bullishness, or maybe can still look for longs in here on the dollar that can lead into shorts on the euro or on the pound. And just looking at the euro index as well, because this was another one that I've been looking for and give me a little bit of a better guidance. So this euro index actually, it was giving me more clearness. I have a clear view, even compared with the dollar. It was that I've been bearish all the way through. Okay, so I've been waiting for price eventually to get a little bit closer to this extreme, and maybe can go there. Now, I wanted to see price retraced all the way back to this level, which never happened. Price just stayed around this level, but then we had that big sell-off. Price already even took these lows as well, and eventually I would like to see price maybe getting a little bit closer to this structure around here. So there's maybe a little bit more of a selling opportunity, at least on this euro index. Now, it's interesting that euro index did manage to do such a big move to the downside, but euro dollar didn't move as much. Okay, there were other euro pairs that moved: euro yen, euro Aussie, maybe euro pound. They moved much more than the euro dollar. So even when you are looking at this correlation, you need to kind of still pick and choose which assets actually could move the most, and the euro yen could have been one of them, because we had this massive move to the upside on the yen index, and the euro yen just literally sold off completely in these last few days. Even managed to break these lows, which was again the bias that we had. Even the pound as well, pound yen also managed to break this level. On Tuesday when you were here, we kind of mentioned that there was a big probability that the pound yen could continue to move more to the downside. Now is wait and see what's going to be the next move, if it's going to be a continuation or not on the yen pairs. But for the euro, I still a bit indecisive, to be honest. I'm not really sure which direction still price wants to go. I don't want to trade within this level. I'd like to see price going a little bit higher if I'm interested in any shorts. The longs, I'm not really interested in trading in here. And the pound, at this point, no, I was interested in that level. If price goes up again, maybe I can try to look for a new short, and that will be maybe the only thing I'll be doing on the pound from this level. But yeah, that's a little bit of what I'm looking for. I'm actually on the short on the S&P. I already closed a little bit of profit, but I'm short basically from this point in here, this high that was created already 2 days ago. Maybe then during the NFP, price kind of went back up and it pushed down again. So I'm still just holding, just because we are reaching at the extreme. I like this level. Now, for me to actually be super confident that price would go even further down, I would like to see this structure being broken, which didn't really happen. We did manage to break some kind of lows in here, but these are kind of internal lows, let's call it like that, and not really the external. This is the most important one for me, and price still managed to respect it in here. So if do manage to break below this level, then I'll be looking for price to continue. At this point, I'm kind of gambling to the second position of my trade, just because we are really at the extreme, and if price is about to fall, it can be from here. If we end up making new highs, then it's okay. I'll be out on the second position with a smaller loss in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna wind you up and be like, really? I'm in a long on the S&P, but it's there's just no long opportunity for me right now on S&P. So
Yeah,
nice
it's an interesting one. That yesterday with the NFP, basically there was not much movement. Neither in gold. We had the spike initially on the dollar because the numbers were definitely much higher than expected. So we kind of were anticipated that there was that potential that the dollar could have a reaction to the upside, but it kind of went down straight away as well. So gold didn't really react. Neither the US indices. There was a little bit of volatility, but if you're actually looking at it, it's still within this range. There's not exactly any structure, neither new highs being created or neither proper break of structure, even the NASDAQ as well. And then we have, for example, gold and silver that are literally not moving at all for the last 2-3 days. Like, look at the price action in here on gold in these last times, right? So if anyone is trying to trade gold this week, good luck with it. Okay, maybe literally on the 5 minutes or 1 minute time frame, you may find opportunities, but the type of range that we have seen in here comparing with last week or 2 weeks ago, it's completely different. And this is kind of that typical question: is it worth to just trade one asset instead of maybe a few? Yeah, if you are in this situation, that can be a problem if you are just trading literally one asset, because maybe you don't really have your opportunities or your setups happening, but because you want to trade, you're just going to be forcing trades, and you do need to have the discipline to kind of stay out if your opportunity is not there, because this is not tradable. At least for me, this is not exactly tradable that much on what you can see here on gold.
Gold's just sideways at the moment. It's just completely sideways.
Yeah,
but I don't know. We'll see if we can have some price kick in now over the next probably next week. Now I'm probably done trading for the week. In fact, let's have a. Oh no, I can't be asked. I was gonna get my. I'll do it on my phone. There we go. I was gonna try and fire my terminal up, but it's like 9:15 at night here, so it's 1:15 and there's 15 minutes till news. I'm not firing my terminal up now just to look at my week's history. So I'll get it on my phone instead. There you go.
Yeah, this is basically the type of opportunity that maybe some people are working on gold, like just a quick scalp, and that's basically what maybe you could try to find. A quick scalp. It's a good representation of the opportunities that we have had in this last in this week. Someone is saying here, we have Branken saying that maybe gold is going to go to 5,200. It can go, but at this point you are kind of gambling, right? Because you don't really know until basically price starts breaking again these tops in here, these highs, and then maybe can jump into 5,200, sorry, maybe getting closer to this level. I would like to see that. I would like to see gold getting a little bit closer to here, and maybe only from there then starting to look for new shorts if that was about to happen. But aside from that, anytime price starts to go rejection. Sorry.
If we can get a breakout of that consolidation, literally where you've just drawn that line there, if we can get a break and close above that, I think there's going to be some really nice opportunities for some gold longs. That's my history for the week this week. So only $219 after paying $47 for taxes, trading tax commissions. So in all fairness, that's not too bad. I'm pretty happy with that. For the month so far, I'm up 385, so it's close to 0.5%. So I mean, I'm on target-ish. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's looking okay. it's better than it was last month.
We never know. Maybe when the best opportunities, like all of a sudden you can have maybe 2-3 wins in a row, and it increase the account, right? So. Sometimes that's it.
Absolutely.
Win, lose, and then all of a sudden 3 wins in a row, and there you go. The account goes from ranging to breaking.
To
the upside, and that's the goal. We never really know when they can come.
No, that's the luxury. You know, when people say, "Oh, I got a 75% win rate," it doesn't mean out of 100 trades they win 75 in a row and then they lose the rest. It does not mean that at all. It means that at some point in your trading journey on that month, if you got like 75% win rate per month, at some point, if you take 100 trades in a month, you're going to win 75 trades at some point. Doesn't matter when. It could be all at once. It may be all at the end. It may be all at the beginning. Who knows? But yeah, you just got to trust the process.
Yeah, that's true. Now, Brinken is saying, yeah, gold cannot range forever. That's true, right? But the problem is, sometimes, yeah, maybe that's like the thing is, you cannot really anticipate when it's going to happen. We need to wait for it to happen before, and then you can react. You can plan ahead and try to have a ABC on what you may be expecting or what you're planning, and then act based on that. But there you go. Looks like now it's breaking to the upside. We'll see if it's going to hold these highs or it even kind of hold this structure again, because it has attempted several times to do that, but it hasn't really managed to succeed that much. Yeah, and that's the problem sometimes with these moves. Or anyone, for example, anyone that was looking to try to anticipate a breakout. Okay, broke this high, I'm going to go long. Go break this high, I'm going to try to go long. You've been kind of smoked, like you've been just most likely losing your trade. In here as well, like okay, broke new highs, just respected these lows, broke these highs, time to go long. And then there you go. You just maybe just again press just the opposite. Yeah, we'll see. This is kind of a wait and see. And when price then eventually starts breaking this structure and starts going into a new price levels, okay, new opportunity will appear.
Just looking now, we got news in 10 minutes time, and it's looking at it's forecast to be lower than the previous, which is going to be interesting. So we'll see how it goes. So 10 minutes time, we have got news. So guys, if you're in positions, it's unemployment claims, please be careful. Get out of positions now, or hold, or put in your risk management strategies in preparation for the news to come out. And do not forget, if you're trading with a Fivers account, there's a 4-minute rule. 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after. Do not trade the high impacts.
Yeah,
so just take that into consideration.
Yeah, we have Rasik. Golden DU, I think long is okay. Yeah, maybe. Again, it depends on your strategy. To be honest, I don't really have a clear bias at this point. Gold, I mentioned, yes, I would like to see going up or going higher, but I need to wait to see that happening.
EU right now for me is short, straight up short. There's no reason you can long EU here. I'll bring my chart up real quick and then I'll jump back to Pedro. Oh no, there we go. Right, so here we have, this is the 5-minute, bear in mind guys, it is microstructure on the intraday. Here's the 15, so the 15 actually does look okay. If we got, in fact, let me delete all this because this was previous, there we go. If price was here instead of here, then yes. So if we had this high here, and then we had a break, and then a pullback, and then the next high was up here, not down here, then yes, I would be saying here is a beautiful area to short from, to long from. I'd be saying, yep, I am seriously looking at longs from this area here, because we got this sort of movement here. That would be quite nice, I think. However, we haven't. Price has come up. Yes, it's broken and closed above this area, but it's come back down. It's pulled up again, failed to break and close higher, and then it's pulled down, broken, closed lower, switching the direction of order flow. Now it's starting to head back up into a potential pullback area before potential continuation down. Now, if we look at that on the 5-minute, I forgot to clear let me just get rid of all this garbage. I realize how messy that looked. Jump down to 5-minute, let's have a look at that, what that looks like on the 5. Again, even clearer on the 5 than it is on the 15. We've got a low, we've got this price action here, we got a high, got a higher low, got a lower high, we got a lower low, pull back into this area, and we are wicking to the high side before a potential continuation to the lows to maybe chase these lows down here. That is my potential predictions on EU. However, you know, I'm not trading it. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying that is, in my eyes, what right now potentially could happen, given the fact that we've got such a strong drop off here, as well as you know, the order flow is starting to shift into the bearish direction, or bearish heavy direction. However, we got 7 minutes until high impact news, which is unemployment claims. So that may have a contributing factor towards the movement of EU and GU. Gold is looking, gold's looking quite good. That's looking quite nice. GU, exact same on GU as it is on EU. Again, let's just get rid of all this. There we go. Fresh chart, break of structure. We've got this higher. Where's my? There it is. So we've got low, got this high, got this higher low, lower high, lower low, breaking the order flow structure here, pulling back into a pullback zone for a potential continuation to the downside. That is what order flow is screaming at me right now. Doesn't mean I'm right, doesn't mean it's going to sell. It does mean that there's news out in 6 minutes. I don't know why it means that. I'm just telling you there's news out in 6 minutes to keep reminding you for those who may forget. So yeah, that's my thoughts on EU right now. EU and GU to the bearish side, as order flow says, on the lower time frame. What about you, Pedro? What's your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I'm going to just wait and see on those two pairs. I'm actually looking a little bit at the different assets at this point. For example, looking at the Aussie and Aussie pairs, we have seen that Aussie has been quite bullish, literally really strong in these last weeks, or even, to be honest, months, with a really strong breakout from this level. Broke already this top. We are maybe close to break that top as well. We are literally retesting at this point that high on the left side, and I'm going to be curious to see how price may react, and eventually we can be ranging in between these levels. So personally, I would like to see maybe taking the high and then try to see if there's any kind of opportunity for price to push a little bit lower, and it could go all the way back into somewhere in here. So that's one of the trades that I'm going to, or one of the assets that I'll be paying attention to. I like the way price is already compressing. So basically price already went up, came down, respected this demand zone, went up again, broke new highs, went down again, already took this demand zone as well. At least is cleaning or collecting the orders as price is moving to the upside. That's great, because then eventually when price turns, it's going to be easier for price to just fall. And one of the levels in here is going to be this one, and then you're looking at the bottom from this structure. But maybe before that, again, as I mentioned, maybe price will first take the top on the left side, and then we may have an opportunity to look for the short. That's where I have my alert at this point, and that's where I'm going to be waiting a little bit. So basically try to see if price takes that top, and then eventually can go. In my favorite level, it's even a little bit higher, a little bit close to 0.74s, something like that. But that's maybe for the future. Okay, before that, I think price will be trading within this range before it continues then to go higher. And in addition to the Aussie dollar, then when I'm looking actually at the pound Aussie, which, as you can see, has been also moving quite aggressively, but to the downside. Okay, basically it filled all this space after breaking the structure, just literally all the way down. We have a strong level of basically compression all the way here, but I do like this demand zone. Actually, I can maybe change this one because this is maybe more into this structure. Okay, need to delete this. This demand zone in here, this structure below that low, I think price could react. Price already got really close to it, already maybe getting really close to that line that I have marked in there. As you can see, this was my drawing yesterday. Price was somewhere around this level. I was looking for price to kind of slow down and start moving to the upside. Price hasn't really managed to go all the way to take this line, so I'm going to be waiting to see if that will happen still today. So maybe when the Aussie dollar also takes that high, maybe the pound Aussie can go a little bit deeper into here. We can see that we're starting slowly to bring some buying pressure. and I think maybe within that again, that structure that I have in here, I think maybe price can find a little bit of a buying opportunity, even if it is once again just to trade within this range. I think there's enough risk reward in here to try to capitalize. It's kind of around 4.7 or whatever, 5, depends where price actually eventually is going to provide that opportunity. Even Euro House as well, it's another one where price has been moving quite strong to the downside, and we are getting closer now to this structure here, which after that maybe can have a little bit of a buying pressure as we approach this level. So again, this is something that I like to do. So I try to find something that is trending a lot, either up or down. Try to look a little bit at the correlation, try to see if it starts to see some weakness. By weakness is if price is going up, start to see some price retesting the previous lows, or anytime it breaks a new high, it's just a small move and then price comes back straight away. At the same time, it is approaching an important level on the left side, and then try to formulate a kind of try to identify price action to look for those reversals, and then to try to capitalize on that reversal. That's something that I like to do, and I like these Aussie opportunities. Maybe not today, but definitely for the next few days. I think there's going to be a good opportunity in here. Yeah, I actually have to go. I have a meeting now in 1 minute, and I need to get ready to go.
No problem.
Yeah, I just realized now it's 1:29. Yeah, with the news. So guys, thank you very much. We are going to have actually later on the Portuguese channel another session with a guest. It's actually an accountant, so which is actually quite an important topic. How to pay tax, basically, how to do your tax regarding trading, prop firms, and everything else is something that many traders are unaware of, and we decided to bring one to our channel today. So yes, of course, it's more focused in Portugal and a bit in Brazil. It's also going to cover crypto, which is interesting. But yeah, so if anyone wants to join, feel free to join. It's at 5 p.m. UK time later on. All right. So thank you, Will. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you next week on this channel. Bye bye.
Yeah, Pedro, have a great one, man. See you later. Take care. Well then, people. The unemployment claims is out, and we have had the data released. Let's go have a quick look. I'm just going to go. It came out higher. Okay, so it was previously 231,000, forecasted for 222,000. It actually came out 227,000, which is interesting. For the DXY, it did spike up a little bit, but it hasn't actually done much to the markets, which is quite interesting. Like I said, it's quite a high impact news, but it's not an account killer. It's just one you got to be really careful of. So Euro, okay, Euro is looking nice. We got this little this cheeky little wick down here. There we go. And then prices are move up a little bit now, so it's quite interesting. Let us know what you guys are looking at. Did you trade the news? In fact, there you go. 32 minutes past 1 in the afternoon now, GMT. So let me know if you have closed any positions that you are holding on the long on the EU. If you're holding any scalps over the high impact news. And then you're going to have to bear with me, because then I've got to go into the YouTube to make sure that I can see your guys' comments, because I can't see it right now online. Okie dokie, awesome stuff. Oh, well, hello there. We've got two very handsome gentlemen in the background. Are you guys ready to come on through? Awesome stuff.
Hello, hello.
Samir, what's good, my man?
What is up, guys? How are you, Will?
How you doing?
I'm good. What about you?
Yeah. Good man. Huh?
Yeah.
Wait.
How are you?
Oh, really? Okay, I was saying, what?
I thought
was
I'm talking like, I don't know if you my voice went through or not. But anyways, how are you guys, Victor and Will? Another day. Let's see what we get today.
Another day
Hi,
in paradise, bro.
another day in paradise. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought as well. Will, Samir, everyone watching, how are you guys doing today?
I'm
I'm
good.
good.
I'm
I'm
real
good. How are you?
For a second there, I thought I was muted.
Yeah, no, you are good. You are good.
Um,
I'll tell you, like,
have
you'll never be able to beat Jonathan this morning on the stream open. We were both having technical difficulties coming into the actual open of the stream, and then like he dropped out like 3 or 4 times like during the stream, and then he came back, and then he thought he was dropped out, but he was still there. It was like a faulty towers sketch. You know, you couldn't have written it. It was so funny.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
make
everything
I
that
think
could
they
go
maybe some
wrong
just
went
things-
wrong.
I don't know. I was trying to make this light cooler here. I'm getting a little warm touch here.
Were you trying to adjust the light, or were you flexing your
Yeah.
biceps? I'm not sure
No.
which of the two.
My
Just
this
leaning
is not
over.
working. This remote is not working. I don't know what is wrong. I think I have to
Shut
manually
up,
do
Mom. We all know what you're doing. We know you're flexing your guns. We know. we've seen you been
No,
putting the
man.
work in the gym.
I just got from the gym actually.
Oh, there it is then.
10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, I just came
Like,
from the gym. I just directly jumped in the live stream.
Nice,
Awesome
nice.
stuff. What day was it today?
I'm sorry.
What day was it today? What sesh?
Actually, as I was, on vacation, so I did a upper body part, some chest,
Yeah,
back,
nice.
some
Very
arms.
nice.
So yeah, I'll follow my, my routine, my schedule from next week, which I was following. So today I just did, some kind of full body workout.
Yeah, fair. I'm going to try and hit the gym tomorrow. I've had probably close to a week off now due to the fact that I was ill. So I'm just going to try and do like an overall body workout just to try and get my muscles slowly back into it.
Yeah, same. I just for the first 2 days I didn't feel that energy, but today I think it was okay. Next week I think I'll be back to my normal, weights and normal workout routine. So yeah, let's see.
Nice.
But I think you guys was talking about news. What kind of news was today? I haven't seen it. Okay, it was unemployment claims.
Yeah,
Okay.
we had unemployment claims about 6 minutes ago.
Okay,
Yeah, and
so
the market
news-
is moving
Yeah.
quite nicely. I didn't get triggered, at least not yet, but it's moving quite nicely. If we check, yes, thank you for that. Theola, how are you doing? Thank you for being with us today. As you can see, this is not any kind of magic. That's the power of the order block, right? Price comes back and rejects or responds right on the pipette. You can see this as well on EU. We had a similar move where we got into the order block, the area of interest, and it didn't get to any level that I am still waiting for. So I didn't get triggered, right? Didn't touch the first order block, and it didn't do that as well on GU. Actually, on GU it did, but not with any structures that we had before, which is a little bit lower. So I'm standing here waiting for my turn to participate in the market. But it's beautiful to see how the market reacts off of these structures. And the beautiful thing is that these structures are, they're very easy, they're very simple, they're very basic. There's nothing rocket science behind it. Very simple, and
I'll
them.
be back in
right?
in 10 seconds, guys. I have to close my door. Victor, you can continue. I'll be
problem.
back.
Perfect. No, take your time, my friend. So the these order blocks are known in advance, and you can take advantage of that, right? We can. It's not something that you need to last minute see if they're there or not. No, they're there from the minute they're created up till they are retested, as you can see here on the on the hourly, since that was an hourly order block. From the beginning of London, you already had that order block there, which was indicating the price would, if we get there, we might see some kind of reaction. So that's it, right? Being patient. That's what that's my motto. That's how I trade, and I don't chase, right? Like this is obvious right here. Um, I'm gonna do the top-down analysis for those who want to see the whole breakdown. But right after we see a reaction like this, the first thing that you expect, and especially this is the news, right? This is where the news came out. So you actually had, if you had some kind of entry model, in this instance, you could get in way before the news hits. And then after the news, you get that catalyst or the second stage of a rocket kind of a move. But when I see this, to me, it's, your first impression is that, all right, so we tapped into a demand zone and we're getting ready for that continuation higher. And we could be looking for, what are the logical next levels that we might be looking for, right? Obviously, that's the order block that was left behind. That's at the lower border of that is 119.18, and we can check that later on with the ATR. But that's basically, but even though I see that, and I see that's the likely move, I still have to wait for the market to actually trigger me. If it doesn't trigger me, then the trade is not mine. Even though I know with quite some probability that this is the likely path it's gonna continue to go on. One thing you can use is this as a line in the sand for what's going to happen next, right? If we have 19 minutes and 34 seconds, as you can see on the countdown of the candle closure, to me, this is the level it needs to close above, right? So 1.18846 on this price feed. If it closes above, then whatever entry you had, if you had an entry before, that's the probabilities of your entry, are cemented in your favor. And if it can't, it's still, the jury's still out. Doesn't mean necessarily it's going to fail, but then it's not too certain right away. But at a close above this in 18 minutes will be the close of the 2-hour would be a sign we want to be looking. If the H, you can see as well on the H2 how it will look if it closes, even it doesn't, even without closing above this this line, you can see what does this tell us, right? That's the buyers coming in and supporting rejection, because these wicks are created when we have, right, when buyers come in and these are the wicks being created. They push price higher. We go deeper. They push price higher. It means they're there ready to buy and support the market for a higher price. And it looks like we're going to be going for that level we just mentioned on the H4 and the opposing structure. What are you looking for, William?
I don't know at the moment.
Are you being tempted to get into the action, maybe on gold or maybe on pound?
I was looking at pound and euro against the dollar earlier, but I was looking at longs on it, but then it just looked, the 15-minute didn't look as nice, then it just started getting invalidated, and then it dropped, and then news come out, and now it's starting to look positive, and then gold was looking like it was just consolidating, now it seems to be looking like it wants to head back up, but truth be told, it's just bouncing from high and low of the consolidation zones. So I've literally drawn a circle and a cross. So hang on, let me just delete these to make it a bit clearer. There we go. So we can see that we've just got this complete consolidation zone, and it just seems to be bouncing from high and low of it. So I want to see if we can get a nice bull move up, preferably a break and close above with some conviction. Maybe a consolidation above it, and then I'd probably look at buying the break and close above that further consolidation then, just to show some form of impulse to the higher time frame. But other than that, I'm the EJ was nice. So Euro JPY, that was textbook beautiful, but I missed it because I was out and about. So that's the one good trade from today, and I missed it. This was really nice. So we had these lows down here that I was looking at. I thought, right, okay, I want to see what it does around these lows. If it breaks and closes under the lows, happy days. There's potential sell-in or pullback opportunity. However, if it breaks and closes above these highs, then yes, I will consider buying. And then, just to further top it off, we got a beautiful consolidation zone on top of these highs and got a breakout of both, which was, chef's kiss. It was beautiful, delightful, yummy. And then I missed it. So I thought, brilliant. The one nice trade of today, and it left without me. It left the station, so got to wait for either tomorrow or next week now. So other than that, that's me. I'm done for the day with trading.
How do you mitigate the risk of missing trades, Will?
I have a little bit of a cry, and then just put it in my journal. I do like to draw it up. So I will. So if I go back to Euro now, I will actually, like I've marked up here. I will place it just to see where I would have taken it, and then where the trades have gone to. How high would it have gone? Would I have wanted to go for a 1 to 2, 1 to 1, 1 to 1.5? Where would I wanted to trade it? If it's a trade that I've missed, I will go for the highest potential. The highest opportunist TP, which will be a 1 to 2. So I'll probably just leave it like this now and see how it goes, and see if it would have hit a 1 to 2 TP. But other than that, I just put it in the journal as a missed opportunity, and then I move on to the next asset that I trade.
I see. Do you use alerts, breakout alerts that will make you at least give you a chance if you're available to go to the charts, or it doesn't work like that for your workflow?
On my other accounts it will. Yeah, so on my other accounts it will. However, this is a stream account that I only trade on stream. No other, so I'll trade in the morning when I open up the stream, and then I'll trade about 12 p.m. so noon GMT, and that's it. So I'll trade this account like 3 hours a day, and then I'll just leave it throughout. Even if I see the perfect opportunity, I won't touch it.
Perfect. We have that's amazing. I'm gonna switch to my screen for a little bit.
Perfect. Awesome. I'll tell you what. While you switch over, it's a perfect opportunity for me to jump off. I'm gonna head off, guys, and I won't see you tomorrow because it is a Thursday. So have a fantastic weekend, guys. Make sure that you behave yourselves. Make sure that you enjoy absolutely everything this fantastic weather. If you're having fantastic weather, if you're having crap weather, then enjoy the bad weather, I suppose. But for now, enjoy the absolute awesome value these two have to offer. So guys, thank you very much for joining. If you haven't already, make sure you sign up to the anniversary of the Fivers. Down in the description below, there is a link there. Over $2 million worth of giveaways, prizes, and surprises, all sorts for you guys next Tuesday, I believe, on the 17th. So make sure you get the link in the description below, and make sure that you smash the like button, edging closer to 100,000 subscribers. I think we're like 98.3 now, so 1.7 left, which is absolute 1.7 left now, so which is absolutely fantastic. So guys, make sure that you do subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and I shall love you all and leave you. Thank you very much, guys. Take care and peace.
Salute.
Thank you, Will.
Take care, Will. The ever so colorful Will, always very energetic. That's awesome to feed off of his energy all the time. All right, so let's see. We have Stephen in the chat as well as many others who are regulars in our stream. Thank you all, and for those who are not, yet, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. We're very, very close to hitting 100K subscribers, and we're gonna be celebrating that massively. All right, so I wanted to before we move on, because there was someone in the chat that asked us to look for a little bit about gold. Leo here, trader with us from Indonesia. Special greetings to you. All right, so we talked about this before. This was something the setup we looked into it yesterday. We had a H4 order block. This has already happened, but I'm just revisiting the setup from yesterday, so you get some continuity on what we talked about yesterday. We had the first H4 order block that was created, and then we had what was it? Was it an H2 or was it an H1? It was an H1 that created these two, this level. That was the area of interest, and we talked about that. And what is quite important, that comes with screen time and with data and with doing it a lot, but to assess when is it adequate, when is it reasonable to expect price to complete the pattern completely, or just partially. And what I mean by that is that the quasi in this instance was from here. Let's see where it was exactly. The quasi on the 1 hour, actually there wasn't a quasi on the 1 hour, it was more a fresh order block, but on the 5 minute the quasi was this, right? So we had the 5 minute order block, we had 2 entry order block within the area of that needs to be, that's one of the requirements. The area needs to have overlap with the area of interest, which is this one, between these two lines. And we had 2 order blocks, right? 2 order blocks that was indicating that if the market is going to reverse, have some kind of a reaction of this level, it's going to be one of them, right? And it was just before, I think we were talking, and the market just touched this order block, or almost touched it. And later on, after the rollover, or right after rollover, it actually got to the level. You may or may not already be in that trade, depending on whether or not you were triggered to get into the trade. But the first time around, it came close to the order block, and I mentioned that at that time, right, it is, given the structure of the market, given how bullish it's been so far, looking at where it's coming from a daily order block, and it's getting into a daily on the opposite direction, right, a daily supply zone, and it hasn't reacted. It's not looking that it wants to react. It's not breaking any structures. We talked about that, how it's making higher swing lows on the lower time frames, right, and these will be seen as lower wicks. All of that indicated, at least at that time, and actually it's still valid, that the market is preparing for a breakout, right? It's that those are signs of strength, and it's supposed to be a supply zone, and it's not acting or behaving like so. So recognizing price action from the higher time frames should guide you to adjust your expectation, because normally the quasi, the target for the quasi would be this low, the completion of the pattern. But would it be, it doesn't always hit that, the completion. Why? Because, it depends as well on the higher time frames, right? If it is going to reverse, have an actual bigger reversal, we should see that earlier. Most of the time we can see that, not always, but we should see that with previous price action, and we didn't. So to expect price to take that low isn't exactly a high probability occurrence, and that's why going to the next level, and we couldn't identify anything else except the H15, which you can see turned out to be a very beautiful area where the market went 2 after it interacted with this order block and went to, and that's where you want to have your TP. And that was a beautiful example how to, it's great to have these high risk reward ratio trades, like 1 to 8, 1 to 10, but there's a moment and a place to have, to have that expectation, with being reasonable, right? You gotta read the market and say, okay, is it now? Can I, swing for the fences, or is this just a base hit? I mean, just getting a single, in baseball terms, just getting to the first base, or maybe a double, but that's it. And so understanding, reading the market, to know how aggressive you want to be with your TP placement is very essential, because otherwise, a perfectly nice, win could turn into a losing. This is still, 1 to 3, I would say is still quite, comfortable, for just about anyone. So that's something that I wanted to go through. Maybe you want to take a look at Samir, because I was gonna do the top down on gold, but then again I thought, let's people want to see your screen. There was someone who was asking for that. I think it was yes, it was Krishna Kantadika, who was very interested, and I'm sure many others as well, who are besides interested in your biceps, also on the screen. Your I'm just kidding, I'm just playing along.
Yeah.
Looking at the screen, and what you're looking at in terms of the
Yeah,
TA.
definitely.
We
Okay.
have Dave in the background as well. Dave, come on as soon as you're ready. All right, let's bring Dave on. Dave, how are you doing?
Good, good,
Hello,
good.
Dave.
Hello,
How are you?
everyone. Hi, Samir.
Hello,
Great
Dave.
biceps, by the way.
You saw it.
I
You
caught
saw
it
it too.
earlier. I heard the workout and everything.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
thing I went to the gym too, but I don't have those biceps.
Samir, I think you have to open an Instagram account for your biceps. What do you
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go with a fitness account. But anyways, so let's break down gold here, because most of the people, I know you guys love gold. Let me give you my point of view on gold. But at the same time, let me tell you one thing, that I don't trade gold, because I don't, I haven't found, huge success with it. My success has been relied on US 30, so I just follow on that. Just follow that pair. But just for the analysis purposes, let's just see where the strength is in today's market. For that, we can go to the daily. If we observe the strength of the candles, or if we try to read the psychology of price, right now we definitely have closed above this area. As you can see, this candle has closed. Previously it tried to reject, but again buyers took the price higher. So this is the one thing that we have on the daily time frame. And let's go to the 4-hour time frame now. If we go to the 4-hour time frame, if you see the overall trend, it is bullish definitely, and the EMA that I'm using, it is 200. If price is above 200 EMA, definitely we are in an uptrend. So right now the 4-hour time frame, we are definitely in the uptrend. And I have also noticed the first break of the 200 EMA on the higher time frame, can be 4-hour, can be daily, or if you're following 1 hour, it is not that much sustainable. Like we saw here, we couldn't sustain this breakout, and we regain the strength. So let's go to the entry time frame now, as we are bullish on both of the time frames, which is daily and 4-hour. Right now on the 4-hour, I can see this is a consolidation area. If I try to see the candles, if we go to the 1-hour now it is getting interesting, because if we just mark out the market structure, right now we are just printing higher highs and higher lows. So back in the days, I used to trade these type of breakouts. I used to assume this, that price is gonna break this to the downside. Why? Because we have studied that this is a rising channel, and most of the times it breaks to the downside. So being just seeing my previous data or my past experience, I have seen sometimes following the trend is good, and in this case I think following the trend would be good. I can expect the breakout to the upside instead of breakout to the downside, because we have more confirmation for price to go to the upside. Right now we are breaking this trend line also. So definitely you can take this trade here. You can place your stop loss below this 200 EMA just to be extra safe. And what you can target, you have plenty of resistance area, or you can target maybe this support area, because these areas try to act as type of rejection areas. If you go to the 4 hour, we have nothing. 1 hour, yeah, this is the area which can be a target. So definitely looking good for longs. And yeah, it is looking good for longs to me. Gold, but again, my technicals, I don't have a good win rate on this pair, so that's why I don't trade this pair. But if you ask me US 30, I am definitely bullish on this pair. Let me erase everything. So if we see the 30-minute, I don't like to go on the daily time frame or the higher time frame when it comes to indices. I just stick with 30-minute, 1 hour, or 15-minute, and I see which type of market structure we are printing in that particular time frame. So right now, definitely we are bullish. If I draw my Fibonacci like this, so we have rejected from this area, and there was also a kind of a demand area right here. So technically, we have swept all the liquidity. So now I think price is ready to move to the upside. And how we can take the trade? This was an impulsive phase, and this is correction phase right now. And I am expecting another impulse to the upside, at least till this area. And this can also classify as liquidity point. Even if you liquidity traders want to sell it from here, that is also, I think, is valid. But me as a breakout trader, or as a trendline trader, or pullback trader, I definitely would like to see a breakout of this, and this can be the target for the day. So yeah, I think US 30 is also good for longs, at least till this area. From here, maybe liquidity traders can catch some moves, or I don't know, it can take another liquidity. But as of now, we are definitely, if we break this area, I am bullish on US 30. So yeah, let's see how NYSE is gonna treat us today.
Nice, nice, Dave. I'm sure you're waiting for the open as well before you tip your toes into the water. But what are you looking at in terms of opportunities? Do you have already some ideas what you want to be? What direction, what asset, and so on?
Yes. Well, I'm actually, as usual, looking at the MNQ. I am already dabbling a little bit, and I have some treats for the community. So today I can officially showcase the platform we're going to use.
Wow.
It's called, well, I'll just show it. And another, I'm going to talk about the market, but I wanted to, make the announcement first. For all the early bird signups, we've sent out the message saying that we've started slowly releasing the futures. So some of the people got the invite via email, and we've gradually started allowing people to sign up. So some people have gotten the privilege of being able to sign up for the program.
I'm also curious to see how the platform looks.
Can we show your screen, Dave?
Sure. I already started sharing my screen. You can share it if you want.
Okay,
so the platform is new. It's called Black Arrow. It's extremely fast. It comes with everything you would expect from a professional trading platform, with all your indicators right here. So
awesome.
You can pick them here. You have your trading screens. I have two time frames open right now. I can jump back and forth between layouts. So I have my trading layout there. I have my list there. I have my news under there, so I could see, for example, today we had the jobless claims. I could see it there. I have some volume here. So very cool platform. You can play with hotkeys and have presets. Here I already have my 1-to-1 setup. So if I want to risk 50 points, your buy, your short, and everything. So yeah, this is the platform. The cat is out of the bag, as they say. So yeah, if we want to get into indeed. Hi, Louis. He
Seems
was
like
saying hello.
professional, as we are MT5 traders.
Yeah, I
To
think you're
us,
gonna like it. A few of the people have saying, "Wow, it's extremely fast." So it's a great platform. I've used multiple ones, and this one is also great. And Samir, we were talking about the risk settings where you can, set the
yeah.
pause for the day and whatever. You can do all that with this. So it's a great platform. We'll showcase it more in the coming days. But yeah, it's official.
Awesome. That is some awesome news, because we have had for some time now people asking about, what are the next steps that we're going to be taking as the Fivers, and we're slowly, gradually showing, lifting up the curtains, showing what's all of the surprises, all the great stuff we are bringing to the community. So you've already been taking some trades there. Could you show us maybe a setup you took,
Sure.
maybe if it's still
I'm
open?
one win, one loss. So we're practically break even. Waiting for the open now because, like I was explaining to Samir, at 9 o'clock, I'm usually out of all my trades because we're gonna get weird reactions at 9:30 on the open. When I say weird, fast price action. So yeah, we can go into my thinking for I'm trading micros, so the MNQ. We had this great big move yesterday. Down move again after the news. We moved up, we moved down, and then we practically had a great recovery. And we came back and retested those highs. So layer one for me is price. So I'm looking at levels. I'm trying to find levels. I marked my resistance area here from yesterday in the blue. I'm also looking at the pre-market resistance here, as we always say, Victor, a line in the sand. So this would be my inflection point. As long as we're trading above this level, I'll probably be looking for mostly longs. And if we're trading below this level, I'll be looking for shorts. So this is price, so horizontal levels. And then I'm looking at time, or we could say velocity or speed of the price action. So I have some trend lines here. And you will see I have little circles marked out. So this is where price intersects with trend and are the most likely places where I'll be looking to take trades. I'm not trying to predict. It doesn't mean that I'll take the trade exactly when it hits this area, but there are areas of interest. So I'll jump back and forth from my analysis layout to my trading layout, where I have nothing. So I'm trading a naked chart when I'm actually trading, just so I'm not too influenced by these levels. Now, to determine the levels, I've also used, as a futures trader, my volume profile. So I have my point of control here, slightly above the point of control, which is POC, is where the most shares have been traded for the session. And then I have my value area high. So this value around here, where I've marked out in the blue, where if price stalls, we could be potentially looking for shorts. So that's a quick summary of what I'll be looking at once we open. And I'll start with very short trades, 1 minute, 5 minute, and then after 10:30, we'll be looking at longer time frames, so 5 minutes, 15 minutes.
You start with the lower time frames to read, the first few structures and price
Exactly.
action, and then you as time progresses, the higher time frames start to build or be created as well. That makes a lot of
Exactly.
sense. And the trades you took today, you said you had a win, you had a loss. They
Yes.
are
So here I tried a short here because we were breaking. I saw we were breaking the trend. My trend line was a little bit higher. Again, it's I like to say I have strong opinions held lightly. I think there's other. It's not from me. It's from another trader, but so I was confident that since we tested that inflection point, like I told you, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, tried to break above and rejected. I entered my short here, had my risk above the previous high, looking for maybe a move down to this previous little level or this previous level for a 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 trade. And it didn't continue, and I got stopped out. But remember, I didn't get stopped out. That's what I was talking about, Victor, that I'll enter a trade and reverse if it's invalidated. So as we didn't follow through, when we started rejecting, I reversed and got this little long here. So covered my initial small loss and recovered about 1.5 R here. And that's where we stand.
And what made you trigger to switch side? Was it
So
Mhm.
So I also I talked about velocity. So the speed at which the move happens is important to me. Since I trade the NASDAQ so much, you kind of develop a feel. So if you're not getting follow through with a move, so this is a 5-minute chart. I got a strong down move here on this first candle. I should normally, after one or two candles of consolidation, I should get some follow through. And that candle should be at least 1.5 to 2.5 times the length of this candle. So I'm using like a time stop. If that's not happening, then my trade is not valid because we're breaking a level. We should break with urgency, right? We should see panic. If it's not happening, well, it's just another opportunity for people to buy, and that invalidates my thesis.
Makes a lot of
Can I know
sense.
like
And you
how
leave.
you?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was gonna say, can I know how you calculate position size on this platform or for futures in general? Like
Could
if I
you?
have to risk, for an example,
Uh-huh.
like if I have to risk, for example, like $500, like how I am supposed to calculate the position size for that?
So
Like
you're calculating. Let me show you really quick. You have your order. How do I say this? Your order thing here.
okay,
Now, let's just take a quick. I'm gonna show you while I'm actually in a trade, since it's micros. So I have already set up my bracket, and let's just put a buy stop here. I'll click on it. Instead of points, there you go. So here you can click on it. This is what I like with it is you can see how much in dollar terms you're risking. So it's 1-to-1,
Right away.
risking 100 and 100. I could see how many percentage, so 20%, 20%. I could see how many pips for my FX traders. So that's 500,000 pips, or tick size or point size. So I'm usually using points and dollar terms. So it's a preset I have. Now, if you want to risk less, if you want to risk, I don't know, $50 to make 50 or whatever, you can quickly move your
okay. So basically, we can input our risk there, and we can drag and drop, and I
exactly.
think the position size calculate automatically.
It calculates automatically. Now you can
Okay.
also do you can click on the chart and put let me see, buy. You can actually input your orders here, so quantity, total, etc. I like to trade on the chart, so I have my preset keys, and I'll determine what I want to do. So you can, for example, you want to do a buy, you could go lower and determine. You can edit your order instead of 1 or 2. You can do it over here. The great thing is you can set it and have your percentage, your gain, your loss, how much offset you want. You can do it in cash and percentage and whatever. You can have presets. So what I have right now is a 1-to-1. You can set up as a 2-to-1, a 3-to-1, and then you'll already know what you're risking depending on the asset. I don't know if
Nice.
that
And
helps you.
yes,
Okay.
and how would you score this in user friendliness?
User friendliness, I would say it depends on what platform you use. If you use TradingView, I would say it's about an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
It's going to be very intuitive because a lot of the functionalities and with the placement of things, like you have your drawings. Well, I have them on both sides, but you know your little drawings that you use are kind of similarly placed to TradingView. Your order entering console there is pretty similar. Some functionalities are not as easy as TradingView, and we're in communication with Black Arrow to make a little improvements. But I would rank it pretty high
We have
in
some.
terms of user friendliness.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have some
Sure.
last minute price action here
Whoa.
on the 1 minute. Let's see
Go,
happening.
go.
Let me check the news if there's something happening. Not that I know of. Employment claim was the only thing, but we have some huge reaction here off of a 3-minute order block. But it seems with this kind of momentum, you want to be extra careful going against such a impulsive move. As you're talking, I'm watching that beautiful platform and also watching the beautiful price action on the other screen. I said, "Whoa, this is something we want to be showing our
agree.
viewers." Just to before we go back to the platform, just to give some context, this is the H4 order block that was retested earlier on the previous candle right there, and then we had a retest of an H2, which was the overlap. That's the area of interest. You want to be getting in there, somewhere in there, get an entry right there. That's the reaction that you want to be seeing because you expect price to be going that direction based on this order block, on the alignment on the H4, H2, etc. On the H5, on the 5-minute, I mean, the quasi has not. These are the entry order blocks, at least according to the trade, the trade plan that I use. They did not. They haven't been touched yet. They may get touched. This move could have some continuation and touching these areas, interacting with them, giving us perhaps some signals. However, as you can see, I'm also, because we already had a reaction of the area of interest, which is this is the area of interest, right? All of this, that's the order block, and we had that interaction. So you can look for as well for quasis touching it, new quasi being created and moving in that direction. So that's it. You have two opportunities to get signals, or two structures. And if we go to the 5-minute has, let me go lower time frames on the 5-minute, just so you get the picture. We get the neckline of the 5. That means that all the other lower time frames has also been triggered, and we can see how nicely these order blocks are being retested currently. But keep in mind that you don't want to be blind to the momentum. So you want to read price action. Going to the lower time frames, read price action. Look at that. This is the level. This is the price action you want to be reading. Is it slowing down? Is it having bearish follow through? Is it, as Dave was talking about, reading price action on the fly? You expect a certain thing to happen within a certain number of candles, depending on the time frame. You want to go to the lower time frames, read the reaction to see if the market is actually just going there to grab liquidity, then to continue its path higher, or is this a bigger move, meaning it goes to those demand area and does not want to reverse. It wants to keep on going lower and lower. For example, if it does something like this, you can understand that the market is telling us that may not look as clear. If it hits the demand zone and starts making lower highs and creating lower lows, you can get the feeling that the market is weak, and if it keeps doing that, it's likely that it's going to be wanting to go lower, and so on. So reading price action, quite interesting, quite exciting right here. But this is the first retest of an entry order block on EU. Back to your platform, Dave.
Sure. This is very interesting. You had me looking at gold right now. Itching my fingers because I actually tried the short already once this morning and got stopped out. So we're gonna wait a little bit, be patient, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, but talking about the user friendliness of the platform at the beginning, when I say beginning, for the first maybe hour or so, you'll kind of bounce around and try to understand things. But once you get the hang of it, and we'll have a bunch of videos, tutorials, and things like that. I think if you're already trading and if you've used the platform already, within, I don't know, an hour at best, you'll be able to fully utilize the platform. And after a week, you'll probably become a pro. I was talking about the indicators. So there's a ton of indicators here. Everything you can think of, even some ones I didn't know. There's even, just like TradingView, like a store where you can go and it's loading, where you can go and find all sorts of extra things. There's going to be integration.
Allow me to interject. You probably, we can't see it, but you probably have a pop-up window right now open.
Oh yeah, you probably can't see it, but it's fine.
Yeah, because the viewers can see it, but because of the platform we're streaming on, pop-up windows they're not always visible. So Dave, and when you get the platform, you will see, you're going through the indicators and other menus, you will see something that we're not actually seeing here now. But we just have to trust us and wait for the platform to get your hands on the platform. But go ahead, Dave.
No worries. Thank you for signaling that. I was looking at the platform, but didn't realize that it wasn't showing. But yeah, overall, a great platform. It's very fast, so I think people are really going to enjoy that. The execution speed is very good. So I really like it. I like the platform. I trade with hotkeys, so for me, it's just a great platform.
May I ask what hotkeys are you using? Do you have a separate keyboard for that, like a section control? Or
no, I'm using my actual keyboard, and you can go. Well, unfortunately you can't see the menus, but you can set your own hotkeys and decide what set up what is for what, and yeah. So yeah. 10 minutes to the open. We'll see if we get a trade. But what are you guys looking at yourselves? I know we looked at gold. I really enjoyed Samir's analysis. What are you looking at, Victor?
I'm looking at US30 again. I want to take that breakout, and let's see if the market opens, gives us that breakout.
Yeah.
The analysis that I did for you guys. But if I show you the US30,
speaking of US30, sorry to interrupt you, but did you remember the levels I showed you live? Did you see the reaction?
Yeah, right now you have just shown, but
no,
I don't know
the ones we saw. The ones we saw on Tuesday.
No, I didn't remember.
Okay, when Victor has a second, we'll look at the screen again.
Yeah, definitely. So above this, definitely I'll be buying this breakout. Let's see if market opens, if we ran through this high, and on the 1 minute, if we get some kind of closure, then definitely I will be interested in buys here. We have like 8 minutes left. Let's see how price develops.
Nice.
Yeah,
let's see what happens.
You made us curious for your levels, Dave. I'm sure the audience is asking, where are those levels? We want to see them.
So let's open it. I left everything. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Wait, I'm sharing the window. 1 second.
No problem.
Let me switch
In the meantime,
platforms.
I'll switch to mine.
Yeah.
I'll show you guys what I'm looking. I'm looking at EU as well as GU. Those are the two pairs that I'm wanting to be trading, or that I trade more often than others. Then other pairs, we have the same price action. We have an H4 order block here. We came back into the same area. If you have the overlap of the 1 hour above the H4, you can see how the market came within the pipette. I mean, this is you can make this up. What's this? What is this open? It is. You can see it here at the OHLC data. It says 36.22.0, and the low on this candle was 36.21.9, meaning one pipette difference. That's all it had to trigger the buyers to come into the market and have that reaction. I was gonna say sadly, but that's not the proper, the adequate vocabulary, because I'm not sad when I miss a trade. We should be grateful for everyone else who is, it is their trade. That's not my trade. I'm waiting for price to come back to, these areas, the order blocks that are created right there didn't come to them. Let me point it for those who wonder what I mean. I want the reaction to be a bit more microscopic, or should I say surgical, and when we get to this area and have a reaction there. Why? Because I can then put my stop as close as possible instead of targeting those high, instead of having it perhaps at a much bigger level. That's one thing. That's GU and EU. As we just visited before, we did create an H4 level of structure, I should say. After, it's kind of tricky, to be honest, because all of this is on the back of a huge drop we had on NFP day, right? Which is not the usual Friday, but it was that was on Wednesday. So you'd expect on the higher so there's mixed signals here if you think about it, right? You have the NFP, the reaction we had after NFP was a big move down. We did recover some of that, and we held nicely. That's that's not exactly a bullish sign, but it tells you that the buyers are not completely they're not completely gone. They're holding their ground. They're defending their turf nicely. However, if you look at where we came from a higher time frame, we're still as a retrace of that impulsive move before we had that NFP reaction. So this makes me think, the possibility, and that's of a continuation for higher, maybe not a breakout necessarily, but higher prices is strongly, is well within reason to expect this to happen. And so you have the NFP reaction, which was against this price action. However, that NFP so far is not having follow through. So if it's not having follow through, you should place it a little bit less on the list of probabilities, the priorities, or the ranking of probabilities, because that's what price action is telling us. If the market was breaking down in here, then you would say, well, we're going to be taking another leg down, more likely, but that's not happening. It may happen in the future, but you can't trade on future price action. You got to trade with present price action. And what we're seeing is that while the buyers are holding up, the avoiding or not allowing sellers to have a follow-through movement to the downside, we have created bullish order blocks on top of each other, and it's reacting very nicely on these levels. So far, we've had one reaction to that area of interest. We haven't triggered any of the order blocks on the 5-minute yet, but it looks steady. It looks solid for a continuation, to continue higher. Maybe not that order block, but that's already retested. But something like this makes a lot of sense, right? The price is reacting to the tapping into the demand zone, pushes up and then reacts onto other order blocks on its way to higher levels. We'll have to see. Maybe this is all it's gonna get, and from now on it gets bearish. That's possible, but so far this is looking solid for a pullback and a continuation. Maybe not as low. Who knows? Maybe lower. Who knows? Maybe still grab liquidity on that swing low before we continue higher. If that were to be the case, then I'll be ready to get my my guns out.
Nice.
So
Are those
coming
full
back,
automatic guns or revolvers?
no, they're not machine guns. They're just
Okay,
revolvers.
revolvers for
A
now.
couple of a couple of bullets, but not one. Not a. Although the entries are kind of snipe like, there it's not a one shot and that's it.
Okay, nice. The to remind some of you, the levels I was talking about were these
Yes.
levels which we marked out. Remember when we were talking, this
Yeah, I
was
saw these
like
boxes.
that.
Now
This was
can
like
recall.
yeah, this was like that, and I told you, we'll probably reject here, and look at how beautiful this this entry would have been. But unfortunately, I don't trade the US 30 yet, and even though you've been tempting me. So yeah, these were the pretty interesting levels we had the other day. So market is opening in 1 minute. So let me go back to the platform. Let's see what the NASDAQ is doing.
After the open, perhaps you can after the open and you do your analysis and look for opportunities live here in our trading room. And while everyone at home is clicking that like button and subscribing to the channel, while everyone is doing that, maybe you after the open could explain of take us what exactly, how did you come up with these levels that you just referred to? Because for those who were not at that, the previous time you explained them, me included, by the way.
All right. Oh, wow. We're getting a sharp reaction here below the
Yeah,
level.
US 30 we
Buyers
are
are
breaking
entering
above that level. That
or
is also
breaking
making
above.
me. Yeah.
Interesting.
We have a question from the audience by
What is the
Ofi24.
question? Is that the
It's on the screen.
Fivers Futures platform? Yes, it is. It is it's called the Black Arrow. It's going to be the platform we use. It is, like I was telling Victor, it's a very good, interesting, very fast platform for people who are fast traders like me. So yes, I saw a few other questions that I can address really quick. I saw, will there be a different YouTube channel for the Fivers Futures? And yes, there will be there is actually a channel. You can go like that if you want. It's already there, and we will be broadcasting live very soon. So if we want to go back, you said you want to go back to the analysis of the YM?
Well,
US
the
30?
levels you had, how you got to the levels, because
Sure.
they they reacted quite nicely to those levels,
They
and
did.
I'm sure the audience is thinking, hey, I want to
Well,
be able to
let's
go ahead.
They want to be able to do that. Yes. Well, we have a very similar scenario happening today. So we're gonna analyze the old scenario and compare it to today. What I was telling, because Samir was asking me how I would have traded US 30. It had already moved up. So what I told him was I was looking at this whole area of consolidation here. We had a first up move, a very bullish up move the day prior, the days prior.
Mhm.
We had a nice consolidation around this level here. We tried to reject it, recovered. When I looked at the pre-market and I based myself on this consolidation to determine, okay, this was the level of displacement we could see with the price. And usually what will happen is for all traders, for example, entering here, which is where I showed I would enter because we had a move up, pull back to VWAP. VWAP would be my mean We went below the mean, tried to revert to the mean. This is where I would have entered. Anybody who's entering here and risking this low is targeting this prior high. Now, if we break above this high, we could estimate that we would move 1 or 2 standard deviations. So basically, the width of this, and then this would be 1 standard deviation, and this would be another one. This is why I determined what the levels were. And what was confirming it for me was that since when I was talking about the trading, we were maybe in this area, I saw multiple wicks here, which were similar to what we saw here. So people were selling into this. And that's how I determined the level. Now, if we go to today, and if price is reacting the same way, I quickly placed a similar box above, and we can already see we're having a sharp reaction here. So we could be aiming 2 standard deviations above, so basically 2 boxes above, because we have a similar formation as last time. We have price consolidating here. People who are buying the breakout here are most likely putting their stops here and targeting 1, 2. Or if we're breaking below, we will target 1, 2 below. And that's how I would trade that. Now it's too late. I've lost my entry because my entry would have been here, targeting this with my risk below there, but this is not happening for now. So we'll see how prices react. Now it's early, so we could move up higher, but so far, let's go down to a 1 minute. Yeah, we saw some hesitation at exactly the half point line. So this is people doing their 1.5 R risk reward. Let's see how the NASDAQ is reacting. Oh, nice. So you see how we rejected my inflection line right there. So we're trading below. So as long as we remain below this, I'll be looking for shorts. And as long as we can break above and pull back, I'll be looking for longs. It's still too early for me. Price is wicking too much. And since I'm talking and can't really focus, I'm not going to enter just yet, but we'll see what happens. We're not in a hurry. We're waiting for our setups to show up.
And you're trading NASDAQ, and I think you saw the Dow 30. Do you trade ES as well?
I trade the ES, yes. So a percentage would be 80% NASDAQ, just because it's faster and I'm used to it. The ES would be maybe 10% of my trades, and then the rest I'll take some trades on gold, and then I analyze other assets. I started looking at the US 30. I'm looking at oil from time to time, and eventually, if the community wants it, I'll start not only analyzing, but trying to trade other assets to get more insights to that, because it's interesting when you trade something, how you kind of develop a feel and you start to know, for lack of a better term, the personality of the asset. So we'll see what the future brings.
Awesome. Like that. I like that a lot. Yes, I think lots of people have been, not I think, we know, we have seen that lots of people have been asking about, futures. When is the futures coming to the Fivers? When are we launching it? And, watching the platform, they already know that, that day is very, very near. And
yes,
we have
the future is here.
The future is literally here in the present. And so it's going to be awesome for everyone who has been waiting for that, and for the Forex traders among us, and I speak that including myself. We're always looking to expand, right? We're
yes.
You always have to be in a mode of growth, right? Growth mindset, meaning you don't want to stick to just one thing. Once you focus on it, you master that. You want to expand. You want to, either increasing your AUM or add another strategy, or maybe a variation of your strategy, or another asset, another platform, right? Not saying you need to switch and hop and things, but I mean, you want to be testing and having exposure to different things, just like we have different hosts here. It's good that you listen and have a little bit of exposure of each one of them, and try what they're talking, try out how they trade, see if it fits you, because maybe, just maybe, you're listening to me, but when you try out what Dave is doing, you're gonna have much more experience, or I mean, much more success. Not because it's different, because you resonate. Maybe you have a better compatibility with that way of trading, and that's
Indeed.
the importance of trying different things out, because who knows, maybe there's a better match than your current things that you're doing, and you don't know it yet. And so I'm actually watching. I'm looking with a lot of interest in the future. I have to be honest. I've been so far tempted, but I haven't done much in the future space. But now with the fivers expanding into that realm as well, I'm gonna be sure looking for possibilities to expand as well.
Yeah, I think it's a very good idea. I totally agree with you. You don't need to abandon what you know, your bread and butter, but consider it like a candy store. There's a bunch of different candies, or an ice cream, whatever you prefer. You can check, test the waters and see if it fits you. I myself, like I told you recently, Victor, I will definitely be trying on um, Forex very soon. I don't know what you guys recommend me to start with. I don't know if it should be the GU or something else, but I will, on top of futures, try my hand at FX.
Sure. We can certainly talk about that, but before we do so, there is a question from Krishna Kantadika. Thank you, Krishna, for your question. Will it be free? Is there any cost to the platform? There's a follow-up question as well. Will there be a kind of a subscription, just like TradingView, for having all the features or not?
As of yet, everything will be, as of now, unless there's new information, everything will be included. There won't be any fees, but we will confirm that officially after the launch. But at the present moment, if you were an early bird and you signed up, apart from your super discounted payment, you won't have any other things to pay for. Now we have different programs. So depending on the program, what you pay will vary, but you shouldn't need to pay an additional subscription as of yet.
Okay, perfect. That's great to know for those future traders, future lovers out there. Let's see what else we have in the chat. I'm sure I'm trying to keep up with the chat. There's so many messages.
So many questions.
I'm just glued to my charts because I'm in the trade.
Nice.
You are in a trade? Maybe let's switch to yours then.
Let's switch to yours.
Guys, yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
I think
I thought it was kind of suspicious. Samir was quite quiet. I said he must be up to something.
I took this breakout. I am almost about to hit my 1-to-1 target. I am just seeing here. I'll be closing it. I took a breakout. I think my stop loss was
nice.
here.
So you're a breakout trader.
Yeah, I trade trend line breakout, some kind of range breakouts. That's it. I'm pretty much close to 1-to-1, so that's why I was glued to my charts, because it just pulled back here. I was talking to myself, should I take a break even here and there, but I think I should just stick to the 1-to-1, which I normally do. So yeah, this daily high is there, so I think price can definitely tap this area, so I'll just wait. So yeah, this breakout was really nice because, as I mentioned, I was expecting an impulse to the upside. Why? Because to me this was impulse and this was correction, and definitely there is a volume. So I was expecting impulse to the upside. So yeah, let's see if we trigger this area. I'll just close the trade. Yeah. Meanwhile, I cannot do really anything. I just can, sit on my hands, just wait and see what price tries to do. So far, it is looking good. We took a support from here, so definitely, if we break this, I think that will be a good sign. Yeah, let's see.
Let's
Let's see
see.
what gold
Beautiful.
is trying to do. Gold, I give you. Yeah, it is really choppy right now. Look at this. The way gold was trading earlier, right now we are not even seeing, like, the volume is not that good here. 3 days, it is just consolidating like this. So yeah. Are you guys looking at anything this NYSE open?
I'm still looking at my.
So let's
Let me
take a
get.
look at Forex also. It has been a while I have seen these charts. Okay. Yeah,
I'm
looks
still
good. I
waiting
think.
for EU
Uh,
to set up before. But go ahead.
are you looking for buys on EU or sells?
I'm waiting for a trigger for buys. For buys.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense as I'm just seeing the current leg right here. So definitely we are going up. So I think definitely there's a room to the upside. Let's see.
Yes. How about you, Dave? Are you are
I
those concentrated gazes meaning you're in a trade as well?
I am
Dave
in
is
a
also.
trade. I'm in a trade. I am short the NQ for now. The MNQ, just taking my little dabs right now. We'll see. I
Okay.
entered late because I was trying to look at the trade and listen to Samir as well. So my entry was
Yeah, yeah.
very, very late. It's a bad entry. Should have entered a little bit higher there, but hey, whatever. It's very small size, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I actually saw from the chat a question. Do I use options data, gamma flip levels to help my trading, and do I look for icebergs in the order book to look for the big players? Well, it's something that I've looked at in the past, but that I haven't been utilizing really. Definitely, there are some platforms that you can check to get that information. I remember LJ was showing what he looks at for options data, but it's not something I'm really currently doing. I'm really looking at the tape, the velocity of the orders. I have another platform to the right that I'm looking at. Well, actually, I look at TradingView and the VIX, the tick chart, and the what's it called? The tick chart, the VIX, and the Volt ratio to kind of determine what I'm doing. So yeah, that's what I do. Let me put this break even just because I'm talking to you guys. And let's see, where are we? Well, first live trade, guys. Great, we're in profit. Let's see where we're at. We're tapping levels. I didn't, unfortunately, get to add. I didn't get to take my profit.
So according to you, NQ, which is NAS 100 in Forex, moves a little bit fast.
Yes, I would be doing a lot more managing the trade and adding to my position and, and doing a lot of the things, but let's just leave this here, and whatever happens, happens. The trade is working so far. So I'm happy that my first trade taken live is working, even though it's not the best entry. My entry should have been way up here. But I would have been, my exit level is actually been tapped into. But hey, we'll let the trade do whatever it wants to do. like Samir said, if it's my day, it's my day.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yes,
Nice.
indeed.
So we have the market. The open is testing the lows, right? It's actually broke down on your chart on the MNQ.
Yep.
What about the SES for those who are watching? I think it's I'm watching here. It hasn't broken down on
Let's
well,
look at
actually, it's retesting that swing high, the swing low. It's still within the range, you could say, retesting
indeed.
that.
We're testing those
Uh,
lows.
looking for that beautiful outside bar there in the making, but that's just the opening. So the opening can can still turn around,
Indeed.
flip things. So you want to be careful with that. That's great. Let me check here on EU if that's okay with you two gentlemen.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we have the H4 order block that is still being retested. I am patient, and even though everything still looks dandy to go higher, I want to get in at a good price. I want to get in at one of those possible right shoulder of a quasi, and I'm still waiting for my entry, and it may happen that I will not get an entry. I didn't get trigger here as well, so I'm waiting for the possible reverse, or not reverse, but retest of any structure that we have seen. Actually, I need to readjust this. That's the quasi. Still doesn't really change anything. I still need a retest of this level, or I need this to expand a little bit more, and then that means that I could be getting potentially something like this from a higher level, meaning something like this. It could be getting in and pushing from higher, from like so. That would be something that I would be able to participate in. As you can see, even though the analysis, the indicator, everything points that the market is likely preparing for a breakout. I don't want to be chasing. I want to be getting in at a place where it reverses before possibly continuing higher. That's just how I trade, but it also means that I need to be patient. I need to know my place and my moment, and it's not here right now just before the breakout. I want to see price come in and give me some levels of demand coming back to retest them, to change direction, and then that would be my cue. You could have easily be triggered in that trade, because it did retest an area that was basically, this was the quasi, right? A beautiful area coming in, a beautiful area we had of demand, and maybe that was the area to get in, but it did not trigger me. But beautiful so far, and it looks solid for a breakout. At least that's what it looks like. I mean, that can change on a dime 5 minutes from now, but so far it looks like it wants to break out.
Indeed. Are you still in your trade, Samir? Or you got out, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm still in the trade. I just missed my TP by some points.
By
I'm
a
still
pip.
in the trade.
Okay.
Yeah. I think if I was not in the trade, I would have definitely taken the trade right now, as I like this pattern, which is a kind of a bull flag or a triangle pattern. You can see on
Yeah.
US 30 on the 1 minute time frame. I like this pattern, and these type of patterns, I feel comfortable trading these type of patterns. So now I am sitting on my hands. I trust this pattern. If we break to the upside, I think there is you know it is a high chance that my TP is gonna get triggered. And again, if break to the downside, it is a losing day for me. I think that is fine. What else I can do?
That's it. I really like your approach to the market, Samir. We were talking the other day. He was like, "If it's my day, it's my day. If it's not, it's not." I like his. We were talking about how spiritual he is
Yeah.
when talking
Nice,
about that.
nice.
So very very nice approach. That one trade a day approach is something I think I'll be trying soon. What brought you to that? Was it just your statistics?
I was a big
You,
overtrader and strategy hopper. I had to stop that
okay.
thing. So I came with this thing, that if I try this thing, then
Hmm.
I think I can stop my overtrading and my strategy hopping thing.
Okay.
So and I was getting results when I was following this particular plan, which is 1 trade a day. And whenever
Nice.
I break this, I was, of course, losing. So I
Hmm.
came to the conclusion, for me, for my mindset, 1 trade a day works good for me. I get more
Okay.
better results this way.
Nice. Well, that's good. Whatever the data
Yeah,
says and what works for you is definitely what you should do. Victor was talking about journaling the other day, and I think journaling
yeah, yeah.
and analyzing your data is good.
It
Um,
is. I mean, if you want to learn from yourself, one of the best ways is to document it, right? So you can look
Indeed.
back, because our memories are notorious, not trustworthy. We think we remember things how they are, but our memories are affected by how we feel back then and how we feel now. Meaning,
Yep.
it's not as objective as we would like to think they are. So, meaning you want to document them, have them objective information on your experience, so you can learn from yourself. Whether you're, for example, Samir, taking 1 trade a day was, the antidote for his over trading, and that was all it needed. He needed for um, extracting the edge he always perhaps had, but wasn't able to express that because of the over trading that was, dominating and costing him his edge. And so it's I think talking to Samir for some time now, that the that holistic view, that laid back view of 1 trade a day, and if it goes, it goes, and if it doesn't hit target, I'm gonna be fine. That kind of idea is actually quite powerful, because you
Actually,
are
one
in the
thing
driving
also
seat.
helped me with this. I'm sorry, but back in the days, I ran this simulator, and I was doing coin flip thing. And of course, as of like the Fiverr's rules, we have to hit 8% here and there. Respecting the 5% daily drawdown. I was following those rules in the simulator, and I was just curious, if I do coin flip thing, let's see how things go on. And of course, I was risking 2% for 1 to 1, keeping little bit logical stop loss, little bit logic was involved, but the trades was taken on the coin flip thing. And I was stunned. I just passed 3 4 times that way. So I
Hmm.
came up with the conclusion that
That's
if
nice.
if we use just small little bit logic here and there, and we stick to 1 trade a day, I think we're gonna get a little bit better results. So that's was also the reason I came up with this thing.
Nice, nice. I like your logic there. Speaking of journaling, do you guys do real time journaling or do you journal after the trades, after the trading day? If you still journal, of course.
I do after the session. That's when I do my
Yeah,
journaling.
me
I
too.
go through I take snapshots of my screenshots of the trade, and then I break it down into different sections, how I manage, how I execute it, and what I can improve, how I felt as well, but how can I improve, and what I did well, to
Nice.
tap myself on the shoulder. So I do that at the end of the day.
That's good. That's good. That's what I used to do as well. I've been trying more and more to journal as I'm trading. So what I do is
Mhm.
I'll record my screen and I'll be talking into the microphone. And I what I've been using AI, so I'll take the transcript of everything I said, I'll throw it into one of those large language models and ask it for non-biased feedback. And it's interesting what I've been starting to find out. Maybe I'll share later with the community, but
Okay.
having the AI kind of be an external, non-biased judge of what you're saying while you're trading, because I think it's great to do it after you're trading, but if you're
Hmm.
doing it while you're trading, I think it's very powerful because you're in the moment, you're feeling the emotions, and sometimes it brings pause because I'm kind of talking and thinking through what I'm saying. I'm remembering what the AI told me the last 3 sessions. So I think it's interesting.
That's quite nice, man. So basically, you're recording
I'm
and you're sending
recording.
it.
as I'm trading, I'm just recording the voiceover, and that wave, that track, I put into another AI called Descript, which generates a transcript, so a text of everything I've said, and I put it into a large language model. Pick whatever one you want. I use many of them, and I get feedback from that.
Nice.
That's
That's very, very good.
Indeed. And the trade is working beautifully so far, guys.
Let's move to your screen
Right.
because we are currently looking at mine.
No, it's fine. So far we are cracking lower. And we'll see, since the hourly is going to open, what happens.
In 2 minutes.
The hourly
you
opens,
time-
and it is also the stream.
The
ending
stream
time.
end.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you time your exits or your entry based on the hourlies, almost getting or just opening?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no, depending on my positioning. I'm thinking of exiting as the hourly gets there. If we don't get to my TP, I'll close the trade. Just because my entry wasn't great and I don't have enough room to let it breathe, and I don't want my first day streaming live to be a negative one. I'm human.
Yeah.
So
Of course.
So far this is looking good, and we'll see what happens. In 1 minute the hourly is gonna come, so I'll either TP or X out. We'll see.
Perfect. As we are nearing to the end, it's only about less than a minute actually to the end of our stream. We would like to invite everyone who is not part of the Discord community yet to consider being a member of our Discord community. It's free, it's great, it's very supportive, and you're going to learn a lot of things, as well as having a good time in our very safe environment as a trader, to learn, to grow, etc. The way to get in is to get an account with the Fivers. Go to your dashboard, left upper corner. You'll see a little icon there representing Discord. That's your portal to get in. And we have there, as well as activities and many great members who are constantly sharing and making connection, interaction. We have every weekday at least one workshop where a host, a trader, explain things and is open for Q&As on his process or strategy. And we're very generous as traders, so you can learn a lot from anyone in there, including those who are listening, because it's an interactive session. It's not only about the one speaking, but everyone else in the group as well. So we are getting very, very near to the 100K subscribers. So I would like to invite you as well to consider, if you enjoy this moment, if you enjoy watching us, me, teasing Samir, or us teasing Samir with his biceps, or
Yeah.
whatever you like, Dave's way of approaching the market, whatever it is that kept you here, assuming that you're have been kept here all that long, whatever it is, consider liking and subscribe to the channel, because that way you make this possible and much, much more. So that is the end, basically, gentlemen. Any last things we want to say before we conclude our session?
I would just thank our viewers, as we are, almost about to 800K subscribers. Without all your support, this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you to the Fivers, and thank you to our viewers also. With that being said, guys, so we'll see you in the next stream or next, trading day.
Indeed. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Samir. Thank you, Victor. Always a pleasure hanging out with you guys. Very happy we got some green prints today, even though our entry wasn't perfect. But it's great that my first live trading session was green. So hopefully we'll bring many more of these to the community.
Nice. And how many points was that? How many contracts?
Just 2 micros. Points was 25 points, a 25-point win overall from where I entered, and about $300. So regular small green day.
25 sounds lovely to me.
Indeed.
Very well done. All right, that's it for us. Hope to see you guys again on our upcoming session here at the Fivers. Take care and see you next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, guys.